Hello, hello, hello. Can you all hear me? Hopefully my audio is clear. Can I get a couple thumbs up if you can actually hear? I had to change out my headset. We were having some technical difficulties. Yeah. Okay, got a thumbs up. Thank you so much. First of all, happy Saturday to everybody. I appreciate your patience. I know I had the live set up for 4 o'clock Central and then had to push it back. It has been snowing. It's kind of like a snowstorm. And I decided to go outside before the stream. So like the weather, the traffic, it was kind of a mess trying to get back and get everything set up. So I appreciate your patience. Thank you for joining us. I have a joint stream going right now with my dear sis, Tiff Starborn. Tiff, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Of course, of course. So, first of all, just a quick mental health check. Check, check, check. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully, you're doing well. Yeah. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that I wanted to talk about before we get into it? So, I know you see the topic and the thumbnail we just recently updated. This is a conversation that has kind of been a long time coming, and maybe has been done and done again, but we're going to put our own little spin on it. Essentially, this is the good blacks, good Negroes versus everybody. And a lot of this has come about because of the whole Jasmine Crockett losing her senatorial seat during this primary. Also, we had a few other things that popped up, like the young ladies who were having breakfast in a hotel lobby, or not hotel lobby, excuse me, hotel, I guess, cafeteria. And some man decided to film them in their bonnets having their breakfast. So, yeah, it's crazy. Well, I'm not going to say crazy. Crazy is probably bad verbiage, excuse me. There's a lot going on. And so, my question to everyone out there is are we, do we need respectability politics? Are they necessary in 2026 like they would have been necessary in, say, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s for Black Americans specifically? And I do want to start off by saying we're going to have a panel discussion on this, but this is a closed or limited panel, meaning I only want people who identify as Black to speak on this subject, because to let anybody else come up and verbalize their opinion kind of waters down the conversation that I am specifically having with Black people. This is no shade and no offense to any of my subs out there, my friends and family who do not identify as Black or Black American. I love y'all, but this is not a discussion for you. So, okay, respectability politics. When I think of that term, I think of survival. I think of assimilation and how, you had back in the day, Black people in America had to basically try to assimilate into American culture. And the overall dominant American culture was white culture, which meant that, you know, there was a different scene and people who were able to quote unquote speak white or speak proper versus people who just spoke in their urban tongue or their Geechee tongue or, anything else that was culturally Black, right? At the time when this was all happening, and it still happens today, don't get me wrong, you hear about the term code switching, which is a real thing. People do code switch. And I'm asking, is it necessary? Has it really, beyond, I would say, the civil rights era, maybe? Has it really helped Black people to try and assimilate into the overall American culture? Or are we just furthering the divide between what we consider to be ratchet folks versus the good Blacks or the good Negroes? I see a lot of conversations happening where people have decided, like, I want a separation of us versus them so that when you see me in the street, you know the difference. But I'm asking, do you really think that there is one in the eyes of other people? And if it's not for the validation of outside cultures, then why do you care? Is my question. Like, why would you ever go into a hotel restaurant, take your camera, go on live, and film two women just having breakfast, minding their business, if it wasn't to shame them for the validation of another culture? So I don't know. What do you think about what I've said so far? Are you there? She might have stepped away. I know she has her son, so I just don't want to. I don't want to like do a lot of talking. If you want to cut in, I always want you to have the ability to cut in and say your piece. And
Okay.
go
Am I
ahead.
boring? I'm sorry. I'm having connection issues.
No, you're not boring at all. I hear you clearly.
Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Let me go. Let me go out and come back in, okay?
Okay, while you do that, I'm going to greet everybody that's coming in because I haven't done that. Sorry to be rude, y'all, but hello, hello, welcome in. I see the cynical one is here. Zero Tats is here. Bagoda, thank you for coming through. SBK Media, thank you so much. And if you, SBK, if you can drop your link, SBK is a great content creator. He has a lot of good talks over on his channel. If you want something that's positive outside of the norm of, you know, what normally happens on some of these spaces, the Black spaces and whatnot, not to shame our people, but I'm just saying, like, I am somebody who likes the mess, but I don't like to stress over it. I'm going to go and indulge, but then I also want to find something calmer, more like intellectual, educational. I support it all, is what I'm trying to say. Well rounded. I support the ratchet and the non ratchet, all right? Let me see who else we have. We have, of course, Tiff, who's on the panel with me right now. We have Young Reyes. Thank you so much for coming through, Reyes. And then we have, did I get everybody? Cynical One, Zero Test, Reyes. I said what I said is another content creator. I would love for you to drop your link as well. I see that she does some political content. And if you're into that, I'm sure she's got some good information. And she's funny. She's a very funny lady as well. So, yes. And then I think I have gotten everybody. Thank you so much for coming through. Hit the like button if you can. And then, Twin, I'm going to go ahead and give you the chance to respond to some of the things that I said already.
Okay, how I sound?
You sound good.
Okay, good. I could not hear you on my end, so I don't know if you can hear me. So that's why I said let me just go out and come back
Oh, you
in.
didn't. So did you hear anything?
I heard you all the way up to the part where you would ask me did I have thoughts, and it started boiling real bad. So I said, oh, it's something going on with me. I did want to add on to when you was talking about the clip of the guy walking up to those two Black women. Now it'd be different, like if they was at like an event, if they was at something where there was a certain dress code, but they're literally at a hotel in the breakfast area having breakfast, right? And the question you asked was it about, you know, about
Outside
appearing.
validation from non-Black people. Are we placating to whites and other races for respectability? Is basically my question.
Absolutely. Cause remember, if you remember the clip, he was like, "Look at this white man," and he turned the camera to the white man and said, "You know, look at him. He don't got no button on." It's like he's over there chilling, having breakfast. You know, he's not even caring. He probably enjoying the view, right?
Now,
But here it is. Oh, I'm
what I
sorry. Go
thought
ahead.
was funny was he said all these white people in here, and then he panned and it was one random white guy. Oh, what the
You
hell?
know,
What are you doing?
what are we doing here? So it's like, yes, I say I'm not gonna say all the time, but majority of the time, yes, is I'm not sure if you're trying to shame them for whatever reason because you know I don't take it as a flex or as a compliment when somebody say, "Oh, you're the good Black," or you know, you're not like the other Blacks. I'm like, what that's supposed to mean? When I hear that from other races of people, because I don't take that as like anything positive because I get as a whole we get this negative stereotype anyway. So you know I get there should be a separation for like certain behaviors and things like that, but that's not a compliment to me. And you know when you have Black people that kind of play into once again assimilating because let me ask you this: would you consider code switching a part of assimilating?
Yes, because you're not okay, yes and no. I probably would, because when I'm at work, I feel like I speak a little bit on the professional side anyway,
Mm-hmm.
which is why when people seem to be shocked when they hear me curse, I'm like, I got the mouth of a sailor, y'all. Y'all just don't know. But I try not to. I try not to put too many curse words on the internet, and I try not to. When I'm at work, especially, I don't curse. Now, whether that's code switching or not depends on how you look at it. It could just be me presenting a more conservative side of myself, but the conservative side is still me, if that makes any sense. When I think of code switching, I think of kind of putting on a mask and not being yourself. So I don't know how you want to define that or how you look at that.
That's definitely one of the ways I look at it, and another way, because I've been seeing it here, kind of a lot, like on TikTok, where you'll have parents go like, because it's like this content where they're going up to their kids like that was raised in the suburbs and asking them to square up, and they're like, huh? And the parents is like, square up. And so they're like, what do you mean? So, like, what do you think square up means? So, they live in a different reality than we do. And so I've seen content where, excuse me, coming up once again, kid born in like the suburbs, the like the millennial parents or like the early Gen Z parents are like teaching them words like between stow or store, or certain words like ebonics that we use in order, like that we might use around our friends, our family, things like that. But then when we go to say corporate or something, we're more like, hello, how are you, sir? We're pronouncing all our r's, not all our r's, but all our like our like all our letters and things like that, compared to the way we may talk with our peers or other people and things like that. That's what comes to mind about code switching. Like you said, pin on a mask and being something kind of other than what you are in order to present a certain way. But then even once again, if we talk about the community, in the community, that's like speaking proper. They'll say, oh, you talk proper, you trying to sound white. And it's like, so talking proper means that I'm trying to sound white, or I'm just speaking quote unquote proper English. Like, I'm confused here.
I got a story for that with the whole talking white thing.
Mm-hmm.
So my mother is from Evanston, and if you know the area, Evanston, like Skokie area, is wealthier Jewish people that live in those areas or lived in those areas at the time. And so I think I speak more like my mom, right? I'm raised by her, raised by I grew up in a two-parent household, but my mother is the person who I followed growing up, right? And then we ended up moving to like the west side of Chicago around my city family. And so when I was younger, I remember going around my cousins and like them telling me, you talk white. I'm like, what? What does that even mean? And I'm like, you talk white. Like, oh, I can't listen to you. And that was the first time I had ever experienced somebody trying to make a differentiation between what blackness was to them. And it never left me. And I don't know that I consider myself talking white today. I think that when you hear me, you know that I'm a black person. At least I assume that. But do I speak like I'm from the hood? No. Was I raised in the hood? Yes. Do I understand hood politics? Yes, absolutely. But I guess is that considered code switching when you can be fluid throughout multiple worlds or multiple realms? I can fit in pretty much anywhere. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
No, that makes perfect sense, because once again,
Hold on, you
like
breaking up?
I've
Though.
ran
You
into,
breaking up?
say, like the hold on. Okay, how I sound now?
Say something now.
That better?
No, you good. You're getting clear
Okay, do
now.
I sound better?
Yeah, good. Very true.
Okay. No, because it's funny that you, because I've been on like, I also heard the opposite where I've heard like, or not heard, I had white women tell me, oh, I taught more black than you. What the fuck? So it's, I'm sorry, what in the world? So it's
That's so
like,
offensive.
what does that even mean? Like, first of all, that's disrespectful. Like, so what is talking white? What is talking black? And what does that sound? And what does that look like? Because I get like there's probably a certain mannerism, a certain quote unquote attitude, or maybe a sound that come with it. Because even sometimes when I do hear like white women that you can tell that they black, and the way they kind of it kind of almost mimicking ours, or like far as their culture. But it's like, but you sound like a Becky that's trying to, that sounds uh urban. I'm not even sure what label to put on it, because I didn't, I've heard that before, like especially moving from, going from the Midwest to the South, about, oh,
Hmm.
you sound white, or you trying to talk proper, and it's like, this is just how I talk. I don't even know what sounding white mean, because I've been around white people, and this is not what they sound like. So I'm confused.
And
Yeah.
just think about it. No matter where you grow up in an immigrant household, right? You're going to have you're going some of the words that you say are going to sound like the people that raised you. Even if, like, I see a lot of my Mexican friends, right? They might be first generation or second generation Mexican. Their parents immigrated here, so they barely speak English, and so the kids were the ones who went to school and learned the English.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you hear them speak, certain words they say still have like a Spanish twang to it. does
Right.
that does that mean that you, like, it's not broken Spanish because they still speak English very clearly, very proper, but you still can hear certain words a twang, right? Does that
Mm-hmm.
mean that all of a sudden, like, we're supposed to make fun of them, or I don't know? It's just like the way people interact sometimes is weird. Like the things that we choose to make fun of each other for. Hey, Tequila, welcome in, welcome in. Our
Hey,
T Trolista
sis.
came in, ABT came in, Char Willie, thank y'all for coming through.
Make sure y'all hit that like button on your way in, please, and thank you.
So we were talking about the good blacks, and so part of this stream, part of this stream was inspired by quite a few things. And I don't know if any of y'all caught DJ Witch Doctor's Not for Human podcast last night when John Galt came up. John, if you were in the building, yes, you were part of the inspiration for this. Um, yeah, it was a kind of a messy stream last night. A lot of fun, a lot of things going on. But then John came and basically wagged his finger at us Negroes for having good old clean messy fun, and it was strange to me because it's just like the tone policing, the policing of black people by black people, and I'm asking, what are we doing this for? Like, if
Because it was giving Uncle Ruckus vibe to me. Like you said,
hold
wagging your
on, hold
finger
on,
at,
hold
you
on,
black, this, you black.
wait, slow down, repeat that because you cut out in the very beginning. Repeat that.
Oh my God, I swear to God. Please let's not have a struggle stream.
No, no, you good,
No,
you're
I
good
said
now.
okay. It was giving Uncle Ruckus. And like that's the vibe I was getting from him, because it was like you over here wagging your finger like you said, and you black this and you black that, and it's like, are you prejudiced or no? Because I'm looking at you and you're clearly black yourself. And then the stupid, I feel like he was rage baiting, because some of the things he was saying, like, well, I know if, like, for example, white people don't got the rent, they got family members that will help. And it's like, so you think all black people don't have like a village or people around that's willing to, you know, like help out when needed be? Like you just act like we're all just. I'm not sure what he thinks, but once again, I feel like it's for race baiting as well. He may not believe it
I
himself. He
think you should
may
be
just be doing it for content, because ain't no way.
I don't know, twin. I think when people rage bait, for the most part, at some point the mask drops. Like that, some way, somehow, they are not always able to stay in character. I believe that John, everything that he says, he believes. I have yet to hear, and I've only really heard him through third parties. I've never actually gone to his channel to, like, listen to the things that he said. When I have seen him talk, when I've seen him speak, it's been on someone else's review of his streams, but it's been consistent.
Well, listen, you know, a good actor, you know, once they get the character, sometimes you can't tell the difference. So I'm you know, put my little hands together and say, let's hope he was. That's who he is, because you know I'd rather people show me who they are so I can just move accordingly. But you know, does he? From what I've seen, he go to panel, you know, spreading his rhetoric, and it's like, okay, so what do you get out of it? Like, do you get a nice little kiss from? Let me not do it. Let me not do it, because when
Well,
I start talking
if
about
you
math stuff like that, it makes me like feel like we're going back in time, and it's nothing like that.
think about it though, like here's something to think about, which was said in a video that we're going to review later. Um, Black people have been code switching, respectability politicking, being the good Black person for since we got out of chains, pretty much, right? And we've been trying to assimilate into America and be the Americans that we were born as since our people were removed from chains. And what has it stopped? We still had hoses on us. We still
Yeah.
had dogs released on us. We were still separated into colored versus white in,
Mm.
you know, the water fountains. Like these things that we talk about, everybody acts like, oh my God, that was so long ago. It didn't happen to you. You're right. I was not born into it. But you know who was? My grandmother, who was alive. You know who
Mm-hmm.
was? My mother, who was alive. So like not to play victim. That's not why I bring these things up. I bring them up to say that, you know, at some point in time, we saw this as a need to survive. If I can be as close to you as possible, then maybe I will get a seat at the table, right? But then we realized we were always going to be the others. It was up to us to have our own validation. It was up to us to see ourselves as the Americans we are and stop letting people give us that go back to Africa bullshit. I'm not from Africa. I've never been to Africa. I have several generations of people who are here, and therefore you will respect my authority as an American. And with that authority as an American, that leaves me the freedom to take myself outside in a bonnet if I should choose to do so or not. Now, I will say that I'm anti bonnet. You will never catch me outside in a bonnet. That's a personal choice, though. And
And
with
see, I'm on
with
the opposite. I'm pro bonnet. I'm just like, you know, depending on the mood and you know what's going on. If you need to throw on that bonnet right quick, throw your bonnet on. You know, and I love how you brought up about like about the image, because you know, like for example, wearing a suit or dressed in respectably and things like that. Back then, even though still put us in the category of quote unquote black, Negro, color, or whatever, we would still look at the same no matter how you know we were dressed or how we came off. So,
hmm
especially in like this day and time, 2026, what's wrong with a bonnet in an area where like once again you're in the breakfast notes, people are waking up, they're coming down to eat, and so if they still have on their pajamas, they might got their slippers on, they got their bonnets on, why bother them, you know?
and that's why we're doing the stream today. Is because you know while respectability politics might have been something that people used to survive at a point in time, is that necessary today? I actually question. I put a poll up on my community wall regarding Jasmine Crockett and whether or not she lost simply because of her policies, or if she lost because she was considered sophisticated. Is it the fact that people didn't like her being brazen and bold and very vocal, and they wanted her to play respectability politics more than she was willing to do? Was she too authentic and unapologetically Black in her approach? Or was it that they actually disagreed with the policies? Now, I know on some end, I saw a lot of people say that Jasmine Crockett played herself by um, supporting the immigration and like sticking her neck out for Latino people and not really focusing on Black issues. That was one of the main complaints that I saw about her. What else did they say? I was trying to think, trying to think. We'll get back to that. Hey, One Spirit, thank you for coming in. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And then let me get to some of these comments. Sorry, I've been running my mouth and not even showing the comments, and y'all have been chatting away. Appreciate y'all. Let me see. And Pagoda asked that I said that there were Jews in the city that I was raised in or grew up in. I don't know what you mean by what kind of Jews exactly. I didn't really get involved with Jewish culture. I'm just telling you of what I know of the people who were living there and I believe still live there for the most part. Um, who cares what people think of us? That's what I'm asking. Who cares? Why is this a thing that people are doing? And
Right.
then
Because that's my premise. Why do we care so
why
much
do
about what people gotta say?
absolutely being bold has not been embraced in the past 10 years. Was it ever really embraced though, Child Willie? Do you think that boldness amongst black people was ever truly embraced? Because to me, when I think of the bold and I think of history, I think of people like Malcolm X. He was very bold. And I think of even Dr. King was considered bold. And they were public enemy number one and two for their ability to unite and radicalize, in quotations, people. Has America ever liked, first of all, oh my God, that's something I wanted to get into. Has America ever really liked a bold black person? Because I say no, but I haven't been on this earth for that long to be able to say with a definite opinion. I can only give you from my perspective, and from my perspective, the answer is no. As long as I've been an adult, even just think about terms like the angry black woman. Angry black woman, even in like corporate America and working, I don't know how many of you have ever worked in an office setting or a professional setting, but just think about how we even have to tone police ourselves in bringing up an issue or a gripe. Like I'm conscious, very self-conscious of making sure that I'm not too bold, not too brazen, not too aggressive in my approach of even just saying a grievance because I don't want to be labeled the angry black woman. Instead of just being able to say, hey, this is something that I don't like, that's not being done well, that could be done better. I have to tone police it to some extent because of the labeling. And especially when you work in a setting, a corporate setting where there aren't a lot of you. That has been the bulk of my adult experience is working in places where I might be one of three, one of one. So yeah, I don't know what to say about that, but I say no. I don't think. I don't think. But I'm gonna go down. I see other people. Hey, Gabe has come in. Gabe A. Um,
What that? Okay, can you ask that question again? Do you say you think Black America? I mean, not America. Do America like what now? I know you
does has
landed.
America ever has? So she said being bold has not been embraced in the past 10 years. My question is, has boldness ever been embraced for Black people? Do you think that if we had a Black version of Donald Trump in all of his Trumpness, that America would have embraced him the way that they did champion Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely not. Because you think something too is like off subject, but in relation to like once again like boldness. So, for example, like people that get tattoos, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
might have like a sleeve on tattoo, but they're a nurse, they're a doctor. I've seen like social experiments where those people are judged over the people that don't have tattoos because it's like, oh well, for the tattoos you're radical, you're not as educated, but then with no tattoos you more clean cut looking or whatever. So then come to find out that person that has tattoos maybe look more rugged looking, actually is very intelligent and probably
Mm-hmm.
a better doctor for you than the person that look quote unquote clean cut.
Right. I've seen doctors that have full sleeve tattoos. You never know they were a doctor because of the stigma and the prejudice that comes with full sleeve tattoos.
Mm-hmm. So I kind of
Thank
like
you.
align with that because it's like a prejudice, uh, especially like a negative stereotype when it comes to Black people already. And I feel like as Black people, we enforce it as well. because I'm sure a time or two we all has probably turned our nose up to people that live in like probably like the quote unquote lower class of like society, poverty, or the projects and stuff like that, and say, oh, they're the quote unquote a society and things like that, but not looking at the fact like, well, that's just their environment, but does that make them bad people? That mean they don't deserve respect as someone like Jasmine Crockett? Let's say if she's from like that type of neighborhood, but she quote unquote made something herself, but she's not going to eliminate who she is just for optics.
Hold on, you're breaking up now. Excuse me.
Well, my question is why those types aren't embraced now? Could they did go through the quote unquote assimilating. It's just they kept certain blackness parts of themselves, and I guess people don't like that image. You have to be a certain way to be accepted. Boy, what you doing? Hold on.
Can you imagine like what it was like going through school for somebody like Jasmine Crockett? She's unapologetically black. She did not try to code switch herself. So imagine being in school, going through the educational system, dealing with people who already feel like you're there because of affirmative action and not because of the fact that you're qualified to be there, that you're capable of being there and doing what you need to do. So you're combating with the idea of not being good enough, being too black, and also understanding that you're fucking amazing at what you're doing, and you have to come through and actually prove yourself. Like at the same time, all of the different arrows that might have been pointing at her at the same time, and yet she still was able to graduate, still be able to be an attorney, still able to run for office, get elected, even though she didn't make this last or didn't get elected again this last election they had in Texas. Just think about what she's endured to get to where she was to begin with. And then for people to act like she's some, and I say this in quotations, hood booger, like I think it just does a disservice, and it puts us, I don't like the great divide. That's what I call this. I feel like we're at a place where you're either a good black or you're everybody else. And in the everybody else, they aren't allowing for the nuances of people. And then we have like the turning your nose up at what's considered lower class, poor people. And none of, well, I ain't gonna say none of us are rich. I'm gonna say I'm not rich, okay? But looking down on people that you see as less than because of a life that they, in most cases, didn't choose. You were born into this. Like a lot of people that I knew who were on like public assistance who were born into it because of whatever was going on in their family. Does that mean, like, I hear the first thing that I hear people insult, especially online in these spaces, but in real life as well, start calling people poor, talk about how much more money you have, and like what makes them, I guess, what am I trying to say? Not a bad, I'm sorry. I was looking on YouTube and trying to highlight a comment and couldn't get to it. Okay, hang on. Y'all bear with me.
I mean, that with public assistance, what gets me is we know that white people, white women in particular, are the majority that get those assistance. So with black women being the face of it and then being shamed for it, like why? Like people need help out here sometimes. So why is it such a negative thing that, oh well, black women on assistance, they get EBT, blah blah blah. But then we hear these stories about white people that are finessing the system in that sense. They have it like that, but for whatever reason they want more, and so actually taken away from the people that really need it. But they don't get talked about the way black women get talked about.
I mean, black people too. I don't want to gender it, because we do have terms like YN, which is a negative. I mean, I use it jokingly. I use it with affection to some extent when I be calling people YNs. But the overall greater society, to be a YN is not a positive thing. Like, it's associated with crime. It's associated with no job. It's associated with robbing. It's associated with basically being a public menace. And that's a term used against black men. or Black young men, I should say. I just want to make sure I'm covering everything. Okay. And then Cynical One says, maybe a light skinned monoracial person is more accepted than a dark skinned monoracial person, especially the light eyes like Tyra Banks. Like a Zendaya or a Kiki Palmer. And hey, Silent, welcome in. I hope everybody is doing well. I want to play a little bit of content. We're gonna review something, and then I'm gonna talk a little bit more, and then eventually we're gonna drop the link for the panel because I do want to hear other people's opinions on this. Like, I just want you to keep in mind some of the questions that I've been asking, especially in regards to respectability politics and the necessity to have them for Black people in the year 2026. Have we earned our freedom papers to just be ourselves, or are we tricking ourselves in believing that you can be authentically Black? Is your authenticity, excuse me, y'all gotta bear with me, these words sometimes. Is your authenticity going to cost you in the long run, or are we finally in a place when you can just be Black? That's what I want to know. Okay, so let me think. Do you think we should go with Monique first or the bonnet clip first, since the bonnet clip was one of the inspiration? Well, I think Monique. What you think, Twin?
I think so, and then it's probably shorter than the clip that you want to review, so we can. Let me share my screen. And make sure everybody that's coming in, please hit the like button. And if you want to, support, hey, they go to handle. Okay. All right, let's take a look at this.
Sweet babies, my name is Monique, and if I ran the world, I would ban goddamn bonnets, slippers, and pajamas out in public. And let me tell you why.
Now, notice she didn't say anything about a do-rag, about, anything in that sort. Just right, but I just wanted to point that out.
I'll ban that shit.
Before you started, pause it. Fair use. By the way, we are reviewing content from YouTube. We're going to pause it and talk through it, but I just want to say fair use. This is a review for educational purposes.
Absolutely.
If you washed your ass or not. I've got to assume if you clean. I've got to assume if you've brushed your teeth. I'm not saying bonnets are bad. Bonnets are for home. And they're not even really goddamn bonnets. They shower caps. They can make us buy any damn thing. A bonnet is from Little House in the Prairie where they tied it around their damn throat. But that damn bonnet outside with the whole Halloween costume, you can wear that only on Halloween day. The bonnet, the pajamas, and the slippers. And I was so grateful when the gynecologist put a note up on their door. You cannot come in here and get checked if you have on a bonnet, pajamas, and slippers, because I don't know if I'm going to smell a whiff of wolf. I don't know if the ass is clean. I don't know what it is. Black women, you are beautiful. We are supposed to show all of our beauty and our glory.
What you think about that?
Like, okay, I get where she's coming from, right? I get her premise, but it's like, just because somebody got on, once again, like looks presentable, got on a suit, got on a dress or whatever, doesn't mean they wash their ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, how we know they didn't just, put some deodorant on and spray on some fragrance or some cologne to try to cover up the must, right? But I get that she doing this in like a comedic sense. So, she used it like, well, not even a bonnet, it's a shower cap. Like, I've seen both. I've seen bonnets, I've seen shower caps, but it's not the same thing. But once again, when you think of a bonnet, you think of a white woman, the Little House on the Prairie type of thing. But they wore their bonnets outside, right? But once again, it's a problem. You want to ban bonnets for us as Black women because we're beautiful and we should want to look our best. But some days, like, if you just run into the store right quick and you don't feel like getting dressed up, dolled up, or even quote unquote look like, because one thing about it, sometimes you just may just want to run out, get something, come right back. And sometimes, just throwing on something to make yourself presentable, that may take time. And you may time that just to run out and get something right quick. So I'm just like, once again, I'm not sure why bonnets are such a villain in the Black community. I don't get it.
Well, here's the
So
thing.
she was
E-
saying about
Even
no do rag.
even outside of us, right? You act like the greater society doesn't have people like if you've been in any of these suburban areas, especially around white suburban people, I done seen them walk with no shoes on outside. I have seen them
Mm-hmm.
absolutely go into the schools with what looks like pajamas, like they rolled out of bed, hair matted, all greasy. Like the politicking and policing we seem to do for ourselves, but they don't do it. I don't see them really like going in on their own people in the way that we tend to do. And so,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I understand there was like the gynecologist who said that people were coming into office unwashed, but she never specified that was a black thing. She said, "Wash your ass before you come lay on my table." That's a
Right.
given. Like that goes across the board universally. So I don't know how she made the correlation to say no bonnet, no service. Like I have to go back and actually see that for myself, or just to see if Monique added that in. But I just feel like I don't know. I'm gonna let her play some more. Let it talk.
And like I agree with Brownie. She said if you have on PJ, people will assume you didn't wash. And I understand that. It's like, but once again, like if you're not worried about what people are assuming and you're just going to do whatever you need to do, then what they think don't matter in that moment. Because like I did see something here, I think it was this morning, and a went off her kid at school. Now she had on a pajama where it was like up the crack of her ass, right? And it looked like yeah, that was not appropriate to let alone be trying to like wear outside but drop your kid off in, right? So like stuff like that I get, but just people minding their business in a sense, like yeah, like why are we so gun ho on policing each other, but like other cultures or races is not that gun hold on checking them about what they're doing in that moment, because once again you don't know what people got going on, you don't know where they're going and how, like even with the whole wearing bonnets at the airport. My thing is like they get on an airplane, we don't know how long their flight is, maybe they want to be comfortable, so you're telling me if they throw on some one of those fuzzy little pajama pants and they bonnet, that is like a disgrace for the image of black people? I'm trying to understand. Or black women. See, Brian said I barely wear a bonnet in bed, and girl, I keep my bonnet on in bed because one I was kind of raised is that it protects our hair, or at least have a satin pillow. But to me, like I slip and slide too much on the satin pillow, so even though sometimes the bonnet do slip off, I'm going to sleep with my bonnet. But it's all about, like, once again, I don't know if it's like a cultural visual, because I've seen my mom wear scarves. She'll tie a scarf on around her head, especially if she got her hair rolled and she got to go to the store right quick. Oh, she's putting that scarf on, go to the store, get whatever she needs to make for dinner, and she's coming back home, right? She ain't going out nowhere to impress nobody or anything, just, minding her business, doing what she needs to do, and going home.
And then, like Cynical said here, this comment: there were black women on the internet who defended the use of bonnets during a meeting. That's overkill. I agree. In an
Now
actual
that's too much.
professional setting, wearing a bonnet to work, absolutely not. I would not expect you to do that. But in a relaxed, we're talking bonnets, but I don't want this to go over y'all's head. I hope
Mm-hmm.
everybody's following me. This is not just defense of the bonnets. This is not the Black Women's Bonnet Defense Force. No, that's not what we're doing. We're talking culture, right? And black people being able to be black without being policed. The bonnet is a symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Follow me along, all right? So when you go to work in your professional work setting, depending on where you work, no, you wouldn't wear a bonnet. Some people have to wear hairnets because they work around food. That's what they put on their heads. Other people might wear a hat because they're a coach at a basketball game, or a coach at a football game, or a coach at a baseball game. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it would change the headdress that you wear. Now, when I go to an office, I'm not wearing either of those things. I'm wearing my hair as it is. And we'll get to the office hair politics in a bit too, because that ties into this whole respectability
Yeah.
conversation. And then Brownie
And I'm
said,
definitely not condoning that, because I believe also there's a time and place for everything, and a bonnet or whatever in a meeting is definitely not one of those times. So I agree with that. So trying to defend that, yeah, that's definitely overkill.
and she said she keeps her head wrap in her bag when she's catching flights and traveling. Yes, makes sense.
Mhm.
Can't wear a bonnet or any indoor clothes outside. And now, see, I was raised the same way, man. I was raised the same way, and I agree with Brownie. She said the same thing. She was just raised not to wear a bonnet outside, and so I don't. But does that mean that you police other people's ability to have the free will to wear the bonnet when they choose to?
Right.
And then let me see. Zero says there's a time and place for everything. I agree with that. Comfy sweatpants versus are greater than the fuzzy pajama pants. I agree with that. I agree with that. But you know what? Now, sometimes when you go into these stores, because of trends and how people wear things, you will see them selling what looks like pajama pants in regular pants areas. Like the lines are being even blurred by the fashion industry. And King Picks, welcome in. I see that you've come through. If y'all could hit the like button for us, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna let her go ahead and play the rest of this Monique stream.
Every time we step out our houses. So think about the little girls coming behind you when you're in the store in your Halloween costume. My name is Monique.
But and literally think about the girls behind. Yeah.
Hold the French toast. Is that T.S. Madison? I didn't even realize that she was
Yeah.
talking to T.S. Okay, well, this is like getting interesting. Okay, I didn't mean to pause
That's
that,
a
but I'm just
whole layered conversation right now. That just happened. Just right now, explaining to T.S. Madison about what Black women. Okay, moving along. That's a topic for another day.
yeah, we're moving along, good girl.
Yes, please.
Woof a woof. It's unfair. You bet.
Oh, shit.
Hey, my sweet babies. My name is Monique. And if I ran the world.
Okay, that was the end of that. So that was a pretty short clip. So, okay. So I want to go past it, but just to kind of add that in. So now how do you feel about her? Because I get, she's probably on her platform and probably just, she's being interviewed or having a conversation, but how do you feel about her talking to T.S. Madison about people about Black women in bonnets?
I don't want to touch that right now. No, I want to skip right past that.
Okay.
Altogether. Yeah. That again, that's a whole nother topic for another day on if nah. So let's play the bonnet clip. So since you all have had the opportunity to see Monique and her stance and what some people are saying. Now I understand saying that you look at these people and you wonder if they stink or not. I can kind of understand the point of that, but why are you even focused on that? If you're not dealing with these people that you see in these bonnets directly, if they have no impact on your life, if this lady walks past in her pajama pants and her bonnet and never crosses a direct path with you, what does it even matter? Why does it bother you so much? Because to me, I'm wondering, is part of this some internalized hate? Are we home policing so much because we got to wag our fingers at somebody and you're going to look down on the people that you see as less than you, which is Miss Bonnet minding her business, probably on her way to Miami. Okay, so I want to now play something and then let me do a share screen. And then King Pick says his thing is that his parents never let him outside with a bonnet or a do-rag. Mine didn't either. But let me tell you, I have siblings, right? I'm the oldest of all of my siblings. So while I may have followed what my parents said, that doesn't mean everybody else is. I have twin sisters that are right behind me. One of my sisters, you think a bonnet is her actual hair, how much she wears it everywhere she goes. And I tried to say, hey, you know, we weren't raised to wear this. Like, what are you doing? Why are you not wearing your hair out? And she basically told me to mind my business. What can I say to that? Like, at the end of the day, I can try and pull you back in as well, but she's grown. She can absolutely do what she wants to do. So let me see. Share screen. And we're going to share audio. Okay, can I full screen that? Is that possible? And I see Tay Tay has come in. Hey, Taylor. And DJ Naff, welcome in. Welcome in. Appreciate you both for joining us. Hopefully you hit the like button on your way in. We're talking good blacks and respectability politics, okay? And you said it's not internalized hate. Representation matters. All right. When I drop the link, Taylor, I hope you have some time to come up because I do want to hear your opinion on this as well. I did say that this is going to be a limited panel, meaning I only want people who identify as black to come and speak on this matter. It's just one of those issues that everybody is welcome to listen to if you are here, and I appreciate you being here, but the only voices that actually matter in a conversation like this are the black voices.
Amen.
Okay, hold on, I'll take this on mute. I might have to refresh it. Let's see.
Like I said, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Carry on. Carry on. Bunny, 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 bunny. Bunny and bunny. Bunny and bunny. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's okay, okay. Bunny girls. Good morning, bunny twins. That should be a shame to have a bunny with all these white folks in here. What the hell wrong with y'all? Show some culture. Take them things off y'all goddamn head. No. They don't have damn bunnies on. Come on, now take them things off. Well, you get my hair. Show some color about yourself. Show some bravery. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Now, see, that's some weirdo shit. Like, why are you going up to these women unprovoked, talking about they biased and look at all these white people in here, and then you keep panning at the camera like one white man minding his business in his breakfast. I'm bothered. Like, you're more bothered than he is. Like, the hell? Candy? Oh, she went on mute.
Oh, my bad. I'm running my mouth. See, you know what? That was the universe slowing me down.
Okay.
That was the universe catching me and slowing me down. I appreciate that. Good looking out. Okay. What I was saying was, he panned over to that one white random person in there who was minding his business with his back turned, not paying any of them attention because he was doing what? Eating his breakfast. The same thing you could have sat down and done instead of pulling out your phone, going live and streaming two people minding their business eating breakfast, right? Now, granted, watching this, I couldn't tell. I have to be honest here, moment of transparency. I could not tell whether or not this was a skit or whether or not this was real, to be honest with you. I didn't see the origin video. I've seen it uploaded several times over, but I don't know where it actually came from. What makes me question whether or not this was a skit for content was the young lady with the black bonnet. Like, her response to him wasn't as heated as I think it probably naturally would have been. Like, even in the, well, you gonna pay for my hair? And like, I don't know. It seemed like, I'm gonna be honest, if you filmed me in public without my permission, I wouldn't have been so nice. Nah.
I'm about to say, because like, he was real bold to just go up to two random women and start recording them without their permission. Like, I'm surprised, they didn't get as irate as, a little bit more irate than that, because I'm sorry, my mouth would have got the flowing. Ain't no way.
Well, here's the
And
thing. How do you shame them for wearing their bonnet and pajamas in public, and then you turn around and make that content for the entire internet? Now they're in public over the internet. Like, make that make sense.
mhm. And it definitely was, because that's what I mentioned before, Keyshawn. It was giving Uncle Ruckus vibe, because it's like, look at these black women here in they bonnets. Look at the white man. Look, white man, these women in they bonnets. You see what we got to deal with type of energy. Like, sir, if you don't go get your little muffin and your banana and your orange juice and go sit down somewhere and eat.
And that's the question. That was my thing. Why is he performing for whites? The white man wasn't concerned. That man just wanted to have his coffee so he could have his morning. Like, listen, it was just crazy to me. Look at all these white people in here, and there's one dude with his back turned to you, unbothered. Let me make this bigger, because I feel like I am straining to see. There we go. I'm like, why am I struggling to read the comments? Okay. He didn't have to do all of that, acting like Uncle Ruckus. That's exactly what he did, acting like Uncle Ruckus. Had you all seen this clip beforehand? Hey, Juju, welcome in. She said, right, even though they look like they just got out of bed, that's none of his business. And is it, okay, so if you're in a hotel, you know how they have the continental breakfast hours at some of these hotels. Is it wrong to go down and have breakfast in your pajamas? Are you too comfortable? Is that too much like home? Because I like the way that I grew up when we were on vacation and whatnot, we had the continental breakfast. We got dressed, we got clothes on, we got dressed, we got everything together, and then went down and ate. And then went on about our day to wherever we were going on vacation. So like, to see them in these bonnets is abnormal to how I grew up, but I don't feel like they deserve to be harassed and publicly humiliated for it. And then you said you'll argue that he's making Black people look bad, being loud. Yes, fair point. So what is worse, the bonnet, or you trying to police them being the loud Negro calling for all this attention in your main character syndrome?
Mm-hmm. That's a very good point. Because now you're making Black people look bad by being obnoxious.
Absolutely. That is a stereotype we have to battle and deal with too, the loud Negroes. All right, so let me see. It seemed like they were in a hotel coming down for breakfast. That's exactly where they were, One Sierra. That's exactly what was happening. And then to record them, which is weird.
Mm-hmm.
You shame me for being in my pajamas, and then you put me on Beyonce's internet. And yes, I did say that, Beyonce. You put me on Beyonce's internet in my pajamas to be shared and shared and shared and shared and shared and shared over and over and over without my permission. So what's worse, skid or not, that man should just mind his business. I completely agree. And then I'm asking, what is the point of doing that? Like, do you think it's going to stop Miss Bonnet and Bonnet number 2 from wearing bonnets in public? You think that's actually going to stop them? Or is it just to get a kiki at a Black woman's expense? You said you don't agree with the recording. However, what's the standard and how do we enforce it? Or do we just stay silent? Is it our job to enforce anything on other people? Or is that the hotel's job? Now, if this was a hotel manager, and not on video, but I'm saying if I was sitting in a hotel restaurant and I saw a hotel manager come over and tell some people that they won't be served because of their attire and they needed to go change, I wouldn't see anything wrong with it if that was the rules of the place. Like, how many of y'all have gone into clubs where they said no gym shoes, or where they said no t-shirts? Like, if they have clearly established rules for their facility, then just follow the rules. Like, there would be nothing wrong with that. But who are you, or who am I to turn around and tell them what they can and cannot wear? Why do we need to enforce anything on now? Is my question.
Right. Unless the company or the establishment is enforcing the rules, just like if you go into like a grocery store and they said no shirt, no shoes, no service, right? So it's like, okay, you gotta have on a shirt, you gotta have some shoes, you gotta, you won't get served. So same thing. So I personally have never seen a sign up where they say, far as like one of these, motel, hotel, continental breakfast type of areas, it don't say anything about no pajamas in that area. So why are people so worried about what people are wearing in the morning at breakfast? 'Cause you never know, they may just say, hey, let's go eat something right quick, and then we're gonna go get dressed and run out of here. We don't know what their plans are, but just to like run up to somebody and be like, "Ooh, you got," no, like that's like run up to you and your receded hairline and say this is unacceptable. Right? You should have colored that in before you came downstairs. Nobody gonna do that. You feel offensive if somebody came and do that to you. So, and to me, when I would think about bonnets, I look at it also as sometimes maybe a form of protection, because you never know. Somebody might get their hair did up nice or whatever, and they don't want to, they don't want to get it messed up or something going out right quick, or even the opposite, their hair might be looking toe up from the flow up. They might need to get it done. So instead of, because they might not wear wigs, so they might just throw on something right quick to cover their hair. We don't know, but it's just far as the standard, are we supposed to, as like individual people, pushing the standard, or should those establishment push those standards? Because nobody walked up to them and said, hey, this is a problem, I need to go change, I need to go put the clothes and whatever. It's like this one individual going up to these two ladies trying to enforce rules that's not even there, if that makes sense.
I want to address this comment. You don't need permission to film anyone in public as long as it's not a private area like a restroom. That is true. However, hotels are not considered public property, they're private property. So you would need permission, as this would be considered, in most cases, private property. That's what made me question whether or not this was a skit.
And my thing is, okay, I want to, about that comment too, even if, you don't need somebody's permission, isn't that still weird? Like, you're just, like, I personally wouldn't go up to somebody for whatever reason, start recording them. Like, if I'm going to record them, I'm going to get the permission or whatever. But it's like, why had that become such a normal thing just to start recording people without even their knowledge? For what? For
you know what? It's like that clip that you have. Can we bring back Shane? What? But that, you know what I'm talking about? I can't even think of it. The young man's name who sang the song. Bitch, get your ass a job. Get a job. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I think that's their way of bringing back public shame. Yeah.
But even in that song, he was wearing a bonnet.
He sure was. He sure was. Okay, so like he was trying to get approval from Master. Yeah, it feels kind of that way. And you say no, you've gone down to the lobby plenty of times. Okay, all right. And in the hotel lobby, you think he's either a yag, or you think he only dates white women? That's an interesting take on it. I would like to know why you say that. Why do you think that that's his MO, Silent? When we drop the link, I definitely want you to hit the link and tell us why you think that's the motivation for doing that. And we want to keep saying mind our business until we want or expect other people to get involved on our behalf. You can't have it both ways. Okay, now, I definitely want to expand on that, because the hotel, like we presented the hotel, having rules up as an alternative. If they didn't follow the rules of the hotel, is that other people involved on our behalf? I don't understand. Who would be the people to get involved on our behalf to police someone in a bonnet outside of the actual facility? Seeing people with their pants that are literally past their butt is weird, but a stranger going up to them about it is weird too. Fair point. So like, if we're not going to record people for sagging pants where I can see the hole in your boxer, I don't think we should be policing or recording people for wearing bonnets either. Like, at what point is this just for the humiliation and not for actual course correction? You said you go eat breakfast before everyone. Okay, you go. Okay, Simon, I got you. It's more the norm now to go enjoy a continental breakfast in loungewear. Okay. And you said they're embarrassed about everything else but having a job and not finishing their education, dressing like a 15-year-old teen at 50 and all kinds of other shit. Snaps, all right? You said, what's wrong with making that noise? Everyone here does that. I don't know what you mean, that noise. I might be behind. He was out of pocket for recording them. I think we all agree there. Yeah, recording, like, just don't do it. Just don't do it. You think, I am thinking, mind your business. Unless it's a dress code, keep it moving. Yeah, okay. Y'all bear with me. I'm trying to get caught up on the comments. I appreciate you all being here. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like button for us, if you want to share out the stream, we definitely want to get into the algorithm, get some eyes on this topic. We'll be dropping a link here shortly, but I mean, we just kind of wanted to go over a few things. Again, I don't want you to think that this is just a conversation of Black women supporting bonnets. I want you to go bigger, broader picture. Zoom out for me a little bit so you can see the bigger, broader picture. This is really a conversation of urban culture or ratchet culture versus what is considered good Black people. And as Tiff said in the very beginning of the stream, being called a good one, a good Black person, is not a compliment. I've actually had somebody that I was close to from another culture say, like, she would use the word ghetto a lot. And it would bother me when I would hear her say it, because I'm like, are you saying that because I'm here, or are you saying that because that's part of your actual, like, word reserve? Like, what's happening right now? And then I brought it up to her one day. I'm like, I don't really like the way you use the term ghetto. It doesn't sit well with me. And she was like, oh, well, but I don't mean you. Like, you're not like them. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? What does not like them mean? Because to me, you're trying to other me and make me a token, and I ain't nobody's token.
Okay, say that loud for the ones in the back.
He said, if a stranger's like that with me, I'd question their mental state, because people who are sane don't act like that. Very true. When did we get so comfortable going out in public with our PJs? But that's my thing now. It's not just us. If you look around, everybody is outside in their PJs. That seems to be what has happened with modern society. Look back, just think about it. I told you all the story probably some streams ago of going through my great grandmother's photo albums and looking at the clothes that they wore back in the day. My biggest regret, outside of the fact that I never got to meet this particular grandmother, this woman, was the fact that she had a banging ass wardrobe. Everything that I saw her in pictures in was like, man, do y'all still got this? Does anybody have this? Y'all didn't keep her closet? How did you do that to me? I feel robbed. But people back in those days wore different attire. It was not uncommon for men to wear suits on a regular basis. Are y'all wearing suits today? No. Not unless you go into some specific situation that calls for it.
Exactly.
You said he just be saying anything at times, okay? Or could you say red pill and have been influenced by these dudes on YouTube? No, I mean, I'm not going to say anybody who says that what those women are doing is wrong is red pill or influenced by YouTube. It could just be the way that they were raised. Like I said, I am anti-bonnet in public. Personally, though, I would never walk up to another black woman and shame her and tell her what she should and shouldn't be doing. First of all, I would expect to get cussed out because I would cuss you out if you came up to me all in my business like that. No. Society is made up of several groups of people, white, black, brown. How a group is perceived by a small few can affect the entire group. I don't disagree with you there, Nav. I don't. I do believe representation matters. But I believe also in being the change that you want to see. You be the representation, right? Like the small, I don't know. I feel like we look at ratchet culture, urban culture, these people who are unapologetically black, and we associate all of the negativity that we can think of to these folks. And those are still our people. Like those are our cousins, or they're our family members. Hell, in some situations and cases, they were us at one point in time before you might have got a little money, right? So I just feel like I don't even know how to say what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna come back to that though.
So basically, I'm getting out of that I need to start going up to these men and questioning why they're not wearing suits. Excuse me, sir. Why are you wearing slacks? We need suits.
Wait. Say it again. Why they're not wearing what?
Wearing suits. I'm gonna start going up to black men that's wearing jeans, slacks. If they're not wearing professional attire, I'm gonna have to get a reason why they're not dressed up to code, right? So if you're in the grocery store and you're wearing some jeans, I'm gonna walk up to you and be like, "Why you don't got on a suit, bro?" Like, imagine how that's gonna look.
It's gonna look crazy, and I would advise to never do that. One of them those YNs gonna cuss you clean out and might pull some on you too. Nobody says it when Becky is wearing her SpongeBob SquarePants PJs in the grocery store, but LaQuisha gets criticized for her bonnet. Fact.
Yep.
Fact.
All in. Mm-hmm.
I live in the suburbs now, right? I see it all the time. Where I live is predominantly a white area, right? And I see it all the time with how they come outside. You know, I don't know if you ever see on like back in the day Facebook, not on Facebook anymore, but back in the day Facebook had like the whole what they wear to Walmart series, and everybody in there looked a hot mess. It wasn't just black people. That was the Walmart culture.
Right. So is it quote unquote, like you said, a race thing, or is it like modern time because people are just comfortable now? It's like, oh, why we need to dress up to go to freaking Walmart? All we're going to do is do a little shopping. Like, what do we do?
I mean, it was beyond not dressing up though with Walmart. Walmart had some strange things happening in those aisles. That's all I can say about that. He said back in the days, those clothes were expensive and limited, and men always had on suits back in our great. Yes, they did. And the clothes were very much felt expensive. You know why? Because it wasn't this fast fashion, cheap China-made crap. Like you actually had tailored clothes, and a lot of the people back then could tailor their own stuff. You know, our grandmothers had the skill set to be able to go in and, you know, take the dresses in or take the pants in, make them shorter, make them longer. Like they had those skills, and not a lot of, well, I don't say not a lot of people, excuse me. I will say I personally don't possess that skill, but I do know that it existed. My point is men still dress nice. It's just a new era and new time. No, that's not true. Because if we're going to, okay, I'm not going to say all men, of course. I'm never all anything on this channel. But I will say, if we're going to point out the minority of people who think it's okay to wear bonnets in public, then we also have to point out the minority of people who don't feel like sagging their pants is a problem at 40 and 50 years old. Really, it's a problem in your 20s too, because I don't want to see your drawers. I don't care that they're Calvin Klein.
Right. And I don't think the point is, or we're denying that men don't dress nice, or nobody dress nice in these days. I think the question raised here is, should we be policing people that's not quote unquote dressing nice in public, doing regular things? Because you know it's so crazy. Okay, if we're going back and forth on you know, when it comes to Becky and LaQuisha. So there was at one point like videos popping up of, you know, this white girl, and she's dressed in nice. She had on like, she's always dressed in like a nice dress and always wear heels. And I guess basically she's showing us that, you know, people judging her. So it's like there's a camera on her, but then of course you're looking around and people just staring at her, giving her looks. And
It's
of course
because she was dressed up. Is that what you're saying?
she was dressed up. Right. And you know, people like, and you know, it was a mixture. Some people would, you know, just dress regular. They had on like jean t-shirts, or, you know, they quote unquote would dress nice, but not like how she would dress nice. Or you have people that just, you know, dress however, but she was getting like this stank face, like, oh, who she thinks she is? She got on heels and she got on this like little dress and just, you know, minding her business. But the look that she was getting, you know, once again, if it's about images, everything, why is quote unquote her own people looking her up and down? Like, why is she out here in the mall dressed like that? Right, a place where you go, you're walking and you're going to in and out of stores. So you would think you want some comfortable shoes on, but no, she said, I'm about to wear these heels and I'm gonna look nice. But the look they were giving her, maybe I can go find that right quick to kind of just show you um the difference in like reaction that, you know, that she was getting.
And then here's a fair point that Silent made. He said he needs to go up to some YNs and tell them to pull up their pants and see what happens. There you go. Why are you bothering these black women? If you had seen some YNs in there getting their breakfast with their pants sagging, would you have done the same thing? My guess is no. I would say no. You walk right past them and let them live. And then May says, I prefer to be in orderly, decent places. If I see stuff that bothers me, I just realize I need to move around and likely check myself, step up my game. Water seeks its own level. And there's nothing wrong with that, man. If you decide when you're in a place like that that you don't belong, again, Walmart. I gave that as an example a little bit ago. I don't shop at Walmart. I don't go through Walmart. I do have a Sam's Club card. I will go through Sam's Club. Now, granted, they're different, but kind of the same. But you don't see streams of people in Sam's Club, or at least I haven't seen any streams of the chaos that comes through Sam's Club, because you got to pay for that membership. And the folks that are walking through Walmart with the things that I've seen are not paying for Sam's Club memberships. Nav says y'all have no idea what those white dudes be saying to or about those white women. That conversation has nothing to do with us. I mean, I don't care what those white dudes say about white women. That's the point. It's not for, like, those women should have the ability to wear what they want to wear. If those are not your cup of tea women, don't focus on them. Move around to the ones like May, who says she's going to go somewhere else. Go somewhere else with her. I see all races of women wearing pajamas at the grocery store when I go grocery shopping. It ain't just white women, black, white, Mexican, Asian, and so on. That's my whole point. Is in this modern day era, to me, we are the only ones who do this policing. I get what Naf is saying about we don't know what they're saying about them, but I've yet to see them go viral for what they say to them. That seems to be only us that is doing that. And hey, Panda, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. And let's see, she says, I am not about to confront anybody. It's just a sign that I need to do better when I see things around me that I find distasteful. Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that at all. You said you quit going to Daytona, Florida because of all the white folk down there walking around in the grocery store and their bare feet. Thank you. That was one of the points that I brought up. I've seen white people walking around bare feet, no shoes, looking like just smell-o-vision. Absolutely. Like, I'm glad that I'm standing here and not right up on you, because I'm pretty sure you have a sit. And is it my job to go tap them and say, excuse me, sir, ma'am, go wash your ass? No. And there's that's where the term dirty foot comes from. If we're going to be honest, man, I know you've heard that. I've seen these women at work who dress real nice versus the ones who threw something on. They look at her like a problem. Yes. And here's the thing though. From personal experience, I can say if that woman continues to do what she does and people see her grow and the response that the company has with her being dressed nice, those women might be influenced. Oh,
Okay, your headphone died. Okay, just give her a few minutes so she can reconnect here. All right, bear with us. So while we wait patiently, okay, y'all please hit that like button. Okay, I think y'all doing well in that regard. Hold on, let me check. Okay, make sure the views match match the likes. Okay, let's see. All right, y'all doing really well. That is perfect. Thank you all for coming through and supporting the stream. Is highly appreciated. So, how y'all feeling so far about the topic? She said, "Smelling like natural ice." Listen, you'll be surprised. You know some of the things we come across here in life, and once again, like I know this is not the same, but it's like me going up to a homeless person and say, "Oh, you need a shower." I mean, I'm clear they probably know that. So I just think we should just let people, live and mind their business, especially, in places where it's due. I'm still trying to find that video per se. Cause here's one. She come back, yay. Here's one, and even the way I was describing it, like the look they're giving her is more like, look, everybody's just walking and minding their business, and I'm sure it's probably a combination of look of, oh wow, she looked nice, look at her attire, and some of the faces you can tell like, she thinks she wearing this, wearing that. Hey, Candy, you back, girl? I'm trying to hold it down for you.
appreciate you. My AirPod died, and so therefore, I use an AirPod with a Windows computer. So AirPod tells you it's dying as it's dying. That's one of the things I hate about it. But my other earbud broke. The ones that I normally use to stream, so I have to get some new ones. That's long story short. But
Okay.
I don't know if you all heard the last thing. Did you hear the last thing I said about working in corporate America and what Nav said about the girl who dressed nice and how other people looked at her?
I heard you, but I wasn't sure if you were done or like you got cut out. It sounded like you got cut out toward the end. If you
Okay,
wanted to kind of
so
iterate that point.
what I was basically saying to Naf's point is that yes, I have actually personally experienced being in an office setting where you're the one dressed up, right? Like you're the one kind of coming in there looking the way that you look, and other people were relaxed. And then as they have seen you either grow or like the company response to you, what I'm trying to say is, especially in a smaller business setting, it's either going to leave you in a position where you, the person who is dressed up, feel ostracized, or it's going to cause those other women to step their game up because now there's a pressure being applied without you even really having to say anything. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let me see. You were going to show something?
Yeah, and I can definitely, it could be played on mute. I just wanted y'all to see just kind of reaction she's getting. Now this is the lady that came across originally, but it's basically the same concept here. So she's dressed nice. Okay, look at her attire, and so like you can tell if she probably get a mixture of admiration, like, oh, she was nice, you know, probably even like the older generation probably having flashbacks, but then you have other people with the faces like, you know, I can imagine they're probably thinking like, who she thinks she is, or she thinks she thinks she that, but regardless, she's turning heads. So according to my mind, I'm thinking what is going through their mind, because it's like you see people just dress regularly, right? So when we say representation matters, like, so what representation are we talking about? Because even the comment here which says that, hold on, it says some women do dress nice at work, some female workers are an example of this. Like, once again, everybody had the ideal of what dress nice is. Because think about it, if you have some places that say, okay, we're business casual. So what is business casual? A business casual to one person may be one of those dress jackets over a pair of jeans. But somebody else might say, well, no, I'm never gonna wear jeans with a dress jacket. I'm wearing me some slacks. So if they're gonna be like some tension there, because people may have a different idea of what business or casual is, or even like a straight business. I'm sure people know, okay, there's a certain look or aesthetic that goes with business, but
Yeah.
I think it's like a range when we think about just what we prefer, nice or dressed up or whatever. Because once again, all jobs don't call for you to dress up or dress nice and things like that. Like if you work in a factory, for the most part, you're probably gonna be going in there with a scarf, some overalls, and you know, possibly a bonnet too, because you maybe need to protect your hair and protect your skin and stuff, because you may be interacting with stuff that could, you know, be harmful to your skin, or it may be like if you're dealing with grease, you might having to cover your hair so you won't get grease on your hair. So it's like when we're talking about public or job or whatever, it's different standards for the different type of, you know, employment that you're doing. Are you okay? Hold on,
Okay.
I'm going to mute. What you doing?
So I'm going to present something else while you mute. Let me see. Share screen and share audio. And she showed that comment. My bad. I'm trying to get caught up, y'all. Again, my headphone died, so I had to go ahead and reset and reconnect everything real quick. You said, how do we build a community without common goals and standards that everyone is just minding their business? That is a good question. And I would like you to pin that. And when I drop the link, ask that on the channel because or on the panel, because I would like to get other opinions on it as well. I'm gonna have to think on that answer.
So are we talking about community overall in general, or just for the community we live in? Because once again, one community may be okay with a certain look and another community may not. You know what I mean?
Because to me, when you ask a question this way, it almost makes us monolithic. It makes us sound monolithic. And I know we all, as Black people, understand that that is just not the case. Everyone within the culture is not part of the culture because there's subcultures and everything's different. What's going on in Texas, in Houston, is not the same as what's going on up here in Chicago. It's not the same as what might be going over in Cali. It's not the same as what might be going on in Atlanta. You know, everything's different. We may have a lot of similar traits because people travel, and so culture travels and it catches on in different places, like with the whole line dancing thing, right? That was that everybody with the fans down south, and then the fans made their way up here, and then the fans made their way to the east and the west. But that doesn't mean that we are a monolith. Okay, let me see. He said he learned that early in his career as in the military. And you said she's giving I'm rich and better than you need to cross the street type of vibes. I mean, I thought the video Tiff showed, the lady, like, I'd have turned heads looking at her too. I thought that outfit was stunning. But would I have worn that just walking down the street? Probably not. That would have been something like for a specific type of event, but I mean, kudos to her if she can do
Mhm.
that. I mean, I didn't look. Yeah, that
Right.
was cold. I see outfits like that. I'm one of those people like on Instagram. I use my Instagram for a lot of things, mainly like to laugh because I find a lot of things
Mhm.
funny, and then I use it for like workouts and like eating right. Like my whole thing is health focused. But then what I actually consume is content on there. I like a lot of these well dressed women. I ain't gonna hold you, stunning. Let me see.
Right. Absolutely gorgeous. But like me, just put it on that. Just like I said, depending on what's going on. Like if I'm going somewhere where it causes me to like dress nice, yeah. But if I'm just going out and about, that's not gonna be my tired type of thing.
Yeah, I would. Let me just put it like this: if you ask me to a Bulls game, that's not what I'm showing up in. You know what I'm saying? A time and a place for everything. As great as I think she looked in that, that wouldn't be what I'm going to wear. No. May says, DJ Nass, believe you can. Some believe you can create your tribe rather than assuming everyone the same race owes us something. I agree with that part, May. Create your tribe. Okay, they're both are business casual. Only when people start trying to bend the rules to change the standard, and that's why they have. That's why most jobs do have a handbook and rules. They outline what they consider to be business casual, and you're supposed to operate within the realms of whatever they have outlined for you. Unfortunately, with human beings, people are always going to press the envelope. They're always going to test boundaries. It's up to these facilities to start studying them in downtown Chicago. Some of these areas now, like is it STK? STK. I think that's the name of the restaurant. They have really good crab cakes, by the way. Let me see. I'm not typing. Why is them not moving? Yeah, STK Chicago. They did kind of the same thing that the Carnival Cruise Line did, which is where they came out with a dress code that kind of seemed to attack urban wear. Like they don't want you coming in there anymore with certain attire on. Now people like it was an uproar. People had like a lot of discussions surrounding it, like are they targeting black people, blah blah blah. The question is not just are they targeting black people, but is it just that they just don't want a certain demographic within their restaurant, and is that a right thing for them to do? Like I don't know. Yeah, it just depends. I don't know. That's something you're gonna have to think about because people were pissed at Carnival for the rules that they enforced, but I, I don't believe in no boundaries. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's up to the facility to set them and not for us to personally police. That's just my personal opinion on it. General questions. Has there ever been a bottom line, no question standard? You think there has been a bottom line though? A standard? I don't know. I don't know about that, Nav. I don't know that I agree with that part. Okay, let me go ahead and play this video. I'm going to take this down. This is dealing with office politics. So going back to the good black versus authenticity. Are we team authenticity or are we team respectability? That was the poll that I put up on my community wall. I didn't get a lot of responses, but it seemed like more people were supporting being authentically, unapologetically black. But now I'm seeing more people in the chat like supporting the like policing of blackness. So I'm confused. Are we authentic or are we respectability?
How long is Cal going to keep us waiting? First he calls a special meeting and then he's late. He's learning.
Glad you all could make it.
This better be good. What can we do for you, Kyle?
Actually, this is about what I cannot do for you. When I joined this firm about 3 years ago, I believed it to be a place where a person advanced because of his or her ability. But I've come to realize that this firm values the superficial over the substantial. But I cannot violate my personal integrity. My hair is not just for fashion. It's part of my heritage. It is a statement of pride.
I'm going to pause it here to give you all some context. For those who do not know, this is a clip from Living Single, where Kyle went to work at a company. And I guess the gentleman with the black man with the small, what do you call this? I don't want to be insulting. We call it a TWA in the natural hair world. Would you call it a TWA, twin? I don't know. His afro. I'm going to go with afro. So the black man with the afro, clean cut, no locks, basically told Kyle that he was going to need to change his hair in order to fit in at this company. And so Kyle was deliberating whether or not he actually wanted to stay or work at this company because of the fact that it seemed to him that they were not accepting fully of who he was. Are you hiring me because of the hair, or are you hiring me because I'm an asset to your company? Especially when the rest of him is like professional. As you can see, he's wearing a suit, he's wearing the attire. He has a bit of his own flair, his own style. It was the 90s. But yeah, I'm going to play a little bit more of this unless you want to tap in, twin.
A statement, by the way, which could show our clients that this firm is not only progressive when investing its money, but also progressive when investing in its people. So, gentlemen, whether you decide to promote me or not, I will not change my hair.
Okay.
That's it?
Kyle, we resolved the hair issue this morning.
When Lawrence brought it up, we were concerned, but after some discussion, we came to the conclusion that you have just so eloquently stated. If we'd wanted to bring it up to you, Kyle, we would have.
How did you hear about it anyway? Lawrence?
Well, you know, I feel it's not in keeping with the company image.
You really need to loosen up. We were going to save this for the board meeting, Kyle, but we're going to go ahead with the project and promote you to funds manager.
All right, so this clip is exactly what today's discussion is about. You had the good black, Lawrence, setting Kyle up so that he trims his hair, gets rid of his locks, and assimilates to what Lawrence has determined is the proper way to be a black amongst the whites. And here in this clip, it showed you that they're like, nah, we're okay with you being yourself. We were going to promote you anyway. And Lawrence didn't even go back and tell Kyle, they're not tripping over the hair. You can do what you want. So then that's why I asked the question, is some of this respectability politics that we push onto each other, is this a form of hating?
Right, because it feels like he almost is not saying sabotaging Kyle, but forcing him to feel like what he felt like he had to do to blend in with the company and their image.
And he might have very well had to do those things at some point in time. But as they just said, as modernization and progression happens, do you want people to suffer under the same regime just because you had to endure it? Is that what we're doing? Or is it truly that you believe that these people need to be policed? Like, I guess I'm asking a lot of open-ended questions. I want, like I said, think about some of the things I'm asking. I know I ask a lot, I talk a lot sometimes, but just keep these things in your head, all right? And let me see. You said you don't see the poll now. I think it was, did I have it limited? I might have put it on limited time. Let me just take a look. Post. It was 6 days ago I put the poll up. 6 days ago. Okay. Let me see. I am going to drop the link. Was there one more thing I wanted to go over? I want to talk about the Jasmine Crockett thing. I don't have anything. Oh, okay. There is one more thing that I do want to play, but I'm going to drop the link. and we can do this as a panel discussion. All right, because we're already an hour, almost 2 hours into it. So 1 second. Okay, good. And you can pin it on your end for anybody who's come in through your chat. And I'm going to pin it on my side. Oops. And I accidentally hit the link trying to pin it. Give me just a second because I'm not coming in StreamYard twice. You know what? Let me just do it from the computer. Because clearly I'm fumbling that. Okay. I don't know what did I do with it. Okay, let me stop sharing. Actually, no, it's fine. Where's the link? Okay, so May, I see the comments that you have about kitchen and cocktails. Let's go back to, because I don't want to share everything. Where is it? Kitchen and cocktails. Was it? And you say you want to play the video of the chef getting sisters that twerked on his table, getting cussed out by them. Now, okay, that is different to me. Twerking on someone's table while people are trying to eat is not the same thing to me as wearing bonnets, although I understand somewhat of the correlation there. That's just disrespectful to begin with. You wouldn't go into somebody's house, stand on their furniture, and just start twerking. Why would you do that in a restaurant while people are trying to eat? I could understand if it was like a combination bar grill where they actually have music playing, because I've been to places like that where they have a dance floor to one side and then like people are actually eating to one side. If you're over there dancing, that's one thing. But to turn around and just start twerking on somebody's like tables and chairs and turn it up in that way, that was way too much. But I will definitely play some of that.
I don't want your cheeks clapping by my waffles. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I don't want your cheeks anywhere near my waffles at all. Nah. Okay. And welcome in, Nav. Can you hear me okay? Can we get a sound check from you?
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. Appreciate you having me.
No problem. No problem at all. Okay, let me just go through a few more comments here, and then I'm going to let you go ahead and speak, and then we'll kind of review the video. Let me see. You said it's called self-hate and selling out. You're going to say it. We must be true to ourselves and culture. And then YouTube. Can I grab that link from you, May? I can't do through StreamYard. Okay, I'll try and play it another way when we get to it, but let me just start that. Okay, go ahead, Nap. And hey, Irby, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through.
Hey.
So you say you want to know about when do we police? When do we have accountability amongst selves, right?
I'm trying to tread lightly here because I agree with you too. We're not a monolith, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I do think collectively, as far as any group in society is concerned, that there is a bottom line standard that's like non-negotiable. Now, what they look like, I think is going to vary per group. But first, we have to acknowledge that Black people are a part of society, period. As much as we like to, see ourselves as some people might think we're above, or like how white people do. And even like all white people, there is no white society like that to me, right? Because a lot of people identify as German or Irish or whatever their nationality is, if they say anything outside of America, depending on what's going on politically, right? They'd be like, oh yeah, you know, I'm American, but I'm such and such American. You know what I'm saying? You see it with the Asians, the Indians, whatever. I don't want to get too deep into that, but all of that stuff matters, right? African Americans are the only ones that really can't do that. Unless you know you're from Nigeria or Haiti or somewhere else like that, you can trace your roots back. We are American, period. Full stop. So whatever our culture looks like is what it looks like. And I think
Mm-hmm.
our biggest problem is for African Americans specifically, we're still trying to identify that. And it's a constantly evolving thing. And then you have some that have been very successful, right? Going to white collar and accomplish great things, inventors, and you could trace that all the way back. And then you got some that go into entertainment and they, you know, Michael Jackson and all the other stuff, right? So it's like, I think we're still trying to find our identity, but in my opinion, the average African American does not want to be associated with the foolishness that's often projected. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's twerking next to the waffles or, you know, selling dope, shooting, killing each other, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I'm always asking, like, okay, yeah, we're not a monolith, but what is the standard, right? People talk about we need to be a community, black community this, black community that. But it's like, yo, if I'm an educated brother, I don't necessarily have anything in common with somebody to think it's okay to go out here and rob people because he's down bad. I'm like, bro, you couldn't find no other way. Like, so it's such a complicated conversation to have. But I think to start would be to acknowledge that there has to be a standard before you can have any conversation about a community, period. You know what I mean? And if we just want to say, well, you need to mind your business, you need to mind your business. Okay, so then when these young niggas out here are robbing you, hey, I'm gonna just mind my business, right?
So are we comparing people getting robbed to women wearing bonnets?
Of course not, but it's a whole holistic conversation. It's not just one little thing, right? When we're talking about it, because all this stuff comes together at one particular form. Like we like to say, like, okay, the fact that somebody can come downstairs in their PJs and bonnets and eat at a hotel shouldn't affect how everybody else looks at you. But the reality is it does, right? Because these are the same people, if you get in trouble with law enforcement and you're dressed like that, they automatically gonna look at it like, well, this person obviously doesn't have any self-respect for themselves, so why should I respect them? And then if you add in there seems to be a lack of respect for authority. Can't nobody tell you nothing. They can't tell you that you need to put clothes on to come down and get something to eat. And now you end up arguing with the cops. So like, I look at it from a different view. I'm not trying to pick on anybody or nothing like that. I just see a bigger picture and how all these little things, you know what I'm saying? The dude that don't want to pull his pants up, you know what I mean? That thinks that's cool. All of this stuff comes together and it makes the collective look bad. I'm not saying it's right. That's just what it is. So it's like, well, first you have to be able to acknowledge that this is a problem. And then how do you address it, right? We can't expect somebody that's hateful or racist or whatever to change. But it's like, well, what can I do to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, I'm not going to make myself an easy target to that. You know what I'm saying?
My question would be like, who is it a problem for? Because I think trying to compare the two is kind of disingenuous because, like, you talked about people that's been to jail and they got that, stigma attached to them. But it's like, why should they have that stigma attached to them? Because, we know that, a lot of people that may go to jail for little to no offense. And now they got this label attached to them. So it may be hard for them to get an apartment or it may be hard for them to get a job. So why, is society looking at them as, oh, well, since you went to jail, it's going to be hard for you to live in society. So it's like, should we once again put that on at the same level of someone, like, once again, a bonnet or, like you said, someone sagging their pants? I think it's more about just when we talk about American culture, that American culture is a melting pot. So everybody, like, the standard, it's going to be different for each subculture that's within American culture.
I will interject and say one thing that I do agree with Naf on, something I've said myself about how you step outside does, in my personal opinion, I look at you, at how you treat you, and I've told my sisters, I said, people are going to judge you by how you present yourself and how you treat yourself. And they're going to determine the level of respect that they give you based off of that. So if you walk outside looking like nobody loves you, who, what, when, why, and what for, don't be surprised when the people you encounter outside treat you the way that you look. I hope that makes sense what I'm saying to y'all. Like,
Yeah.
if you walk outside and I can't tell the difference between you and a homeless person, don't be surprised when you get treatment as a homeless person.
Right. No, that makes perfect sense. But then I use that at the same as, oh, well, like, let's say a janitor. People may look down on a janitor because because of what he's wearing or his job title. So he don't, a person that's in janitorial type of work, they shouldn't get the same respect because they don't dress nice or they don't have the quote unquote title or the standard of what people think success should look like, or what, how people, because everybody got the idea of what success too. And so maybe being a janitor to them, so should they not get the basic decent respect based off just their job titles and how they look?
I don't know if it's just me. She cutting it out though.
Yeah, it's going. We're listening, twin, but some of that cut out on us.
Candy, you still there?
I'm here. You can't hear me?
Check.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Nav, you okay? So Tiff can hear me. Nav, you can't hear me at all.
I can hear you.
Not cutting it out. I don't know if it's.
He might have to drop and come back.
Can y'all hear
Was
me?
I going in and out? I'm sorry.
You cut out a little bit, Tiff. And 18th, I hear you just fine.
Y'all both cutting in and out. I think.
Okay, in the chat, can y'all tell us, are we breaking up, or is it specific people that are breaking up? Can y'all let me know?
You sound fine. I don't know how I sound.
Okay. I don't know. That's crazy.
Can y'all hear me okay?
I hear you fine now. You were breaking up for a bit now, a bit before, but now you sound fine.
Okay, good.
Okay, all right.
Can I chime
And
in? I'm sorry.
Yes, 18th, you can. Go right ahead.
Because I wanted to say,
And do you want me to play this video before you chime in, or is this something for after?
I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Whatever.
We can hear you now.
What video is it again?
The link that you sent me in the private chat.
You can play it. You can play it now. You
want to play it before you start?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come back to the video that I have queued up. Give me just a second here.
No problem.
Will I get to answer to the question?
Yes, you can go ahead and answer the question. Let me get this video together, answer the question, because you did drop out before 18th came up. And then 18th, I'm going to have you go after him.
Okay.
No, it was just real quick. So she was asking, does the janitor deserve the same respect? Absolutely. That was the point I was making. All I was saying
no,
was,
Naf, you breaking up now.
For real? I can hear y'all fine.
Yeah.
He sounds good on my end.
No, I can hear him just fine on my
Okay,
end.
it's me. You go ahead, Naf. My bad.
No. All I was saying was, yeah, he deserved the same respect. You know what I'm saying? I was just acknowledging the fact that that exists. You know, that perception, how you look, how you present yourself. You know what I mean? And if you can acknowledge that, that'll allow you to adjust. Again, I'm not saying that it's right, but you have to be able to acknowledge that exists. You know what I mean? That's all that was.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to play this video. It looks similar to the one that Tiff sent over. I'm going to play it, and then we can get right back into it.
I know that.
Hold on.
Girl, you are so beautiful to me. I hope you see Hey there, little brown girl, can you do one last thing for me? Walk with grace, claim your space, don't you ever be ashamed, and you'll shine, and you're gonna be.
Sorry,
know,
I'm
girl, you
gonna play over. I didn't mean to do that.
so beautiful to me. I hope you see. Hey there, little brown girl, can you do one last thing for me? Walk with grace, claim your space, don't you
Turn
ever
the
be
music. I'm turning the music off just because I don't know if this is gonna end up being copyrighted, and I already got enough stuff in here. I'm gonna have to cut out. I'm sure of.
No, I definitely understand. As you can see from the video, like what y'all was saying earlier about getting nasty looks, the women that was giving her the nasty looks was the ones in the bonnets. But if you play close attention in the beginning,
Stop the cap. The other
go back,
women that didn't
go
have no
back, go
bonnets
back to
on.
the
Look at her. She
beginning.
got a bonnet on, and look at the look she gave.
Okay,
Hey,
let me
all of them
refresh.
looking
Let me
too. They
refresh.
all
I'm gonna
looking.
refresh it.
Go back from the
But
beginning. And if you can do me a favor, Candy, and pause that part,
Yo, why
and you'll see.
everybody
okay,
breaking up, man? They hating on this conversation.
all right. So I paused it. This is the very beginning. I hope y'all can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go ahead and play it. I'm trying to. I'm playing TikTok stuff from the computer. It's not playing very
It's
nice.
on
Pause it right there.
Candy side.
You missed
That's
it.
the first lady. We gotta watch the other people too.
No, he's talking about it's two black ladies with scarves on their head. Pay attention close.
Okay.
These two.
Pause it.
It moved so fast I couldn't pause it.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait for it to go back around if it's gonna play
It's
again.
But that was the ones that was kind of looking at her up and down, like, oh, who she thinks she is.
Well, this lady looking at her little sideways too. I don't
Yeah.
see the problem with catching. What I'll say about this, I'm gonna pause it. What I'll say about catching people's reactions as they walk by, I don't know that we are able to read their faces with such accuracy as if they had sat down with us, if that makes any sense. Like walking by, they catch you in a 2-second still or a 2-second video, it can make you look like you hating when you're really not. My bad, I didn't mean to take him down. So I don't want to say for sure what those ladies were thinking, just because I really don't know. I didn't see like a puckered up like who she looking at. All I saw from that was the eyes moving.
Yeah.
So
the only thing I would say with that, what you guys was talking about earlier, and I agree with what Nav said. It has to be some type of standard that's set. Yeah, we know it's not a monolith in any community. It's always going to be outliers in every community. But the problem is that it's no standard within our community because nobody feels like they want to be judged. And I'm sorry, despite what we learned as kids, we were lied to. Judging people is everybody judges. Everybody judges, and people judge based off of what they see. And people have, that's what prejudice is, when you prejudge. So everybody has prejudice. People judge off of what they see, and people shape ideas in their head based off of what they see in front of them. And that's just the a fact of life. And I think too many of us feel comfortable not having a standard, because when you don't have a standard, everybody can meet that qualification. It's a lot of us that don't want to improve. It's a lot of us that don't, and that's where class come into place. I grew up in the hood. I grew up in the ghetto, but I learned as I got older certain things, certain ways to carry yourself, and from the inner self, that people need to understand. When you dress up and when you it that helps with your self-esteem. It helps with the way you're perceived. I mean, look at this woman I just played. This woman has an aura around her, and she's people are looking. They're like, this is one classy woman right here. Now, I'm not saying that's going to be an everyday thing, anything like that, but how you dress is how you perceive. With the bonnets, I have no problem with the bonnets, depending on where you're going. But
I'm hearing there's tapping or something. Somebody has
Oh shit, my
background
bad.
noise.
Oh, y'all can't hear me, but y'all can hear.
No, I can hear you fine now.
Hear you fine.
My bad.
What? You can't hear us. We hear you though.
You hear y'all now? I can hear y'all.
Okay.
So, we need to understand that as a community, it's going to be a lot of people. Look, man, it has to be, because we say it's no, we can't judge, we can't do this, and we can't do that, and we're not a monolith, and everybody need to mind their business. And that if that's the case, then there's no community, because a community moves as a unified front based off of a standard on what's to be upheld and what's to be what things are to be set that people have to go by, and if we don't have any of that, then it's not a community. So we can
So
forget
let's.
the talk, because that's we just dealing with a bunch of individuals that's bunched around each other because they have no other place to go.
Mm. Hey, can y'all see
So
my
let me.
comment in the back chat? I'm sorry. My bad.
You put in the private chat.
Yes.
Okay.
Do your thing, but just know that that's there. So.
Okay. That is a fair question. I'm going to bring that up. That is a fair question. Okay. I'm going to play some of this video. This is from a content creator named Antonio Speaks. I've shared a few of his videos on my community wall. I agree with a lot of his takes. I think, first of all, I think he's Gen Z, if I'm not mistaken. Very young, but very bright individual. And I'm going to share this video. We're not going to review the whole thing, but I do want to go over some parts of it. Hold on, let me turn this volume
into
on.
respectability politics. Respectability politics is a strategy where marginalized groups adopt the behaviors, values, and morals of the dominant culture to earn respect, legitimacy, and social advancement. In short, it's basically like if you folks just assimilate into society, then no one will mistreat you. Now, in the past few years, we have been seeing a rise in respectability politics. With trends like black fatigue, this literally feeds into it. This is my thing, though. Nothing, and I mean nothing, should be able to justify racism. And when you play by this strategy, you don't address the real problem. Systemic racism.
Thank you very much. Like I said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Carry on. Carry on. Bun it, bun it, bun it, bun it. Bun it and bun it. Bun it and bun it. Thank you very much.
Twin, can you pause it right quick? So my question would be, first, just very concerned is, so if the bonnet not, if the problem not necessarily the attire, because he's more going in about bonnet, but even what they're wearing. So is that okay? If they would have just not had the bonnet on and just what they have wearing?
I would guess no. You ain't gonna tell them to take their PJs off in the middle of the lobby or in the restaurant. I think he used bonnet to cover the full attire, but because you're not
Candy. Hey, yeah. Candy, I'm sorry, I mean to interrupt. Doesn't it look like that they are in the whole? It looked like they're in one of them breakfast places in the hotel.
They are.
It looked like it looked like they might have just came from. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm really tripping on that like that, but I don't know.
And that was my point as well.
Right.
So the premise of this video that he's reviewing, I showed it a little bit earlier. Basically, what happened was this man that we can't see behind the camera is making these ladies go viral because he's filming them and essentially harassing them in this hotel restaurant as they're eating breakfast. And they're like, wait a minute, you're having a problem with us sitting here in our bonnets, but all we're doing is eating breakfast in a hotel room. Like, excuse me, the hotel. I keep wanting to call it lobby. It's not a lobby. It's like the hotel bar or restaurant, whatever you want to call it. I didn't see much of a problem with this either. I said it's not like she's sitting in a boardroom. She's in a place where she's probably coming to grab a quick breakfast and go back up to her room.
That's okay. Bunny girls. Okay. Good morning, bunny twins. Y'all should be ashamed to have a bunny with all these white folks in here. What the hell wrong with y'all? Show some culture. Take them things off y'all goddamn head. They don't have them.
And even in saying that, take them things off your goddamn head. Sir, who are you?
Yeah, he definitely doing a lot in my opinion, because once
Uncle
again they mind
Charles
their
was not
business.
having it.
He,
Uncle
they
Tom wasn't
eating
having it.
breakfast. That white man over there minding his business eating breakfast. So, like, what's the point of calling them out and say, "Well, look at these white people. They ain't doing okay. Good for them. I'm happy. Yay." You know, what's the point of calling them out and trying to make them look bad in front of white folk?
Man, Tom didn't want no smoke. He had his whole head. He didn't even turn around. He's like, I'm invisible. I'm part of this wall. Don't involve me in y'all bullshit. I just want to eat my banana.
It do like he want to like just disappear to the wall.
And I want to welcome to the stage May the Alchemist. Welcome, May.
Thank you. Hey, everybody.
Hey, May.
What's up, man?
Did you want to chime in before I continue on with the video?
No, go ahead.
Okay. But again, this is, let me make sure I got his name right. I think it's Antonio Talks. If you're not following him, I think you should. Yes, it is Antonio Talks. I'm going to share his channel. I'll share it after the video. Let's get through the video. But I'm going to share your video. Please don't strike me. Fair use. We're using this for educational purposes.
Bunny, though. Come on now, take them things off. Show some color about yourself. Some bravery.
Now let's address this first. However y'all feel about bonnets, wearing them in public is truly subjective. As a black man with dreads, bro, I walk in the stores with caps on my head, do-rags, dread caps, you know what I'm saying? So who am I to shame black women for wearing a bonnet? I could care less. Society has all of these standards for us. If we let our hair just grow naturally, people look at us crazy. You know what I'm saying? They want us to straighten it. They want us to cut it low. You need to look professional for your job. Cut it down. So, when I see my brothers that rock their hair in their truest form, bro, I love it, right? Because they're going against society. Black women have to be the same way. And the way society does black women is even worse, because, like, if they wear their true hair, you know what I'm saying, unkept, bro, folks is going to look at them crazy. So then they throw a bonnet on, and folks are still going to talk crazy, right? But let's discuss this video. So these women are sitting down in the lobby, eating their breakfast in a hotel lobby, okay? Remember that. And he just starts filming them. First off, you out of pocket, mind your business. And then he says the most sucky shit ever, bro. In front of all these white folks, have some culture. I have no problem.
And here's the crazy part to me. In front of all these white people, like, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep harping on that. One random white Tom sitting there minding his business, and then just like, ew, that was so ew of him to say in front of these white people, as if it was, look here, master, I caught some. What do y'all think?
Yeah, it definitely was given that.
I wouldn't.
I think it was one more behind the counter too, though. But that don't matter.
It was a couple. It was a few. But I will say to what Nat was saying in the comments, yeah, I would say y'all throw some jogging pants on or something. But like, yeah, I wouldn't. Don't come down here in just your pajamas. But I would say the bonnets I wasn't really tripping on, especially it's early in the morning. You got to get that complimentary breakfast before they shut down in that hotel. Yeah. So you got to, go out in there, go do your thing. I don't think that was the place to sit there and be judging women for wearing bonnets. Now, if you walking through the airport with, looking raggedy with a bonnet on, or you in a real public place looking raggedy with a bonnet on, and then that's when I'm going to have something to say. But something like this, knowing that it's early in the morning and we're at a hotel and they serve complimentary breakfast, is usually over.
How do you know they're not at a hotel near the airport and they're about to get on a plane? And we know that being on a plane, you want to be comfortable as possible. So if they're wearing a bonnet on a plane,
there's no excuse to be walking through.
Yeah, no ma'am.
Walking through an airport with pajamas and a bonnet on.
Well, mine's the pajamas. Let's forget the pajamas, because I think wearing pajamas in public is like, yeah, definitely. I'm not wearing pajamas in public.
We can get passes, but let's go back. They had on, because you got pajama pants. One of them had on silk. The other joint, she had like a pajama short set on.
Right.
Where they ain't had no drawers on, no bras on. So you literally just got out of bed, came downstairs, you know what I'm saying, to get something to eat. So it's just, it's like that's what I'm saying. At what level? If they had to just do some sweatpants on, at least I wouldn't be tripping over the bonnets. But you literally out here like, you just got out the bed, came down, and was like, "We gonna get some to eat, girl." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, almost
Can,
naked. Like,
can we be honest that there is an element of society, especially now that's spreading, where it's just kind of like there's no standards, anything
yes.
goes. I'm grown. I want to do whatever I want to do. If I
Mm-hmm.
want to come out here naked, like leave me alone. I don't have any standards, and you better not say nothing to me. And I think that that's a failure in society
Mm-hmm.
where we just want to have no standards. And somebody said earlier that some people don't like the standards because they can't meet them.
Mm.
You know, so that may be why some people want everybody to be the same. We all gonna be degenerate, and we all gonna just do whatever. So that way we all feel the same.
Wait, so
I
wearing a
think
bonnet is being degenerate now? Like, I'm confused.
no, I wasn't talking about bonnets. I'm talking about just general. Like I
Yeah.
was thinking about it because I like to get away from fashion because fashion is so specific. I was thinking about some experiences I've had. I've been to places and I've seen somebody eating wings, you know, and they just finished their last wing and they take the tray and toss it out of the parked car, right at the gas station,
on the damn concrete.
right on the concrete and leaving it.
God.
That's
Trash
so you
can
see what
right
I'm
there.
saying?
Get out,
Uh,
walk to the trash. I seen that nasty shit too. I'm sorry.
And like when you see people driving and they just throw their trash out of the window. Just throw it out of the window into the street.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's behaviors. It's behaviors. You don't have any sense of decency for common good. Maybe I should dress decently because there are other children and there may be a pastor. There's other people around me who might want me to appear decent. You know what I'm saying? It's not all about me, me, me. That's that me culture of I won't call it Satanism, but I would call it like, what is it? Just do whatever. Do whatever. It's all
Mm-hmm.
acceptable.
But see what you were saying right there, what we was talking about earlier, when I said bottom line, right? There's rules to society. Society does not work if we don't have rules.
Absolutely.
Period. So that's part of it. We can disagree and agree on stuff, but we understand if you throw some shit out the window, come on, man, what are you doing, bro? Like, we understand collectively that that's not really acceptable, right? Because what if everybody does that? It's just okay to throw now. You know what I'm saying? We got rats and roaches everywhere, and so there's just some things that are like non-negotiable. These are just regular norms for society. It don't matter if you white, black, brown, or whatever. Like, if you do some stuff, they gonna say you nasty, right? That you're not a part of us. You can't be a part of the group. This is socially unacceptable. So that's all. We just have to acknowledge that exists.
And can I add something to that really quickly to what
Mhm.
Naf was saying, right? When we live in a place, because like I say, it's not when it gets to the point where people that are the intelligent people within our community, if they are trying to say, look, we need to do this or this is a certain standard that need to be met on this, and if they're met with such aggression to the point where people say, oh, mind your business and people can do what they want and we're all individuals, what happens is that's going to make the best of our people leave.
Mm.
They're going to be like, you know what?
Exactly.
I don't want to do. And then
Hey,
you're
that's
experiencing a
that's my
brain
man.
drain. You're
Exactly.
experiencing a brain drain because they're going to start viewing themselves as an individual. Okay, since we all individual, to hell with them. I don't care. I'm gonna do what's best for me and mine, and we gonna
Mm.
get up out of here. And then you left with a bunch of degenerates that represents the whole community, or quote unquote community, or represents us as a culture of people. Just like now we living in we live in. It's been so long since you haven't been able to check people's kids. Look at how out of control a lot of people are. We remember when those kids jumped that woman at that school.
Oh my god.
I give you another example. It's a suburb out here in the Chicagoland area called Richmond Park. It was a woman, a elderly woman, who had backed her car up, and she like lightly tapped the man or something like that. She didn't see the man. Since we lived in decades of mind your business, don't tell nobody nothing. What has happened? The woman that the man was with, which I think that was his girlfriend or whoever, she gets to punching on this elderly
Was that
lady, hitting this
the?
and hitting this
I'm
lady in
I'm
the car.
sorry. I want to interrupt you for some clarity because I think I know what you're talking about. Was that like a Walmart parking lot and there was
Yeah, it
a
was a
lady in
Walmart
a
parking lot.
handicapped
It,
spot?
It was a Walmart parking lot. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Wow, I didn't realize that was here, but continue.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that was over at the Walmart in Richmond Park.
Wow.
Absolutely. Got the punching on this woman. This is an elderly woman that's sitting in the car that's crying. Luckily, it was two other young ladies that came over there and assist that woman, and they called the police for that woman to be arrested. And this was another woman that did this. So for her to be arrested, and this is what not being able to check people within our community and not having any standards has led to.
All my food deliveries.
Well, I don't think it. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Can I get in here right quick? Because I'm about to give my little one a bath. So I'm gonna step away for a second.
Go ahead. And then before you do, though, thank you for joining the panel, Brownsville. I appreciate you coming up. I did want to acknowledge you before Tiff goes. And then after Tiff, I want to give him a chance.
Salmon bowl for lunch, and Chef Mark Forgiani's incredible rigatoni with mushroom
bolognese.
Somebody's got a commercial in the background.
I've been using the app to easily filter through dietary options like vegan, keto, and even high protein. So I get the nutrition I need without ever stepping into a grocery store. And
who is that? What's going on?
Sorry. Apologies, that was me. I didn't think you all could hear it. I tried to mute it.
Oh, I was over here like, wait a minute, am I tripping?
No,
I'm
so sorry. I was trying to grab Antonio Talk's channel link so I could share it, and I didn't realize it was playing where you all could hear it. My apologies. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm about to say, oh snap, Brownfield about to recalibrate some value systems, so I'm excited for that. No, what I'm gonna say is about like the standards, because I don't think the problem is people checking people for quote unquote degenerate behavior. I think the initial, because we want to talk about like the Jasmine Crockett's, right? About what it looks like, as far as like the Sadiddy black versus the blacks that come from, say, impoverished areas, the products or whatever that do go in life and assimilate, but they still quote unquote is unapologetically black. Is that a problem? Because even if you do wear the suits or you make sure your hair is laid and politically correct, if there's still a certain aesthetic that black folks look down upon because of wherever they at in life, because we're not going to act like there isn't quote unquote a hierarchy black people feel like they abide by. And once again, people will look down on, who said it earlier about people that's not able to go with the standard, because once again, just because there's a certain standard in society that says this is what it is, that mean the people that can't assimilate to the standard should they be outcast because they become other things? They're not like, everybody doesn't go into corporate, everybody doesn't go into certain careers where you have to look a certain way. Because using me as an example, I worked in a factory where we made air conditioners. So we're surrounded by grease, dirt, and all of that. Oh, yep. I had my bonnet on along with a scarf covering and, long sleeves and everything to protect myself. So I get that it's about the time and place, but I feel like the time and place where people are just out and about minding their business, they should be able to just go about their day and live their life without somebody feeling like they need to correct them in what they're wearing or whatever. Because I think, or like I said, it's not just about correcting behavior, because I'm sure we all agree that we don't agree with people robbing, stealing, killing, doing all those things, those degenerate behaviors. I think what we'll speak about is more on lines of what we think is proper or what is standard as far as the quote unquote look that I guess our community should settle upon. Because once again, we're not a monolith, we're not gonna assimilate to the same idea, but what can be a mutual ground where, like, somebody said something about a pastor. Let's be honest, like, what a person wearing is not going to stop people from saying or doing whatever as far as judging, because who set the standards for people to be judged in that way? That will be my next question.
Welcome in, Brownsville. Did you want to jump in and say something here?
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Queen Candy Cane, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
I can hear you just fine. Yes, you sound great.
Peace and love to you, and then peace and love to the other kings and queens on the panel, and then peace and love to the kings and queens in the chat as well. So the person who's recording this video, is this a black man?
The person behind the camera sounds black. Yes, I will say that
Right.
he's yes.
Yeah, it sounds like a black man, right? And what this looks like to me is a form of internalized racism, right?
Okay.
It's also a form of mental colonization. It's the idea that you believe the Eurocentric standard is superior, or the Eurocentric culture is superior to your own standard or your own culture, right? Where you adapt their beauty standards, you adapt their culture standards, you attempt to adapt their stereotypes and racial tropes as well, right? And I believe this is a prime example of that here, because when you're on vacation, or I don't know what these queens was doing, right? But when you're on vacation, or you're staying in a hotel, you find it often, right, that it doesn't have anything to do with race. For example, when me and my family went to Disney World, you go to breakfast, you see white people in pajamas, right? The kids in pajamas, the adults in pajamas. You see black people doing the same thing, and it's just, hey, they don't have a standard for how they want to look, to get the breakfast in, right? My wife, she wouldn't go out there, with a bonnet on and pajamas and things like that, because she just doesn't want to be seen unkept in a public, right? But everybody doesn't have that standard, and I don't even think that it's wrong. If you're on vacation, right, and you want to go to breakfast real quick, maybe you're rushing, maybe you woke up late, or maybe you want to get the breakfast in before you freshen up or whatever. I don't have a problem with that, right? You're not bothering anybody. You're not doing anything wrong, so I don't see the issue in it, right? And if white people were there, I'm sure some of them was getting breakfast in pajamas too. The only difference is our queens wear bonnets, right? My wife is a black woman. Yeah, when she goes to bed, she wears a bonnet, right? She want to protect and secure her hair, because black women's hair and black people's hair in general got different oils and different things like that, to where you don't want the hair to be dried out and different things like that. So that's part of our culture, because of the way we have to keep our hair, right? And I think he singled in on that because he believes that a black woman in a bonnet is a negative thing, right? White women don't really have to wear bonnets because their hair isn't as oily, right? Or it won't be dried out as much. And they can wash their hair every day, right? So
Do you think, Bronzeville, when we keep talking about bonnets, do you think we're missing the bigger conversation?
Let me ask to add to May's question. Let me ask you a question, everybody. Do you think if this was a group of quote unquote YNs standing there with their pants sagging, grabbing breakfast, and going down the assembly line of the bar, that he would have pulled out his phone and done a recording and shamed them in the same way?
No.
He might have recorded it, but he wouldn't have been as vocal. I don't think he would have, because they would have probably jumped his ass. These YNs is different.
Yeah, I'm against the idea of confronting people like that. I feel like you're out of bounds if you're starting to confront people. You just can't do that, especially if you're anywhere in their urban area. You don't confront anybody, male or female. You're asking for a problem. Because some of of course you got women too. They got men, and the men roll up and they don't like what you're saying to their woman because you don't have the authority. I think a lot of men overextend their jurisdiction over women, and that's a problem. But I would definitely say that what 18th letter said earlier is correct. What happens is Black people who like decency and they like order and they don't want to be in places where they feel like they need to be worried, they're going to get the heck on. And so for me, if I was into a space where I saw people, white, Black, or whatever, and they're all in the, lobby wearing bedroom shoes and, I'd be like, ooh, I
Yep.
probably need to figure out how I'm going to get myself to a better hotel next time. I'm not coming to a place at this level.
Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at, 100%. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not gonna.
like, so y'all never been on vacation and y'all seen what even on a cruise ship, right? I mean, we see it. At breakfast, you're gonna see white people in pajamas. You're gonna see Hispanic people in pajamas. I mean, that's not abnormal to me when you're on vacation. I don't know if those queens was on vacation, but when you're on vacation and you're going to breakfast, it's not abnormal to me to see any culture getting breakfast in pajamas. Do you think that's abnormal?
You said Carnival Cruise, didn't you? Didn't you?
No. I'm talking about um like even Royal Caribbean, even Norwegian.
No, they got some. Yeah, I was gonna
Nah,
say.
it's this is where the conversation shifts from culture to class, right? Ultimately, it comes down to class, right? We like to focus a lot on culture and color because we're in the West. But if you go to India or anywhere in Africa, whatever, where all of them, Asia, where everybody looks the same, there's a class system, right? The rules of society still apply. It's just over here, like Shorty left, but because we're in a melting pot, so we have a little bit more wiggle room, right? Based off of that, but it doesn't change what the basis of society typically is. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It's getting more and more to class now. That's why we hear more and more people complaining about the financial situation because it's becoming more and more evident that it was never about color. It was always been about class. You know what I'm saying?
I'm so glad you brought up classism. I was listening. Okay, so let me make something clear right quick because you brought up like the Asian
Before
culture over there
before
in
you,
Asia.
Twin, can I pause you 1 second before you go? Hold that thought. I just want to get full circle in because he did join the panel. I didn't get a chance to introduce him.
We can't see
I just want a
nobody
mic
name,
check
bro,
from
so I
him.
don't know who here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sorry, you said he was here. Okay, so I just go through the panel real quick just to let everybody know who's who, so you can hear me. First, we have Tiff Starborn, that's my co-host. We have DJ Nath as well. Then we have Brownsville on the panel. We have Full Circle on the panel. We have May on the panel. And I Am is trying to connect. And I don't know what happened to the names. I see the names now. Do you see them?
Yeah, they just popped up. I saw them earlier, then they went away. There we go. We good now. Appreciate you.
It's the layout. The layout is what is causing the names to not show because I'm showing that video that we didn't get a chance to finish.
And also, when you show a comment on the screen, it will take away their name.
It takes away, it was hiding people. Like I couldn't see.
And I Am, your camera's on. I don't know if you know that. I just saw that.
Hey, so what happened to 18th? He bounced?
He dropped. He's a truck driver, so he might have been in a bad area. But he's always welcome to come back if he wants to. I'm gonna take you off your stage until you turn your camera off. I Am. Let me know when I see the cameras off. I'll bring you back up. I don't want you to be on cam if you don't want to. But I'm sorry, Tiff. Go ahead. Go ahead with what you were saying.
Thank you. I think it was DJ Nath that mentioned something about Asia and the class and how pretty much they all think alike, and so they're pretty much on one accord. Which, once again, that's not true because if you go to Tokyo, they have a whole.
That's not what I said. I said they look alike, but there's a division between classes. That's what I was saying. Go ahead.
Okay, well, you brought up classes, which is like what I'm hearing is giving classism because I think it was May that mentioned something about if I go to a place and they're wearing their slippers and their whatever house shoes and stuff, I'm probably gonna go find a place that's better than that. But understand maybe that's all that they have access to. Maybe that's all they can afford. So it's given kind of sedity, as if, I'm too good of a person to hang around that type of environment. But these are just people minding their business, going to breakfast, right, eating something right quick and going about their day. Nobody and I get y'all want to bring back shame and judgment should be a thing, but in those scenarios, why are we so quick to judge other people based off just how they're looking and not the fact they're just minding their business, doing whatever. Now if they causing a ruckus, acting degenerate, okay, cool. But we're just literally talking about people in a certain attire or a certain look and thinking we're better because they over here wearing their bonnets and I'm over here wearing a brooch in my hair.
Tiff, why do you think it means better?
I mean, that's the vibe it was getting, because you said that, I might need to go somewhere that's better because you said if you see somebody walking around with slippers on, next time I might need to put myself in a better, environment. Isn't that what you said?
Can I be fair?
Yeah, a better environment for me. That doesn't mean I'm better than the people. I simply have to find my space where I'm comfortable. And I respect people who like certain environments. That's them, but that's not me. And I think that, we were talking about authentically Black. I'll just say this real quick. We can be, what was the word you guys said?
Team respectability or
it's
team
possible
authenticity.
have respectability and be authentically Black. And respectability, I live in Atlanta. We don't have no white folks to impress, honestly. So anything that a lot of Black folks do is their own standard. It ain't because they're living for white folks and what white folks think. That guy who's talking, I think he is some kind of Black MAGA and he's trying to make a point. But I don't think any Black people should be thinking about. That's double consciousness, which is what W.E.B. Du Bois talked about, worrying about what white people think and how they see you. That's useless. That's self-hate. But I do believe that Black people, we individually in different classes, we have in our own class, we have our own standards. And we just need to separate ourselves from people who don't share those standards. We don't need to confront or try to change. They are who they are. And all classes are valuable. That's my thought.
When you say he was Black MAGA, you were talking about the guy actually recording these two women? Is that what you meant, May? I just want to, for clarification, please. May, you muted if you're talking. Maybe she stepped away.
You talking about the guy that recording or the video we're reviewing?
I think she's talking about the guy recording the video, not the actual Antonio Speaks guy.
Were you talking to me?
Yes, I was asking you, who were you saying was Black MAGA? Are you talking about the guy who's harassing these two women? Oh, no.
She might be having the same issue I was having.
May, you might have to drop and read. Can somebody tell her? Can somebody tell her to drop? She may not be able to hear me.
Yeah. May, you might need to drop and come back. Okay, look like she did. Yeah, Streamlord been acting kind of janky for me the last few days.
All right, just quickly to Tiff's point, and I know we got other people we trying to get in here. To be full disclosure, that's something that I've struggled with as well, right? You're minding your business. You're not causing a ruckus. You're not out here twerking and acting a fool. But I have been guilty of that, right? Flying, and then I'm like dressed, quote unquote, business casual to go catch my little flight. And I see a joint in pajamas, a sister, or whatever. And I'm like, man, here they go, making all of us look bad. That's some self-conscious shit on me. But at the same time, I do understand that it's a reflection amongst the group, right? And being a Black man, don't nobody get more smoke, I don't think, than us. Criminals, drug dealers, et cetera, et cetera. I get questions anytime if I'm sitting in first class or whatever. So I get it about people judging, et cetera. So, but you're right, though. It doesn't mean that you are less than, or I should look and think that I'm better than you or anybody else. You know what I'm saying? But I'm being honest, but that's just kind of how I looked at it, because I be looking at it like y'all making it more difficult for me. Or for people like
yeah, that goes back to
how they making it more difficult for you.
Well, because again, I understand if y'all study sociology, it's society, it exists. It doesn't matter how you feel. That's just what it is. How you present yourself, you represent not just yourself. If you work for a company, if you work for a brand, if you work for anything, we all represent ourselves first, and then whatever else you represent. That's why your family names would be important. You go out here cutting a fool in these neighborhoods, schools and all that. They be like, oh yeah, that's the such and such family. They out here doing this, that, and the other.
I hear that, but I'm just asking, how as a Black person wearing pajamas and a bonnet in public, how that makes it harder for you though, brother?
Because we represent each other. We can't take the
How
wins and
though?
ignore the losses, right? We can't say, okay, we celebrate the success of the Obamas, but then like we want to ignore or we don't.
No, I hear you in theory. I'm just saying, what does it make it harder for you to do?
To people are gonna look at all of us. They look at all of us.
Brother,
So
do they
okay,
already
my
not
question
negatively
is, hold
stereotype
on,
Black
Mulatto.
Americans?
Huh?
Tiff is trying
I'm
to get in
asking, do
there.
other races
Okay,
already not negatively stereotype Black Americans?
Other races stereotype everybody negatively. Like we
Okay,
all.
brother. So you think the pajamas is why other races look at you in a negative
I'm
way?
not gonna talk because this the checkmate dude. Yo, I'm not doing it with you.
Yeah, just the logical guy.
You're
Am I
not.
talking to another logical guy? Or are you the illogical guy? I'm asking. With all due respect, is it a Black person wearing pajamas and a bonnet? Is that why these other races look down on Black Americans? That's all I'm asking. Even when
The
well,
our
I
answer is
ancestors
think
wore
no,
it's
my
church
brother.
clothes,
rude. Hold on. I
these
think it's rude
whites and
that
these
you just
Latinos look down on our ancestors. If you look at
mulatto,
the footage from the civil rights
mulatto,
movement,
mulatto,
our
mulatto.
ancestors had church clothes on
Hello, can
and
you
they
hear
was getting
me?
watered
Hello.
down with water hoses and dogs.
Mulatto, Tiff is trying to get your attention.
I didn't want
She's
to do
trying to
that, right? But
she's
my
trying to
thing
slow
is
you
that
down because you
Oh, I
did
can't hit
jump
the hose.
in.
I'm gonna drive down and come back. It's StreamYard.
Okay.
okay,
He
maybe he didn't
probably
hear
when
me.
May dropped, that's why he couldn't hear you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, good.
So
No, because I was
before
gonna
anybody
say
else
you
goes,
let him in. You
ho-
didn't invite him in.
hold
He
on.
just threw him in there.
Before anybody else goes, and you're right, he did jump in. I didn't even get a chance to slow him down. Before anybody else jumps in, I just want to let you all know there is an issue with StreamYard in case you are unaware of it, where if you are on an iPhone or don't have the app, if somebody drops, it will cause the people who have iPhones to lose sound. You may be able to hear certain people on the panel. You may not be able to hear me. If somebody drops, you're just going to have to drop and come back. Just a fair warning to anybody who hits the panel. Not me, it's StreamYard.
Can you hear me, Queen?
Yes, I hear you just fine, Brownfield.
Yeah, so I think Mulatto had a pretty good point, right? And that brings me back to the mental colonization, right? Because it doesn't really even have anything to do with class, right? The last time me and my family went to Disney World, this was like 4 years ago, and we was staying at the Grand Floridian, right? That's the most expensive resort on Disney World. And when we went to breakfast, guess what we saw? White people in pajamas, Indian people, Middle Eastern people in pajamas, Asian people in pajamas, right? So it's not even a cultural race thing. It's just that people, when they're on vacation, however they feel comfortable to eat, that's how they're going to carry themselves, right? And it really has nothing to do with anything else other than that. And I think we as Black people have been indoctrinated, right, to look for the slightest things just to criticize our people. And I think we got to get out of that mindset. But peace and love.
Right, I agree
Appreciate
with
And
that,
I want the
you.
Brownfield.
brother to. I'm sorry. Just let me know when I could go to the host. With all due respect, can I get it now?
Yeah, go ahead, Mulatto. You can continue with your
Thank
question.
you. It'll be brief. And to the brother that I was just going back and forth with, for the record, this is not going to be a contentious discussion, but I want you to respond to that point. When our ancestors had church clothes on, the white man was still sicking dogs on them and spraying them down with water hose and not wanting our daughters to go to school with them. And our ancestors was literally dressed top notch. So I'm asking, brother, how can you attribute the goddamn pajamas and bonnets to why these other races are looking down on us?
Actually, anybody can answer that question. I know, May, you feel strongly too against dressing a certain way in public. So that was one of the things we brought up in the beginning of the video, or before we even started playing videos, but in the beginning of the stream, was that during the 50s and 60s and 70s, when people, did dress more appropriate, more of a standard of dress prior to the 70s, I'll say, like they were still getting hoes, they were still getting dogs, they were still a separation, they were still looked down on. So, like, how much did respectability politics help us? How much did it actually benefit us?
Yeah, that's the question I have. Is respectability politics, just so I'm clear, is that really about making sure that white people like you? Is that what this is connected to?
That
No,
was
that's
the
what the
definition.
brother said. That's what the brother said. That's why
I'm
I asked
sorry,
him the
what'd you
question
say? Hold
directly.
on one second. Let the sister answer because I want to hear what she has her intention where it's trained. But was your intention to talk about what white people think about us with respectability, sis?
Well, no. It's not what white people think. So, to give
Nobody
you the
ever.
premise of to give you the premise of the stream itself, my question is to Black people solely independent of anybody else. This is for us and us alone. FUBU. Okay. My question is, why do we keep up respectability politics today? And I'll show you the definition in just a moment. Why do we keep up respectability politics today? Is it necessary in 2026? I understand the need for our parents and our grandparents' generation to play the game the way that they felt they needed to assimilate into the greater overall culture, right? But in today's society, is that necessary for Black people to do that, to code switch, to play the game, to become more palatable to the masses? Or can we just be organically Black?
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And I was asking the brother in particular that because he's the one that brought up the white man. He said that the blacks that wear bonnets and pajamas make it harder for him. So I was asking him that direct question. Are you able to answer that, brother?
Nath, I think he's talking to you. Are you still not going to respond to him?
Absolutely not.
Okay. He's not going to respond to you,
It's
Mulatto.
all
I
right. His
think.
pussy hurt, but that's the point. Black men got to stand up and
Oh
be men.
my.
Let's not do that. Let's not
Yeah, but it's the
I
truth,
punch
Okay.
you in
though.
his face, bro.
It's the
Like
truth,
that's
But
not.
though.
but
It's the
Mulatto,
truth.
I don't do the insulting. We're gonna have a clean
Yeah, we
panel,
don't gotta do
y'all.
Yeah,
that.
but he's being sassy though,
Good evening to everybody.
because we
Yeah,
need
but
black men to be men,
I agree.
really,
And
We don't
because
I
they
want to.
still
wanna
worried about what the white
hold
man
on, hold
thinks
on, hold
about them.
on.
See what I'm talking about?
Mulatto,
See
slow
what I'm
down,
talking
slow
about?
down, slow
See what I'm
Well,
down.
talking
brother,
about?
Everybody
I was
slow
the
down.
one talking.
Justice James, can you let me know when I can jump in? I've been
I'll
One
pass you the mic.
second.
Let me say one sentence,
Riz
please.
that before
Uh,
you go, Mulatto,
all right,
think
go ahead.
about what you want to say. Make sure it's not gonna be offensive, please.
No,
I
nothing
want to
about to
thank
say. I'm
Think
sorry.
about
Go
what
ahead.
you want to say. Give me a second. I want to
I
thank
already
I
thought about
am
it.
for rejoining the panel. Appreciate you coming up. We now have Riz Dad on the panel as well. Two new people have joined. We still have Full Circle. We haven't heard much from him. I'm going to allow you to go ahead and continue with your point, Mulatto. But I am, letting you know, NAF is not going to continue the conversation with you. So
No,
if
I
another
have
point is
nothing to say to him. It's all right.
okay, cool.
The point I'm making is this: black men have to be men and stop worrying about what other men think about you. These other men, the white man, the China man, the Arabian man, they don't give a goddamn what you think about them. They just come to your community and they exploit you. Really. So you got to be a man and pull your pants up.
I have to agree with him. Gotta stop
Riz
making
Dad, thank
excuses. Gotta stop making excuses. Good evening to Miss Candy and everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. Thank you for having me.
you. Mm-hmm.
I agree with the brother. To be honest with you, that's one thing that they're not worried about in regards to us because we are so divided. And unfortunately, the brother shot his said something derogatory to the brother. But I think that was a really good question though, regarding the way that we look versus how they perceive us. We can have one of the best clothes. They'll still hurt us. They'll still try to take advantage of us. They have shown it. But to the question that was Ms. Candy's question in regards to, I think it comes down to carrying on tradition. I think that we've always been a traditional based people. I think that we've always had things against us that's still plaguing us right now, currently, and our children in perpetuity, unfortunately. So we got to figure out what the next move is in regards to building and helping each other,
Mm-hmm.
as far as my opinion is concerned, and stop kind of bickering over this, over the nonsense, and kind of just shelve it for the moment and try to figure it out. Because at the end of the day, for me, I'm in my 40s, so I
Mm-hmm.
have children. So my perspective and the way that I move is for them. So, again, we got children, we got the youth coming up, and there's a disconnect somewhere, and it shows between us and the youth. So, in regards to, the question, that was on the panel, I would say definitely, not trying to be long-winded, but I think that we should carry on the tradition from our ancestors and our mothers and our fathers. And actually, to be honest with you, I think they stuck together more in the past than how it is now. I mean, would you agree with that?
I think they didn't have a choice back then. The way that segregation and the communities were set up, we had to rely on each other.
That's part of it, but we also had standards, right? To get back to it.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Hold on.
because Mulatto dropped, some of you may have lost your audio. Come back if you can't hear me. Please go ahead and refresh and come back. But yes, Naf, go ahead.
No, just because we had standards, and then like every cop seen this dude around before, like he does that, right? He's a provocateur, and it's like we've been having a good conversation, right? We can agree, we could disagree, and I don't be liking to get hot, so that's why I was like, I'm not going to engage in this, right? Because every time we're talking about having a conversation moving forward, somebody wants to bring up something. But ain't nobody out here getting hit with water hoses and attacked by dogs in 50, 60 years.
It's different now.
Go back to that.
It's different.
You know what I'm saying?
But it's different.
It is
though.
different. So, but the question is,
can y'all hear me?
Yes. It's different now.
Anybody hear me? Oh,
we
don't
can
have to put
acknowledge that something exists or that has happened, but it's like, okay, what is the standard now? How do we move forward now? And we like to sensationalize what happened then, and like as if like, okay, this is the same thing. Like we can't move forward because of slavery.
No, I think.
But then at the same time, we want to brag about how successful Black people are. It's like, yo, we got to pick and choose. Like
I think that.
Well, I think didn't they fight for the right for us to choose and have what we call civil rights? And
exactly.
I mean,
absolutely.
So now that we have that, so how do we move forward? Is what I'm saying. Like we can't keep like even if you bring it to the church thing.
I mean, we did move forward.
You gonna be a victor or you gonna be a victim? 1 minute we're God's chosen people, the next minute the white man is holding us back.
The struggle continues, brother. The struggle continues, brother. It has not stopped. It has not stopped.
I promise you, I'm not the problem. This is what 18th was talking about. People like me leave people like y'all alone because y'all feel like, oh, we're in this struggle. And
brother,
I'm like, yo, listen.
Nothing.
We got to take the y'all out, though. That y'all is dangerous.
What I'm saying is
it's unfortunate.
Our ancestors fought for the right for us to choose whatever the fuck we want to do. As far as like, because people think, oh, they just fought to sit at the white man's table or the white man's countertop to eat at his food. No, it's the right to choose what the hell we want to do and what that looks like for us. So if anything, I feel like we have moved forward. I'm not sure exactly like where you're trying to
wear bonnets and pajamas in public to eat breakfast at a hotel.
But I think you're watching the small things, Brandon. There's much bigger things to see.
Way bigger things.
I am bigger. I see all of that.
But no one's bigger than nothing. No one's bigger than nothing. And that's where you're going wrong. Just because you dress up in a suit, I dress like that every day. It doesn't matter. Just because you dress up like that doesn't make you better than anything. It don't matter.
Nobody's saying
nothing makes nothing better. Exactly. And that's the whole thing.
Understanding perspective, understanding how society works, and then how do
what Brownsville said was the realest thing. When you go out, you see them white people, everybody from all cultures coming out the same way. They coming out in their pajamas, they fluffy slippers and all of that, and they chilling, and ain't nobody looking at them saying that they doing nothing.
Who cares about what they doing though?
So I think that's more your perception. I think that's more your paradigm and how you're seeing it, and what you might be seeing from your own lens. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just gonna let y'all continue because I wasn't gonna get in the conversation.
We got enough against us. We got enough against us to let the little small petty things move to the wayside. It's just there's a bigger picture. What's
the bigger picture?
In the grand scheme of things,
the bigger picture right here.
In the grand scheme of things, brother, in my opinion, we still going through what our ancestors went through, regardless of how everything has transitioned. Nothing has stopped. Nothing has stopped. It's just changed. It looks different.
Can you recall something that we're going through now that our ancestors went back in the day?
Yes, we're still going through police brutality.
Is that based on wearing bonnets or what we're wearing?
No, not at all. What I'm saying, what the sister is in regards to, you said what was going on back in the day, that's still going on currently.
But
one thing is,
hold on. But please,
so black people are just getting beat up out here by the police.
But it's not just but black people not only one getting beat up by police though. Like they're wilding out on everybody.
Okay, if you look at the statistics, unfortunately, Black Americans in the United States in regards to incarceration, right? And how and stops at the stop signs and just illegal searches, right? We hold the top percentage in that. We're filled up inside of the prisons.
So my question is, the way we dress, is that going to put us behind bars quicker? Are you saying because
No,
religion
sister, no way.
based off our
It could
aesthetics?
come.
No. I'm saying that that right there need to be put to the side because that's really irrelevant. We can have the best clothes on, we can have Gucci on, we can have $3,000 suits on, we can drive the best cars. They're still going to look at us what we are. So that's kind of irrelevant to me personally. They're still going to treat us the way that how they view us, how they perceive us, how the propaganda machine and how TV and how movies have made us look over the years.
I'm not making this a bonnet thing. What I'm saying is y'all focus on how they perceive us. So what is it we're supposed to do differently to make them perceive us differently?
There's nothing that we can do, sister. There's nothing we can do.
Why should we even care about what they think? And why
I agree with you, sister.
I think you.
I agree with you. I agree with you, sister.
That he was the one who came up co-signing that people should wear what they want to wear. He's agreeing. He's not against you with the bonnet. I think you missed that point. I'm sorry because I keep putting comments up, so maybe you couldn't see the names of who was speaking.
No, I just came back. I was giving the little one a bath. I'm sorry. That's my
no worries, sister. No worries.
And I just want to say we have I Am who's on the panel. Hopefully can I get a mic check from you, I Am? I know you were having some difficulty earlier.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Peace,
I can hear you just fine. Yes. And we have Brownsville back, and Uda has joined us on the panel. So now we have Tiff, Starborn, Naf, Rizdad, Uda, Full Circle, Brownsville, and I Am. For everybody.
Peace to everybody.
Salute, man. Salute, Candy. Salute, Tiff, Naf, Riz, Full Circle, I Am. Salute to my brother, Brownsville.
Peace,
you know what I'm saying? You're my brother. And I
Can
know
I-
your
can I
heart
jump-
is in the
can I
right.
jump
Hold
in
up. Let me
for a
just say
second?
one thing. Let me say one thing real quick. This black man could do this. Hold on. Salute to my brother, Brownsville. You know what I'm saying? I know when you was talking to me the other day, your heart was in the right place. You know what I mean? And hopefully you can see that my heart
Hey,
was
come
in the
on, man.
right
It's not the
place as
panel
well.
for that, man.
Hold
You should've
on,
did that on
man.
somebody else's
Hold
panel.
on. That's my man. Hold on. But we could do that. I just want to say this, man. Don't say that, but I can't do this. Relax.
You can't.
And you
should have jumped on Sharon
man,
panel. Don't bring us over
man,
here.
man, hold, man,
I don't even
tell
know
me
what
what I
y'all
can do
talking
when I'm
about
with
right
you.
now.
That's what I'm saying, Kenny. Let him
Hold on, let me
talk to
finish what I said.
Brownsville on somebody
Let
else's
me
panel.
finish
That's what
my
half of that.
sentence, man. You actually wasting time, hater.
No, you wasting time.
You actually wasting time, hater.
Let's not derail the
I
conversation.
am put hater on the end of it because I am a
That's
hater.
fine. Put it
That's
on
what you
there.
is. All
Let
right,
him
let's
get
get
off.
past you.
Just let him get it off. Uda,
Let's
go
get
ahead
past
and
you,
say what
sir.
you gotta say.
Let's
Just
get
go ahead
past
and
you,
say what
sir.
got. Just go ahead and
Get
say
out
what
of
you
here.
gotta say to Brownsville. Brownsville
You
is
heard what I'm
here.
saying,
Go ahead
bro?
and say it.
You heard what I said to you, man. Your heart was in the right place, and I know that what you was saying to me is the right thing. And my bad, bro. That's it. That's all I was saying. Let me just close out my sentence. What happened to this man? Go ahead, y'all. Y'all continue your conversation.
I respect that.
Okay.
He
I Am.
apologized.
Thank you. I know I Am was trying to jump in. And Brownsville, whenever you want to come off after I Am, you can go next. Go ahead, I Am.
No, so my question is, a lot of these people who have these issues with black women wearing bonnets, have issues with black women. Cause I don't never hear them complain about niggas with they pants sagging and shit, still in goddamn 2026. I don't never hear no streams of them talking about that. And first of all, too, I think a lady said about wearing bonnets to breakfast and about what hotels you go through. So I visit a lot of hotels because of my son's profession, a lot of 4 and 5 stars. And I see all races of people coming to breakfast with their goddamn pajamas on. Ain't nobody getting fully dressed at no 6 or 8 o'clock in the morning when you go eat breakfast at these hotels. So what are they talking about? Like,
Right.
what is the issue?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, ain't nobody full dressed, makeup on, ready to go at no 6 and fucking 8 o'clock in the morning. And I ain't talking about no 1, 2, and 3 stars hotels. I'm talking about 4 and 5 stars hotels. Because somebody say you need to change your hotel you go to. Everybody's in there in their pajamas. Ain't
Right.
nobody fully dressed. So, like, come on now. Like, it's just these people have issues with being black and black people.
Right. You see, unfortunately, we've been put through so much, man, and people don't want to go back to the core reason. If there's core reason why things are the way they are, in my opinion, in our communities and in our schools and just in general, there's a core reason. Like there's been so many division scenarios, and they're still doing it today. They've been doing it then, they're doing it now, and people are just kind of like sucking this up like a vacuum. And I'm like, why people can't see the blitz? Why they can't see the game plan? They're running the same game plan they ran on our grandmoms, that they ran in our, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, for me personally, it's like, yo, you can't see what they're doing. It's the same stuff. They're trying to keep us divided. Like, you can't see that? Every little small thing, they always nitpicking. Why can't a sister go to the store with a bonnet on? If she wants to do that on a Sunday morning and go get to the store, she's entitled to do that. Why are we finding little small things that don't really matter when there's bigger things that we could be considering and should be, taken into consideration, in my opinion?
And these be the same niggas wearing slides with socks on and shit.
Right, dumb stuff.
Too. You
dumb
know
stuff.
What the fuck
it's
out of here?
easy because we can't do the small things, but
because
you
we
expect
can
to do the big things.
We can do the small things. Our heritage
we
and
not,
our culture is the best culture. See, people try to downplay. People try to downplay our people, man.
But we could talk about all those things, but we just seen an example where a black man could come and talk to a black man live, because I ain't got to call nobody. We could talk about it live, and I could say my bad live, and a man gonna come here and try to stop a black man from doing that. And I think that is a lot of the same issue that we have. And forget them damn bonnets. We just seen an example of what we need to change right here on this panel.
I think we're dealing with a lot of trauma.
That's what it is. And I don't care about nothing. Ain't nothing to hide. We're going to speak about it live. We're going to talk about it the same way we're doing it live. And it's real. When we could take accountability, take ownership in anything we doing, because ain't none of us perfect.
Nobody's
perfect. Then that's how we going to get better. Point blank, period.
I agree.
And we can't stop each other. And he was just trying to stop me from saying that. Why I can't say that? Don't matter what I'm saying. We need to say that.
If you want to bring that up, nigga, this is Saturday. That shit happened on Tuesday.
I don't give a fuck when it happened, bro.
That was four other streets that you could.
I come from a hood where guess what? We might not make it to Sunday.
Don't bring it up on her street.
Well, I come from a hood where you might not make it to Sunday, homie. So where do you come from?
Bringing some shit somewhere.
Y'all are taking us away from the topic, though. Y'all are taking us away from the topic.
Get out of here. Again, I am hater. I'm done.
Y'all better than this, brothers. Come on, man. Listen, whatever happened, I'm not sure what happened, man. But I tell you what,
I don't know what they're even arguing about right now.
At the end of the day, I'm sure it ain't that serious. Ain't nobody family hurt.
It's not that serious, bro.
Ain't nobody family hurt. Ain't nobody lose no money, right? Ain't nobody lose no. You know what I'm saying? So like, whatever it is, we can discuss. We can discuss this, men, right? And again, some people handle things a little different. So if whatever happens, somebody seems like they might be hurt, or it might feel some type of way, talk it out as brothers, man, so you can come to a conclusion.
Oh, peace and love. I had a call, so I obviously missed a lot, but I'm back now.
So before anybody else goes, I don't want y'all to fight over it. Just to let you know, Brownsville, Uda apologized for something that happened previously and said that you're his man. I just wanted to get that out there because he wanted you to hear that.
I respect.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up, and that's
respect.
Listen,
respect.
we all make mistakes, man, and like he said, nobody's perfect, and nobody's ever gonna be on their best. You know what I'm saying? Behavior every time you see them, but it is honorable when we do make mistakes, and then we undergo a form of self-reflection, and then we come back and say, well, you know what, I was out of pocket, my bad, I'm sorry. And what I would like you to do, brother, is go to that queen and apologize to her.
Same way.
I like that.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's the person that you offended, right? So you apologize publicly, but you need to also apologize personally.
I agree.
In my opinion.
No, you're right. You're right. That's thorough. That's being the man. That's being the man.
That's a fact.
Now let me ask you. So I'm going to bring it back to the topic, because now I have some harder questions to answer, and y'all forgive me, bear with me. I haven't fully fleshed these out, so they're coming off the cuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
May says hair, fashion, and sagging pants and bonnets are not the definition of actual culture. Are we saying in our criticism of urban or what is considered ratchet black culture that we have a right to look down on these people?
No, we shouldn't look down on them. No, absolutely not. It's already enough. We got enough people already looking down on us. We don't need to be in here looking down at each other. Come on, like why add to it? Why add to it? In my opinion,
I agree.
What say the rest of you?
Hey, baby, come here.
This is the conversation that me and 18th was having earlier, right? No standards or lower standards, because Everybody can't meet the standard, right? That's our thing, right? And we like to. I'm going to do it again. Other cultures don't take their trash with them. You know what I'm saying? We black people, American black people, we want to take everybody. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You fucked up. You did whatever with it, but you black, I'm black, bro. You got to come with us. It's like, yo, this nigga's a killer. He's a murderer. He's a dope dealer. Like, what are you talking about? And he's supposed to be grouped in with the cats that made better decisions or other decisions simply because he's black, right?
Wait, who's
I'm not
doing that
saying
though?
we got to treat him wrong or whatever, but you can disassociate yourself from them.
I think
but
you're
hold on,
making.
but this. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think you're okay. So I want to separate. I want to slow us down for a second and separate. So I hear what you're saying about the negative parts of our culture, our society, but then you're also lumping in people who are just impoverished with that same thing. Not everybody.
Wait, no. How?
What do you mean how?
Let me finish. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it because you're saying leave the trash behind. I'm saying if we're looking at urban culture, people who wear bonnets, people who have sagging pants, people who have the urban poverty culture, however you want to define it, right? If we're looking at them all as one group, and then you're defining that group by murderers, killers, drug dealers, right? It's like saying you have. Okay, let me finish. Hear me out. It's like saying that you have a project. Y'all are familiar with the projects, right? Not everybody in that project is going to be a killer. Not everybody in that project is going to be a drug dealer. Not everybody in that project is going to be an addict. You're going to have some people that may come out of that project and go to Ivy League schools because of how hard they worked. So how do you know who to separate just because you don't agree with their lifestyle?
Right. This is where I said this earlier to
can I step in one day, someday? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to look over you. Go right ahead.
All right. So the part I just want to jump in, but I'm gonna go back to the bonnet part. Just recently, what was it? 3 days ago, I was in Inglewood, California, and going back to the bonnets, the saggy pants, and all this, that, and the other. I was at a Shell's gas station. Two brothers went inside before me to get gas. One of them out of the two had his pants sagging, but while he was getting his items, his chips, his drinks after getting gas or whatever he was getting for his partner, he had his jeans sagging, name brand clothing along with the belt. I forgot what type of belt it was, Louis Vuitton or something like that. The brother had braids. He turned around and looked at me. So what was I rocking? Nike shoes, jeans, and a polo shirt. But when he turned around and saw me standing right behind him, it took him nothing but a second just to look back. And as soon as he turned back, he pulled up his pants. I hadn't even looked at the brother to even give him like a dirty look, like, look at him. I didn't look at him in a mean way or degrade him, with my facial expressions. I just was looking straight ahead, waiting for my turn. But my point is that he looked at me, turned back, and pulled up his pants. So going back to the questions, like going back to standards, what can we do? What can we do? Are we an example? Can we be an example without even being an example by just our approach, by just an observance, observation? That's just one part. The other part that I want to add, and salute to the whole entire panel in the chat listening. I forgot to do that, so forgive me for that. I want to throw in this part, going back to what Brownsville mentioned. I don't think it's a problem. It has its place as far as the pajamas and the bonnets. Breakfast time, been there, done that. I haven't done it myself. Breakfast, wearing that attire is fine. I mean, on the cruises, on vacation, all that stuff. Disneyland, I was just at Disney World in May. Now, I wasn't there for breakfast, but I got there a little around 11 or 12. Breakfast time, I'm with it. Now, throughout that whole day, I didn't see anyone wearing pajamas and bonnets because, the rides, you getting messy, you sweating, and it's humid out there in Florida. So I didn't see that. But during the morning, I'm with it. But I'm wondering for the panel, do you see that as it's a time and a place for that? Or should that be a part of the standards throughout the day? Just ask yourself. I get it. I'm not against it because they're going to look at us any type of way. It doesn't even matter. Even including the black men back then, we had to cut our hair. That was the biggest thing back then. The topic of conversation for black men. Black men would wear braids. They were at these corporate companies. They had to cut their hair, and that's like. But you're still going to look at me. You're still going to judge me regardless. You're not going to judge me for who I am, my mental, my brains. You're going to see me for who I am and just judge me on that. And that's on a regular basis. But it's like either way you do. Either way, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But I'll
absolutely. Absolutely. We need to stop it. We really do. Because this, again, small, frivolous crap is keeping us, in my opinion, not on the big picture. There is an end goal, and there for again, everybody's different. Everybody's upbringing is different. And being an example, like the brother said, is very important. He didn't have to say nothing to the brother. He saw how he was dressed, and he pulled his pants up. A lot of this stuff is taught, not the bonnets and stuff, because I don't see no problem with bonnets and wearing stuff like that. If y'all want to wear bonnets, rock out. You're entitled to that. That's your decision. But the brothers with the pants sagging, I was never really with that, and I think that's a bad look. And it's unnecessary. And they learned that a lot. To be honest, a lot of that stuff was learned behavior from movies, from videos, from rappers. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like this stuff just came out of nowhere. In my opinion, it was created. It was influenced onto us, and some people picked it up, some people didn't.
Yeah, I can.
Sorry,
I
go
can
ahead.
share a real world example of this mental colonization that I was referring to earlier that just happened last week that my wife told me about. So my wife is an educator. She's over the intervention department for multiple elementary schools, right? And one of the teachers that she was mentoring told her an experience that she had, right? Her principal was white. She's a young Black woman, just 26 years old, right? This is her first year teaching, right? Just graduated, all that. And what happened was she was wearing a hair tie in her hair, right? She was dressing professionally. All she had was a hair tie in her hair, and the principal told her that was unprofessional. Right? So my wife went to that principal and pretty much scorned her and said, you can't tell her that she's being unprofessional because she's a Black woman, and that is part of our culture to wear hair ties, right? And she said, if you got a problem with it, then we can go and talk to HR and get this straight. And then the principal backed down.
Good.
Right? Because she realized she was wrong, and she was trying to participate in what we would call professional bullying, right? To where you are attempting to intimidate inexperienced Black people in order to get them to try to assimilate to the Eurocentric standard, right? And as Black men and Black women, brothers and sisters, kings and queens, we gotta stop being I guess tricked into taking on that same form of mental colonization, right?
I agree.
That's not gonna help us.
I agree. Just in these last couple of years, to be honest, didn't they just say it was okay to wear locks in school? They had a problem with that. Young lady wore her fro. Right, the Crown Act, exactly. So come on, that's what I'm saying. The fight is continuing. The struggle continues. We're still at any way trying to stop us from being who we are, in my opinion. And now they're trying to stop our children. The Crown Act, like the sisters just said, it's okay to wear locks now in school. At one point, you got to go home because this is my natural hair. They're envious of us. They've always been, and there's nothing going to change from these people. They're always going to look at us how they view us, regardless of what we do. So why not be the best version of ourselves and say, hey, listen, I know you look at me in a certain way. Fine. Guess what? Not only am I better, not even better, because I'm not going to say that's not fair, but in regards to our culture and how we are as a people, they've always been against everything that we've tried to do. And it's still that way. That's what I said. It's still going on. To the sister earlier, she's like, well, go ahead, brother.
No, I was going to say that last statement you made, that's been my whole point the whole time, being the best of ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So it has nothing to do necessarily with the bonnets and the PJs, etc. But we can't say that doesn't explain a lack of effort. And me as a Black man, I refuse to accept that, okay, going downstairs for breakfast in your PJs is the best that we can do. You know what I mean? Like I just it's just certain things where we just keep lowering and lowering what the standard is. If you get up in the morning and you get ready to start your day, that's not how you go out. You know what I mean?
So,
it's
so
like
can I
now,
ask you a question, my brother?
yeah.
So
That's Naf. Naf
have you
that's
ever?
talking.
That's brother Nap. I
Mm-hmm.
apologize. Have you ever been on vacation, right?
Of course.
And been to breakfast and seen white people in pajamas?
I don't know what white people be doing when I'm on vacation, bro.
No, I just asked you, did you ever see it personally?
No, I haven't seen it, but I don't like go out looking to be like, let me see what the white people is doing. Like,
No,
I
it
think y'all
ain't.
get it confused. But go ahead.
No, but that's not the point.
What's
The
the point?
point I was trying to make is, if you have seen it, did you feel as bothered as you feel when you see black people doing it?
I don't go places where I've seen black people doing it either.
So you don't go anywhere.
I go plenty of places, but see, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about. The assumption is that this is what black people do. This is acceptable in black culture, and what I'm saying is it's not. You know what I'm saying?
No, but
because y'all might normalize it or y'all seen it. That doesn't mean that goes back to Candy Point. We're not a monolith.
Have you ever been to Disney World, my brother?
No, absolutely not, yo. Like, no, my kids are grown. No, I've been to Costa Rica. I've been to goddamn Belize several times. I've been to Colombia. I've been several places. I've been to South Korea.
So are you okay?
Bro,
but what he's saying is, so when you stay at hotels at these places, so everyone you see at 6 o'clock
I
in the
stay
morning
in
is fully
villas when I
dressed?
go to these places.
Okay, so then why you even on the panel then? Because you can't relate to it.
Because I've been in hotels too.
So that's what we're talking about. So why you talking about villas? So what I'm saying is,
And nobody walking around the villas, no pajamas, no nothing, just chilling. They got villas and all that.
Bro,
No.
this a villa. Cut it out, bro.
Come
Like,
on,
it's not
bro.
the
No,
same
what
thing as a
all
hotel,
I'm saying is
man.
everyone gets up at the hotels and the villas you've been to in your whole life. Everyone gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning, fully dressed, to go down to the lobby and eat breakfast.
So check
at
this
the
out,
hotels.
right? All right, so check this out. If you go to DC, right? What's that joint, man? Now I can't think of it, yo. It's a hotel in DC. Really, they got a bunch of really nice hotels in DC, and there's like restaurants downstairs. You cannot check out your room or go downstairs. Now you can order room service, but you cannot go down to the restaurant in your pajamas. Like, it's just not. That's not acceptable. You're not going to be like, it's not. And I get what y'all talking about, vacation or whatever, but there's plenty of people that vacation in the city, you know, in other places, to where that's just not the norm, where you could just go downstairs and in your drawers and go get something to eat. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, and it's not like I'm trying to hate on black people. What I'm just saying, like, yo, I don't see this from anybody, because it's like, yo, what are you doing, bro? Like, everybody gonna look at you like you crazy. They gonna jump in the shower real quick, throw some sweatpants on and a hoodie at least. But nobody's coming down there and they still PJs and little booty shorts and all that, like straight out the bed. Like, that's just crazy to me, bro. We about to go eat. Like, what are we doing? Like, I don't understand. Like, why is this even a debate?
To broaden the conversation, to move it a little bit forward, I agree with the concept that May has put here. Cardi B has lots of money. She thinks she's ratchet rich. To move it beyond, because I know some people are like, they're hearing the bonnet thing, but I want to take it off bonnets and just put it on urban culture, period. You have the long nails, you have the pink hair, blue hair, purple hair. May made a point earlier to say, and I have to try and get back to it. She said, everybody has a right to their own culture. Ratchet culture has a right to exist. Working class culture has a right to exist. Black elite culture has a right to exist. What do y'all think about that?
I mean, I think that exists in every culture, right? It's not necessarily just black culture that has those different categories, right? So
That's
if
fair.
those categories can exist in white culture, why can't they exist in black culture?
That's fair. That's fair.
And I agree with the brother, right? That standards are important, right? And there's a time and place for everything, and there's a time and place for certain attire, right? But in the video that you played, Queen, right? And that's what I think he's missing. Unless you played some other videos that I don't know about, I'm just referring to that video, right? Where that black man was harassing those ladies, and they was just trying to eat the continental breakfast at the hotel, right? He was out of pocket, right? He was, he's internalizing racism, right? And he was, and I got a problem. I got a problem when we do that. Right now, I understand. Yes, right, because having class, having a sense of decorum, having a sense to present yourself in a way that's gonna garner respect, right? I believe in all of that. However, that particular situation don't apply to that because across all cultures, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know where this brother been, but even if you go to the Four Seasons and you go to breakfast, you gonna see white people in pajamas.
Absolutely.
That's a fact.
Absolutely.
I've never seen that, bro. It was the
I'm definitely
Ritz.
seeing it.
The Ritz
Me
in
and my wife
DC and
just came back.
Georgetown. Go there. Y'all not gonna see motherfuckers in their pajamas
We
at
just
the
came
Ritz
back, me and my
Carlton.
wife. Me and my wife just came back from the hotel and for the continental breakfast move, and that's all Asians, Europeans.
They was not in their pajamas,
Latino.
bro.
I promise. Hold on, brother, because I was there and you weren't there, and I was there with my wife.
I be there. What do you? I used to work out there, like in.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
He's not talking about the
What, they
Ritz,
had on them fancy
Hold on, brother.
pajamas?
Oh, I'm talking about the Intercontinental, all that, bro. Like, if you
Hold on,
talking about
brother.
Wait, was it the
Hold on.
fancy pajamas with the fur around the collar?
Just for a sec. I live in Philadelphia. We live in Philly, right? I'm in Philly, so we had the Ritz Carlton, okay, upscale 4 or 5 star, whatever you want to call it. When we went downstairs for continental breakfast, the Asians, the Latinos, the Europeans that were there were in pajamas, and nobody cared. Why? Because we just was eating breakfast. That's it, brother. We was just eating
Can I
breakfast.
say
Everybody's
something
with
right
their
quick
family.
before I lose my thought?
They had robes and slippers on.
Yes, sir. 100%. 100%. Buying their hair, wasn't nobody tripping. Everybody was eating breakfast and having a good time. That's what I'm saying. This little frivolous crap, it burns me up. Let the sister go ahead and speak before she go ahead, sister.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt because, okay, I can't remember who said this earlier about other races or, cultures ostracizing the degenerates
Oh
by
wait,
people that are
hold on.
unalive.
Your audio's burping. Give me 1 sec. Let me edit your mic real quick. Okay, say something else. Tiff.
Okay, is that better?
Much better. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess it was my earbuds. No, okay, I can't remember who said this earlier about other races or other, cultures of people basically ostracizing the degenerates in their community. And I'm thinking like, but why are we acting like we don't do the same? Like we're not over here, bigging up people unaliving or, people taking advantage or doing, completely just crazy stuff to people. We're literally just talking about, I guess, image here. And I mean, I know image goes on beyond what we see, but like trying to compare people out here unaliving to what people are wearing, I think was kind of disingenuous. But I mean, I get the premise, far as like saying, oh, well, nobody else in the other culture do that, but they got whole documentaries out here of the degeneracy in the cultures. But it's like when Black people try to point out what we see, it's a problem. But I'm trying to figure out like why do we even care? Like somebody was just saying about the Ritz Carlton, and they're out there wearing their pajamas. Why do you
Right.
think they don't care, right? Because
Right.
they living life, they eating their breakfast, right? And it shit probably above my pay grade. You know what I'm saying? In a sense, Ritz Carlton, that sounds fancy to me.
So is it a money thing? Is it an economic type of thing? I'm hearing this. I just had to jump in because, like you mentioned, the Ritz-Carlton, the Sheraton, the Hilton, all these high quality, high class hotels, like any other place. I'll just give an example, like Beverly Hills. I haven't seen it. I haven't had breakfast out at any of those hotels. But compared to, I believe that was mentioned. If Candy Cane mentioned it, there was another woman on the panel that mentioned it. You have Cardi B, others, Black women celebrities, that are they allowed to, because of the money that they have? You can even throw in Oprah Winfrey, is it about money in comparison to not having money and dressing in a
Good
certain
question.
way? I'm just
Good
Because
asking,
it's definitely giving classism. I think I said that earlier
is
because
that what it
Yeah,
is?
we talked about it
is
earlier.
That's
that
a
what
good
it's
question,
giving?
brother.
I'm just trying to break it down because it's like do we reject them and look at them? Because if someone walks into that store, or is the front desk or the ones in the kitchen going to look down on them, knowing that, oh, that's a celebrity, they're worth what network in the millions compared to someone that has just what $100 in their wallet? Are they going to? But going back to classism, it's like it's not confusing, and I don't want to confuse myself to where it's like, okay, so is that how we're going to be seen? Because other races seem like there's no problem. Caucasians, I think Brownsville, others, Asians. Now, I've never seen Asians or Hispanics wearing pajamas, even at breakfast. They don't. I look at it to where it's always going to be this. It's always been this. It's always a black and white thing. Have you all noticed it? Black and white, white and black, going up against
Can I add on to that?
comparison.
Because
For the most
King,
part,
you made a
yes.
point earlier about the culture of how like the Cardi B, right? Cardi B, she can sell ratchet. She can sell, being what black women are demonized for. Like Asians can go and have a twerking class. White girls can have twerking class. But if black women want to have a twerking class, it's like, oh my God, you need to
They whores.
keep reading.
Right.
Right, they're whores. Like everything
Right.
under the sun. So is it now I'm thinking, is it just classism or is it like a combination of being prejudiced as well? Because it's like we're the one
Absolutely.
that do it to ourselves. Like nobody else does that. Cause like Cardi B can get praised for twerking on stage and doing stripper moves and playing with her pussy. That's crazy. But if Megan do it, it's like, oh my God,
But do you
that's
think it's a
why.
setup? I just want to ask you a question. Do you think it's a setup? For example, Cardi B just broke up with Stefan, or the football player, with the Patriots. Okay, so check this out. All right, but she's doing concerts as we speak, selling out. I don't know about selling out, but most likely selling out arenas, and they
Right.
applaud that. The twerking, the WAP, all of that is applauded. So you don't think that's a setup? So when you have the average one that's applauding that and celebrating that and going out and putting that out at restaurants in the world, just the twerking, like what just happened not too long ago? Was it 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where you had the sisters jumping on the tables in Atlanta at the restaurant twerking, and I think they had to stop all of that. I think the restaurant owner.
I just talked about this earlier.
Yeah, they stopped that because it was like at a restaurant, you don't do that twerking wherever you got it from, whoever's video, whoever's setting an example of twerking is not allowed at this restaurant. And I'm not doing a comparison of breakfast, with the bonnets and pajamas, but the twerking as an example in itself, they say that's not what we do here. You have people eating here. It's no different. It is different from bringing your pet in a restaurant. And white people do that too. They literally bring their dogs. I have an issue with that, bringing your pets.
And me too.
Unless you're blind to a restaurant and sitting right there next to you while you're eating your food, a dog from outside. You don't know where that dog's been, but white people are allowed to get away with it. I've never seen blacks do that, but it's funny how when I mentioned the economy, how whites are allowed to do things in comparison to us. And I mentioned the setup part where it's like blacks out there, celebrities are putting this in videos, concerts, and they bring it right back. It doesn't have to be just Atlanta. And then we emulate it, we do it. And it's like we shut the place down, but then it's more added to it to where it's like, and don't get me wrong, blacks are doing this and you have other cultures in that restaurant. So it's not always a black restaurant. It's others looking at it to where it's like, is that how we really conduct ourselves? Is it a setup to fail to say, you know what, now look at us? You know what I mean? We go right back to this conversation to where it's like, is there a place for all of this?
You're right. You're right, brother. If somebody want to take, go ahead. I'll go after whoever needs to go. Go ahead.
Now he cooked that with the pets and stuff. Like, can we see that in Northern Virginia? They got some spots. You know what I'm saying? You sit outside on in Old Town in Alexandria. Anybody's familiar with Northern Virginia? You can bring your pets and they sit outside. That's not the norm though. You're not gonna see a lot of black people out there, but it's other spots that's absolutely not acceptable. But the other thing is too, like twerking is not necessarily acceptable in most of these restaurants. Like somebody talked about it earlier, like who wants to go to brunch and then you up here, shaking and twerking that thing, and I'm just trying to eat my waffles. You know what I mean? Like it's unacceptable. It's a time and a place. But what happened is it's become like a culturally acceptable thing, and we hide behind that. And then people will get shamed if you say something about it. And I've been getting attacked for this for years. I used to do podcasts and all of that. And if I'm like, yo, this isn't cool. Like some people just want to go out to eat. Why do we have to sexualize everything? Why does everything have to be turned up? And then this is what black culture is identified as. And then we get lumped in this box. So I don't want y'all to get it misconstrued. Like I just, again, like all these different points I'll be making, it's about, and I'm wrapping it up, it's about sociology, the collective, the group. It's multifaceted. It's complex. It's not simple. You know what I'm saying? We're not a monolith. Y'all, all of y'all have been made some amazing points. I just be trying to touch on every little thing and say, like, we can't just focus on this because this sounds good or this make us feel good. We have to be able to step back and look at the whole collective if we're serious about being taken seriously and moving within the society.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
But that's difficult. But it takes people that think. We can't feel. We have to think about stuff and see stuff and say, okay, what is it? And again, last thing I'll say, to Tiff's point, like, I've been guilty of that. I look at motherfuckers and be like, yo, obviously they don't care about themselves. They don't respect themselves because they came out the house looking like this. Pants sagging, bonnet on, this, that, and the other. But she asked the question, does that mean that I don't deserve or they don't deserve respect? You know what I'm saying? And acknowledgement the same as anybody else? They absolutely do, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's a
Go ahead, Brunsville. Got it.
there's a big difference between inappropriate behavior in public and the proper attire for breakfast.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So those are two totally different things. So while I would agree that yes, when you're in public, there's a certain way you should behave, especially in a restaurant where people are just trying to eat and chill with their family and friends or what have you. But once again, that isn't the conversation that from the video. From the video, it was just those two ladies eating breakfast at a hotel, continental breakfast, and they have on pajamas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm saying is that is not improper and that is not unusual, right?
Right.
Queen
Right.
Candy Cane. Can you hear me, Queen Candy Cane?
I hear you just fine.
Can you do me a solid, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can Google the Grand Floridian Hotel, right? And you can look up pictures of what people are wearing for breakfast in a Grand Floridian Hotel. You put up people wearing pajamas in a Grand Floridian Hotel for breakfast, and you'll find Asians wearing bathrobes. You'll find white people wearing pajamas.
Right.
It's not unusual or improper at all in today's time, right? So that's the thing. I think we gotta stop just trying to lump everything into the same box and recognize that brother who was recording that video, right? He is indoctrinated,
yes, sir,
to hate on his own people and look for the most minute things in order to slight us, in order to make it seem like we're less than. And we got to get out of that mind frame, right?
Absolutely.
Because if it doesn't bother you when you see white people in a nice place eating breakfast in pajamas, it shouldn't bother you when you see black people doing the same thing.
This is the definition of like prosperity preaching. This isn't progressive. Like we was going somewhere and then we go back to focusing on it. This is irrelevant, brother.
I think he was just making a point in regards to the situation.
I know, but I thought we had moved past that like 30 minutes ago, and we went back to proving pajamas and people wearing them at like it's like, okay, that's irrelevant to when we talk about the overall big picture of things moving forward. Like
I think there unfortunately are people out there like that brother in the video who was doing that to them sisters. He was unfortunately he was out of pocket, number one. He shouldn't have did that. But again,
by the way, that's exactly what I said too.
Right.
You would ask Ken. I said
he has his own disdain for black people, right? We have been taught this type of thinking.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm sorry. I think that again, the propaganda. This again, you're absolutely right, brother. But I'm just saying, in general, if you want to speak to the populace in regards to even around the world, we can go out of the United States, and people view us a certain way because of how we're viewed on TV, how we're viewed in movies, right? How they see us on videos, right? So this stuff has been done intentionally to us, in my opinion, so that people can have a certain perspective of us. So when they do engage us, oh yeah, well I see that on TV. Oh, all black people carry guns and they violent. They want to steal. They want to unalive things. You know what I'm saying? They're ratchet, right? So all this has been done by Hollywood and by again these type of institutions intentionally. The first movie, like for example, what's the joint that came up for? What is it? Birth of a Nation, right? We can go back to that, right? And they were showing us in a certain way, and that's been that. What's that? When did that movie come out? If somebody can Google that real quick, they've been doing that, and they're still doing it today in regards to in the media, in the radio, and then some. Unfortunately, there's some of us who have again been indoctrinated to a degree, and we're kind of just like playing it out, right? So they're like, oh yeah, well guess what? I see it, unfortunately, so it's like, yo, you don't have to do that because that's what they say. That's what they say you are. That's what they showed you are. You're pants sagging. You a thug. You have your gun. You disrespect women. You call elders bees. You know what I'm saying? All of this stuff has been done intentionally, in my opinion. That's just how I look at shit.
Wait, who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Because I can't see names again because he got the comments up here.
Who just finished talking? I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at it.
Where's that?
Where's that? Okay, so Candy, this goes to a question based off of what Tiff was saying earlier, because I had wrote this down, right? We talked about assimilation versus unapologetic Black. I think that's a whole conversation for topic in itself. The other thing was, I'm not gonna get into that. The question I want to ask, based on what he just said,
yes, sir.
What does it mean to be unapologetically Black? Because what keeps popping up is the negative, the worst of us. I've had cats say that. Like,
right.
If you don't dress a certain way, you're not really Black. Yeah.
For me, brother,
the whole panel. But yeah,
being unapologetically Black is understanding, number one, that where we came from, how far we've came, the what we've done here, what we've done here, what we're still doing here in regards to. Listen, the Black man and the Black women is the most copied. They copy us. We've been being copied for years. They copy how we talk. They copy how we dance. You're right. They copy how we look. They copying the sisters now. They want everybody to have, excuse my language, big booties, right, and thick lips, and things like that, right. So they're going to get Botox, and people getting BBLs before the BBLs start getting real popular. They're going to get Brazilian butt lifts and stuff like that. We've always been copied. Right. So knowing this, these people have been copying us. They know what we like to eat. They know we like fried chicken. They know we like watermelon. They say so. These people have been and still doing it, watching us, right, seeing what we like, right, and putting it in the mix. So, in my opinion, American culture is Black culture. Why? Because everything that we've created, from the stop sign and the internet and everything that's pretty much been on this planet. We've created that, and knowing that, right, gives me a sense of, yo, excuse my language, we the shit. And at the end of the day, they're always trying to find ways to push us down and make it, oh, y'all were slaves, or this will happen to y'all, oh, y'all ratchet. Oh, and again, it's the propaganda machine, it's the Hollywood machine, it's the radios, it's the TVs that's still pushing this stuff on our children. Now they got unfortunately with the inner with the gay stuff, excuse my language, and so it's a whole bunch of stuff that's going against us.
And the sexuality stuff.
All of that stuff, brother, is to spite us and it's to make us confused.
A lot of it is our fault, though.
No, brother.
I'm explaining it to you.
Go ahead. You can explain. Go ahead, brother.
We sensationalize a lot of stuff, right?
Like what? Give me an example.
You just said, like, Black people created everything, and that's not how that works. Or Black people, like, we weren't the only ones to be enslaved. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but that's a different topic for a different. I'm talking about in regards to what we did.
Words have meanings. Like
brother,
again,
I agree with you.
Things from a holistic perspective, we can't pick and choose, right? Because there's other groups of people and civilizations that existed long before we knew about African Americans.
But we're not talking about them, brother.
But I get it. But I'm just saying, again, I look at big picture things, right? We're such a small speck. I'm not saying that we're not special, that we're not important, that our struggle doesn't matter. But it's like, okay, we all of us are so insignificant in the world when it comes to
in a general sense, yeah, you're right. But I mean, in regards to what we've brung to this continent, as a whole, and then for them to that's cool. But I'm only concentrating on us right now, brother. respectfully,
I know,
right?
but it's like, but we only want to do that when it's the good things. When we
But
start
you just
talking about
asked
the bad things,
your
listen
question.
to me. Listen
Okay.
to me. When we start talking about the bad things, the first thing that motherfuckers want to do is say, "But white people do it too. But
Well,
Asians do it
I
too.
think that
But
we have to
Hispanics
look
do
at.
it." Oh, now y'all want to include other groups, right?
I think
Into the
that we have to
conversation.
look at. We have to again. That's why history is so important. The past is important because the history repeats itself. It's repeating itself now, right now, with this war and everything that's going on in Iran and everything. Guess what? It's repeating itself again.
Mm-hmm.
So again,
Y'all, when y'all
so
get a chance, I want to jump in when y'all get.
go ahead, sister.
The thing I was talking about earlier, I wanted us to kind of move towards
Oh yeah,
like
she
a
left me
bigger
hanging.
picture about acknowledge that we have different class and culture, and
Mhm.
it's very, very diverse in Black people. I think that's one of our first mistakes. We always trying to like get us down to like siphon out like one type of Blackness. And
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
my experience that Candy Cane. And it's
We
my
always
experience
seen
that
it.
all of these are authentic cultures. They are authentic. Um, I consider myself Black, middle class, professional class. And I grew up like that. And the generation before me grew up like that. So it's embedded in me. I can't be different. You know,
Okay.
if I try to do stuff that I see on TV, it's not authentic. I promise you. I would look crazy. And what I'm trying to say is that we have to acknowledge that everybody has a right wherever they are within this sphere of Blackness to
Mm-hmm.
exist.
Agreed.
And we have to we have to respect that. And
Yes.
so my thing is not about like when you talk about degeneracy, I was using Cardi B as an example. She's totally degenerate and she's got plenty of money. So it's not about we only respect people who have money. She's
Right.
ratchet. The
Well,
shit
she's
she
getting
does
paid.
and the way
She
she
getting
And
carries
paid.
she's
on.
not Black.
She sure ain't, but she getting paid.
Okay,
She's
she's
getting
not
paid
Black,
to
but
be
a lot
ratchet.
of Black people accept her as that. So the
Of
thing I was
course.
going to say is let's look at culture. I'm going to
She
just move it away
represents
from
quote
clothes and
unquote Black
fashion real quick.
culture.
I want to
Unfortunately,
move it away from clothes and fashion and
No, she
stuff.
doesn't.
she
So one
does
of the
though.
things I was talking about earlier is the culture of y'all have all seen it. We've experienced it. You go to an area and maybe a neighborhood, a gas station or something. People
Yep.
eat something and they throw it out the door,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
Wings, they throw the whole plate out. There's
Right.
neighborhoods where Black people live and white people live where people, when they get done eating or drinking, they just throw the thing down.
Right.
Whereas, that's them being authentic. They have a right to do that if that's what they want to do in their community. It's just someplace I don't want to be. In
Right.
my community, we have an HOA and we call the folks on you when you throw trash. It's
Absolutely.
not
Do you think that?
acceptable.
Do you think that's being? Do you think that's being a taught a taught thing, sister?
What's taught?
Them just saying, you know what, I don't care about this neighborhood. Let me throw this in the trash. Let me throw this on the floor.
I think that's their culture. They got a right to it.
You think it's a culture to be what? Just like be nasty?
That's their culture, sir. You're calling it nasty. I'm not. I
Well,
think
just
it's nasty, but that's
I
their
think it's
culture.
nasty too to throw the trash on the floor when there's a trash can right there.
This
But
can
that's their
happen when you don't have
culture.
no
They've been doing that
structure.
since they were children.
Yeah. No rules, no guidance, no
Right.
standards. This is what you
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, but what about the degenerate white culture?
See what I'm
Right.
talking about? And then we go to
Can,
that.
let,
Then we
can,
go
can
to
I
that.
can I land can I land my point, my brother? Can I
Who
land my
cares about
point?
white people though?
Right. Here's the thing, right? We always mention Cardi B, right? And yes, Cardi B is a degenerate. We get it, right? But Donald Trump is a bigger degenerate than Cardi B.
Hello.
And I don't see a lot of Black men like Neff complain about Donald Trump and his
Because I'm not
degeneracy.
going to do that, bro. Like
He
we're
got
not
a point.
comparing politics. He don't have a point, bro. Like that has nothing to do with the conversation.
But you got to let him get it out. I hear
Yeah,
that
man,
you disagree with him. You still got to let him, get his opinion out.
I'll be back.
I mean, listen, I understand people are emotional, right? And this really, to me, is not an emotional conversation, right?
Not at all. Not at all.
What I'm saying is, right? Yes, there's a level of degeneracy in our culture that's off-putting, right? Which is why when I speak, I tell us we got to recalibrate our value system, right?
Yes, sir.
Remove lust and degeneracy from the top of our value system and replace it with solid values, right?
Agreed.
But everybody's not going to do that, and that's okay, right? But if we're going to say that there's certain stereotypes and tropes that represent the whole of us, then we also have to concede the other way around. So
Right.
Epstein files and incest and harming children, that's a part of white culture, right? So if we're gonna look at black people with those type of binoculars, then we got to look at white people the same way and say, hey, you come in the
Who
restaurant.
assumes that we don't, Brownsville? Who assumes we don't see it? I'm gonna be honest with you. White people are not my standard at all, and never have been. I even said that earlier. I quit going to Daytona Beach. I used to hang out there in college. You know, most people have. It's cheap hotels, but I can't deal with the PWT down there. Po white, you know what I'm talking about. I can't do it. They walking around with their nasty dogs and their nasty feet, and they got teeth missing, and their hair is nasty. They look scrubby. They scare me, and they be drunk and high. I don't go to Daytona because I don't like them white people down there. So we have degeneracy in all cultures. We as black people got to stop pretending they're the standard. They are not the standard. Them folks are uncivilized.
Thank you, Queen.
They're extremely uncivilized.
Agree.
Not
Agree.
I don't even care what they think.
Agree, sister.
Thank you. And that's the problem. But you got brothers like Nav who disagree, right? He believes that we are the standard of degeneracy, our people. And I just, I've never personally been to any restaurant and seen black people just bust out twerking. Right? That's a stereotype. That's a trope. That's something very abnormal. And it's a slim minority where it happens. I've never personally seen it though.
Me neither,
right?
So wait, but Brownsville, I do want to cut in on you a little bit. To be fair, Naf didn't say that he didn't see white people be degenerate, except for when he was talking about like with the whole hotel thing. Prior to when he was in the chat, he said he didn't care about white degeneracy. That was not his focus. Why are we focused on what white people do? He kind of agreed more so with May. So I just want to, because he's on mute right now. I know he's not. He said he was going to step away because he wasn't feeling that part of the conversation. I did want to interject with that.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just talking about what I heard him say in regards to the other conversation, right? And that's the problem, right? When we say things that are unfair and slighted to make our people as a whole look less than or look more degenerate, that's where it becomes a form of mental colonization, right? To where we are accepting the premise that the Eurocentric culture is a higher standard than our culture.
Brownsville, we just said that's not it. That's not it, brother. We talking
about
black people.
I know that's what you said, Queen, and that's why I said thank you. Right? But I haven't heard the brother say that. Now, if he say that, I would say the same thing to him. Thank you for acknowledging that. And if we're going to acknowledge that, and then we can have the rest of the conversation as what should be our standard, then I'm all for it. But I just don't want to participate in a conversation to where we're just looking at black people and saying you need to be better, and we're not understanding that as a culture of people, black, white, Hispanic, whatever, we are moving towards the way of degeneracy at an alarming rate altogether.
Altogether, perversion as well.
Right.
Well, I
have something to say.
That's not authentic.
I wanted to add on. Was there somebody on the panel that mentioned entertainment? Maybe before I jumped off, I had technical difficulties. Somebody was talking about entertainment. If not, then I'll add my piece.
Kind of what we talk. Yeah.
Kind of. Okay. So yeah. Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I'm just gonna fill in the blank, but go ahead. Go ahead and get it out.
I'll jump in on this. The part that I don't disagree with what Brownsville and May was speaking of or saying. The problem I have is that we always have to work. I'm going to show you where I'm going with this. 10 times harder in society. 10 times, 2 times, 10 times. We do, our children do, our ancestors. I mean, we always have had to work 10 times harder.
You're right.
The problem I have is the powers to be. The powers to be, let's just say like entertainment, Hollywood. I noticed in one of my favorite movies, and I just looked it up on Google, and I forgot the other sister's name. I think she passed away, but it was Halle Berry, the movie Baps. Halle Berry and the other sister. Okay, remember that. Now let me bring it forward to where in Hollywood, it seems like, okay, going back to what Brownsville mentioned about the hotel, all the different cultures wearing the bonnets and the pajamas, breakfast, it shouldn't be an issue or problem. Some way, somehow, Hollywood will find a way in that one particular scene, and you know exactly what they're doing, with the whole stereotype thing, but it's to make us look worse than what it is when it's accepted. And I believe that what Brownsville mentioned is true.
that shouldn't even be an issue or a problem. They'll make it a way to put it in a scene to where in that one scene where we're wearing the outfits, the bonnets and the pajamas, nobody else in the restaurant, and they'll focus on that. They won't even have it to be like, oh, it's okay. It's a breakfast scene. The powers that be will make it seem, along with, depending on the scene, an attitude. It's always something thrown in the mix when it comes to our culture, to where we're looking at it, laughing at it, but the other cultures are laughing at it too. But at the same time, in the back of their minds, they're like, look at them stupid, them idiot. You know how it goes, where it's like, but wait a minute, hold on, pause the brakes. That's not really how we, and I agree with what we're speaking of today, but they'll always find a way to downplay it to make us look bad. It's not us looking bad or to even intentionally make ourselves look bad, but they will find a way in Hollywood to make ourselves look bad. And that whole scene will be focused on that, the actor, the outfit, for example, pajamas and bonnets, and not even the words coming out of their mouth, to where it's like, what's the real focus? But to show, well, that's what they're used to. But at the same time, everyone should, if that's the case, let everyone wear the pajamas and the bonnets in that one scene. But my point is that how Hollywood will portray it to always put us in a negative light.
Always.
And I'll land.
On purpose.
So
yes.
The difference is we seem to accept it, and we'll say that
some of us do.
Culture.
Some of us do. Not everybody accepts
I
it.
agree. I agree with you. It's a small majority, but it's or minority rather, but they have the loudest voices.
They magnify it. They magnify it. Put the magnifier on the ratchetness intentionally, so that people can think that's what we all are.
I agree with you 100%. But then what happens is when somebody like me speaks out and say, "Okay, this is what accountability looks like," so point it out and say, "Hey, look. This is a problem. This is how we are seeing," and we can say what we want to say. Society is made up of more than just black and white people. It's a collective, right? It's a whole. Society does not work without each other. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, if somebody don't say something and be like, hey, we don't want to be seen as this because we understand that this small pocket of people does not represent the majority of us.
You're right.
But when you speak out against that, you get chastised and you get attacked, and then you're like a hater and you hate black people and you're what they call it. You're a self something. I'm like, what is all this foolishness?
We don't control the media. We don't control the media. The media puts out whatever.
Control what you do and how you present yourself.
Agreed. Yes, sir.
But at the same time, they don't bring it to us for approval, like a yay or nay. If you notice that, like the Sexy Reds, and that's just an example. Besides what we're speaking of, it's never brought to us. Have you noticed? Wait, hold on. Have you noticed? Once it's on the screen, big screen, it's out there. So it ain't like we can stop it and protest and picket, and go to the board meetings and say, you know what, that's not how we get down. Another movie, I'm just throwing up example, Hollywood Shuffle, with Robert Townsend. And that's one of my favorites as well. It's like that's not who we are. Going back to what Brownsville said, we always have to emulate like the Europeans or a certain way, a whiteness, and that's not our culture. That's not us. And it's usually the other way around. They're copying us, but they find a way to make fun of us and think that it's cool, and it's not cool. So like I said, once it's out there, it's out there. You can't rebuke it. You can't cut it. You can't stop it. It's there. They have that power. But go ahead.
So stop right there. Do y'all see how y'all are like right now, full circle, back worrying about what they think? Fuck them people. Can we get
No, it wasn't about what they think. I'm just giving an example of what they do.
They're gonna do that. They've been doing that. Sister
right, like who cares about what they do?
Yeah.
Well, what they do affects us.
Sister Candy Cane just went to
it only affects you if you let it. If you allow it to affect you, then it will.
Y'all can't talk over May now. Y'all got to give her a chance to finish her thought, y'all. Go ahead, May.
Appreciate it. She just went to Birth of a Nation, and she's highlighted 1915. They used to use soaps and all kind of things to market black people, making us look crazy, to sell items. There's a history here, and it's not going to stop because they are who they are. And all I'm saying is we actually have to free our minds. We talk like we're free, but then we turn around and we start talking about what they say about us, how they show us. We're not in control of them. We as black people are in control of ourselves. And I think that accountability and trying to police ourselves among ourselves, I don't think so. That's not the answer. Because whether it's for white people or among ourselves, we're not respecting each other. If you ratchet, I just need to let you be ratchet and be where you at and let you be that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I don't need to police that. There's nothing wrong with your culture. You are who you are, who your family raised you to be, and you're going to act how you're going to act. Who am I?
But let me go back into this part. My part wasn't about, because I'm with you on that. I've never gave a dang about what they think. My point is that with them having the power, we have different individuals in the media, in power, directors, producers, etc. With all of them, and regardless of their power and what they put out there, there should be a counter effect to where you have those same ones in power, black directors, male and female, but let me stop, men and women, black men and women, or as Brownsville would say, kings and queens in position in Hollywood to counter it with productive movies. So while they're putting that out there, and I do agree with you, I could care less about what they think. Honestly, I don't care. But on the other hand, I think there should be more movies produced in a different light. Because once again, I think Brownsville said it. After we're dead and gone, there will be movies put out there on Blu-ray, DVD, streaming, showing us always, after a while, let me throw this at you. I was getting tired of the slave movies. There's more to us. We can't forget our past. And this has nothing to do about what they think about us. I got tired of it. That was just an example I'm throwing in. Is there anything other than just a slave movie and what we can do other than slavery and picking cotton and everything? There's got to be other things that I know as a proud black man and the black women out there, or as Brownsville would say, kings and queens. And I'm jumping on that bandwagon. I know there's more to us because I know we're going back to someone mentioned we aren't better. I'll have to say that we are better because there's more to us than that. And the way they look at us, who cares? But I think we could do a lot more to put it out to the public, to show others out there instead of being year after year after year. What's the last movie? This is 2026. I'd like to see more movies put out with showing us of what more we can put out there to the world, what we produce. Yes, absolutely. There you go. Movies. That was my point. I just didn't throw that in there.
For our children see ratchetness, they're going to pick up ratchetness. They hear ratchet music, they're going to pick it up. I don't let my daughters listen to that stuff intentionally because I know that stuff is mind control. I know that stuff is creating in their subconscious. Hey, it's okay to sell your butt. Oh, it's okay to wear tight clothes and to be sexual in front of men. This stuff is it's a narrative being pushed on us. That's always been pushed on us, right? That's continuously happening. And again, go ahead, sister.
I think whoever that.
Sorry, I'm going.
Yeah. She was. I was going to say it seemed like she was off mute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No. Okay. I just wanted to give sister a chance to interject, which is fine because this is a good conversation. But unfortunately, we have to see that there are powers that be that are against us. As soon as we realize that, in my opinion, and again, all this stuff that's happening to us is intentional. It's on purpose. They're pushing this narrative about us on purpose. So regardless if we okay, I don't care what they think. Guess what? The way that the world looks at us, the way that we look at ourselves, the way that our children look at us in these movies with the gangsters and the hoes, and this is what you are, and sell yourself for sex, and
So do you only watch mainstream movies?
Well, stuff like Hotel Rwanda is one of my favorite movies. Don Chino went over there in Africa, but I do try to find things that I can be entertained, but I also want to learn from. If that makes sense.
So I asked you. Okay,
go ahead,
go ahead.
Go ahead, sister.
No, go. Go ahead, Tiff.
She got the baby. But
sometimes she has her audio cuts out, and then she has her son, so she might have started talking. Tiff, if you're still trying to get in, oh no, she's on mute. I have a question for y'all because I've heard a few times tonight people mention a standard, and that's if you're back, if you're listening, you can come off mute too because I want to hear what you have to say about this. I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you. So Just Jay put a very good question up here. What are the core elements of the standard of blackness that we're trying to set? If we're trying to get people to elevate and to do better, and we're not comparing this to white people, this is independently a black thing. What are the core elements of the standard that we're pushing for? And how do we infect the masses?
I like that. That's a good question, sister. That's a good question. If I may, just my opinion. We need to We need to look at the people that came before us who sacrificed themselves and what they were doing. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people unfortunately, I'm from Philadelphia. My family is a part of the MOVE movement. They bombed 58th and Osage. The police.
Man, what's the standard?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get there. I apologize if I'm being long with it. I'm sorry. We need to look at those in history who set the standard. I think, if that makes sense.
Who?
These brothers are, for example, I'm just going to shoot off the top of the head. Malcolm X. The Black Panthers. The sister who did
So
the.
give me what I'm looking for. Like,
Okay.
what are the when I say
Can
core
I
elements?
answer it, Queen?
Okay, girl, I'm gonna
Go ahead,
give
brother.
you a chance. Go ahead, Brown.
Go ahead, brother.
So I would say faith, honor, integrity, self-discipline, and respect, just to give 5, right? And in my experience, right, you know, I'm in a law enforcement profession. I'm also retired military, right? And the Black people that I have encountered professionally, when it comes to faith, we have a higher standard than most cultures. When it comes to honor, the same thing. When it comes to integrity, the same thing. When it comes to self-discipline, respect, the same thing, right? So I disagree that our public image is an image of degeneracy, right? Because in the spaces where I congregate, I don't see it,
Right.
right? It's not there. And I think for the most part, in general, Black people are setting the standard. And it's just a small minority of us who are not. And for those people, right, if we want to actually have an impact, we got to start with the young people. So I would encourage Brother Nath and some of the queens on the panel who feel like we got to elevate our standard. I would agree. But you can help with that, right? You can go and try to help mentor at-risk youth, right? And show them a different standard. Show them what's possible for them to achieve and obtain. Show them how they can pursue education as a way to have success, right? Show them that, hey, you can.
Brownsville.
Go ahead, Queen.
I'm sorry. I need to just ask you a question while you're going through all these. Do you think that you acting as if people need fixing is kind of policing? It's assuming that something's not right or not well. Do you think this idea that they're not okay where they are, is that not kind of, looking down on people?
I think we all can be better.
But
Right?
isn't
None
that
of
an
us are perfect. None of us are infallible. And I think none of us should be above reproach. Right? So
Agreed.
if I'm communicating for example, if I'm communicating in a way to where it's not being honorable or not with integrity, I don't have a problem with somebody saying, hey, when you said this or you did this, that wasn't the right move, right? And then that's my time to undergo self-reflection and say, you know what? Maybe that brother got a point, right? I think, that's what was good with our people back in the civil rights era. They were able to.
Brownsville, question real quick. How many other cultures, and we ain't talking about no black white stuff, but how many other cultures are walking around policing each other, trying to assume that the other one is not where they need to be and they need to be held accountable? I'm just asking.
I think policing is the wrong word.
They're holding each other accountable as a class, as a whole
All
race.
Of them.
And they're policing each other.
All of them, Queen.
Really?
In my experience, all of them.
And assuming that they're not where they're supposed to be.
Okay, just to solidify a little bit of May's point, can you give me an example of maybe another culture where you've seen that occurring?
Yeah. So one particular, well, it's many, but one particular time I can give you an example when I first joined the police force, right? The person who was my training officer, right, was a white guy. And we was doing traffic, right? Making traffic stops this one particular night, right? and he stopped some white kids, right? They were goofing around, they were driving recklessly, doing different things, and he stopped them, right? He scolded them. They were young men from the ages of 16 to 19, right? He gave them a scolding. He called their parents, had their parents come to the scene. Now he could have gave them citations. He could have arrested them.
He's a police officer though. He's supposed to.
Okay. And I can give you other examples that has nothing to do with law enforcement, right?
We're just talking about culture. Where across a complete culture do we see people saying, I got to make sure my people do better because they're not right where they should be. I'm just asking.
Erica Kirk just did it, right? Erica Kirk just did it yesterday when she was encouraging a white men, right, to not listen to the people who are telling you need to be different, right? You need to be proud being a white man and educate yourselves and look to be the best person that you can be. That's just happened.
Conversation.
Google that.
No, that's actually the same thing.
It's not. It's a different conversation.
It really
because,
is, though. It really is.
No, because the reality is, again, holistically, like, all right, we all know slavery and all that. Like, you got white dudes out here that ain't had nothing to do with slavery being told because you're born white that you should feel guilty and you ain't shit and you're less than and you're a misogynist and you hate women. And it's like, God damn, I ain't did nothing. I'm born a white dude and automatically I'm like this villainous, rapist, pedophile, like any negative thing you could say because they were born white. It's the same thing as being born as a black man. Like that's literally what it is, bro. That's literally what it is. That's why she said that shit. Cause it's like, damn.
Well, DJ Nash, have you seen any other culture that polices the way we're talking about, telling people you're not where you need to be, picked up and you need to be fixed up and you're not where you need to be. You need to be accountable.
They disown your ass. I don't excommunicado. Okay. They'd be like, okay, you want to be out here doing drugs or doing whatever, you're cut off from the family. Like they disown you.
I agree with that point. I do agree that they do. Even in other was it Greece that had the ostrakhan going? They have a way to get rid of the people who
they will not fuck with you. Period. Nothing to talk about.
Unless you get yourself together.
Yeah. Until you get yourself together. Yeah.
Get yourself together. Right.
Yeah.
So let's make that a point of freedom for Black people. We do have the option to separate ourselves from people who do not meet our standards.
But we don't, and that's what I'm talking about. Why?
But we do.
I think it's. I think you're doing your people a disservice by not trying to assist and help them.
See,
no, but
and
what
that's
I'm
where
saying is we do separate ourselves.
I'm just saying. This is my opinion. That's all. This is my opinion. That's all.
But that goes back to. But you know where that comes from? That comes from because Jim Crow. We had to stick together after slavery. We had to. So we are a little more like we know what it's like to be ostracizing on our own. So we're not the same as these other cultures. So in that aspect, I can agree when other, African Americans be like, nah, bro, we all we got. We gotta stick together.
That's it.
No, what I'm saying
that doesn't make us better. That doesn't make us better.
No, nobody's saying about being better. No.
No, it doesn't make you only can be as strong as your weakest link. So we can't progress if we continue to bring the cats to dead weight. Like, we gotta make some sacrifices.
So you can't. Okay, you're right. If it's a dead cause, and you like this brother ain't changing, man.
Dude, it's my personal lives. We've all had friends, family, relatives that we had to cut off.
You're right. Absolutely.
It's the same thing as a community, and I'm not saying it's right, wrong, and it sucks, but we have to do the hard things.
You're right. Everybody can't go. You're right.
Everybody can't go. It sucks.
But that doesn't mean that you don't try.
I have a question for Brownsville when you guys get a chance. When you get a moment, I got a question for you. All right. Going back to what you're mentioning, I remember there was a time, even with YouTube in this sector, there was this whole collective talk and don't leave one behind. I get what you're saying, Brownsville, but my question to you, sir, is there a stat on the ones as far as the separation or separating a stat on the degenerates compared to the non-degenerates? Like, is there a number? Is there like a majority, a minority of them when it comes to our people, culture?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Is there a specific number? Do you think? Yeah,
No,
Brownsville. What's
because
your thoughts on that?
there's all different forms and types of degeneracy, right? So I mean, you can look at crime data, and that's one way to
Well, but I was asking.
identify
Right,
who's a
right.
degenerate from not. But there's all different forms of degeneracy, right? But my point is, when the brother
So
says
I
that
agree.
we
So do you think? Go ahead.
no, but I believe that we do separate ourselves. Like once we get a level of education, right? Once we get into a certain profession, once we, get a certain economic status, we do separate from the degenerate culture.
Why we gotta call them degenerate though? Why we
Hey,
gotta
what do you
call them
say?
that? Why we gotta call
Hide
them
the
degenerate?
money,
Why can't we
y'all.
just be
It's
what they
poor
are?
people around.
Bronzeville. Why do
Yes,
they have to
ma'am.
be degenerate? Why can't you just say they're not like me and I'll be around people who are like me? Like why do we gotta call people degenerate? Look at this comment by Intellect. She just highlighted a minute ago. Y'all want to put y'all personal issues on the masses and it will never work. You will only wind up hating on the people right around you and offending people that could have been your ally.
Wait, what?
I believe in calling a thing, Queen. If I see you out as a grown man or even a young man, if you're out just disrespecting an elder, I consider that degenerate behavior.
Absolutely.
Right? So I call a thing, and I believe we gotta stop being afraid to do it. Right?
Go back to
You
that.
don't have to handle people with kid gloves. We can handle tough conversations, right? Because that's how we gonna get to some resolutions.
Agreed.
Right? I don't have a problem with seeing young men out, right, congregating and they're dressing a certain way. I don't have a problem walking up to them and telling them, look, you need to look at the public perception of what's going on, right?
Yes, sir.
And see, see yourself from somebody else's eyes, right? We have to be willing to engage in conversations that will make us grow.
Yes.
That has always been part of our culture.
Absolutely.
I want to say this real quick. I think that what we're doing is trying to parent other people as a race. And I personally, I don't like it. I think that people were raised by their family and their culture came from their family. Their standards came from their family. And those values and whatever their family gave them, it is theirs authentically. And who are we to look in and say, you know what? You need to do better. You need
All
to
right.
do better. That's
That's
not
fair.
fair.
Okay, so
That's
let me
fair. Real
jump
quick,
in on that.
if you don't
When
mind.
she's done. Oh, okay,
If
go
you don't
ahead.
mind, a sister who's raising single parent, right? Single parent that's raising a young man, for example. Just real quick, and let the brother get in, and he picks up an unfortunate amount of I guess I could say quirks, so to speak, that doesn't suit him as being a man. And if I come to him and say, "Young man, why you over there doing that? He's doing something he's not supposed to be doing." I'm not trying to police him. I'm just trying to help. See, I think there's a disconnect from the elders to the youth, and that's the reason why they're running around crazy right now. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Okay, thank you so much. Back to the sister, what she's saying too, of the whole policing part. That's the part where I was bringing in my thoughts to Brownsville. This because back, I'm not trying to go in the past and deep in the past of YouTube, but there was a time when it was brought up. Hey, how can I put this? It was individuality. It was individuals that would jump up and say, "Hey, we got to be individuals. I can't save the world. I'm not here to save the world." Then it would be others that say, "Hey, the collectives." Then it was some that would say, "Hey, but what about the Pookies and Ray Rays? We need them too." Then it was the conversation about there's powers and numbers. All that has been tossed to the wayside, so to speak. I get what the sister is saying, but it's like, okay, so do we help those individuals? Do we separate and part ways? Or do we bring them along and not teach them our ways, but, show them there's a better way to where we can come and we can be stronger together? Because this whole thing, because something is not working, it's like we have the answers, we know the reality, but I think it's like we don't want to face it. Because I'm listening to Brownsville, everyone on the panel, including the sister, her point of the policing, like it ain't cool, but it's like at what point to where it's like We can't let them fall like the Titanic. We can't let them fall into the sea. But we need them too, because you got some great minds, but they done failed. You know, they've been gone to prison. They done made mistakes. Brownsville, you mentioned it. We're not perfect. We all make mistakes. But do you just let them go? That's why I brought up the question about the status, the stats. What's the numbers like? And if it's more the ones that are doing the right thing, if that's a word I can throw in here, the ones that are doing what's right, not for the Europeans, for whites, but just for our culture compared to the ones who have fallen, with the small amount group, do we help the majority? And you threw it, that word degenerates, those ones, I'll separate that word degenerate, those ones who are lacking and slacking. Do we help those, or do we just say, you know what? We don't need them. What do we need them for? And just go on our merry ways. I'll land.
You'll help them.
Yeah, so I also think, right, there's a difference between policing and correcting, right? Because when when I look at policing, right, that is basically saying, hey, there's going to be consequences for your actions, right? And that's where I come in policing, right? But when you're just engaged in a conversation, right, that's correcting or educating, right? That gives you an opportunity to undergo real-time self-reflection, right? And it gives you a second chance, right? Just like I told this story before, real quick.
This must
right?
be a masculine thing. Do y'all think this is a masculine thing?
But let him cook for a minute, please, if you would.
Yeah, I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm just asking, is this a masculine thing? Just to throw that out there. Y'all don't have to respond. I'm go ahead.
It's our jobs as men, as black men.
Right.
That's why
this is what leadership and all that shit looks like.
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. I stopped the brother one time, right? He was an assistant superintendent for a school district, right? And it was his birthday, right? It was a young man. I believe it was like his either 33rd or 35th birthday. He was a young man that got this prestigious position as an assistant superintendent for a school district, right? He was coming back from his own birthday party and he had been drinking, right? I stopped him because he was swerving in between the lane. That's an indicator that somebody's probably intoxicated, right? I stopped him, right? I gave him some tests, right? One of the tests I gave him was the horizontal gaze nystagmus, the HGN test, and that's really a foolproof test that determines if somebody's intoxicated above the legal limit, right? He failed that test. I communicated with him though. I talked to him. I said, "Hey, what's going on?" He told me his story. Hey, it's my birthday. I probably had a little bit too much to drink. He was honest with me, right? And he told me, listen, I'm assistant school superintendent and all that, right? So at that point, I scolded him, right? We was having a conversation. I said, look, you in a position that you in, you represent a lot of younger people who may get an opportunity because you've been successful in this opportunity, right? And because he was lucky that I stopped him, another black man, because I was able to have him, because we have what's called discretion, right? I was able to have him call somebody to come get him, right? I could have arrested him for DWI, did a breathalyzer, all that. But I seen this brother had a lot of potential, right? So he called somebody, came, picked him up, drove him home and all that. Fast forward, now he is a superintendent of a school district. Still doing very well, right? So that's what I'm saying. There's a difference between policing and correcting, right? Because policing indicates that you're going to get a harsh consequence. Correcting is maybe we got to have a tough conversation so that you can undergo self-reflection and realize your potential.
You did your due diligence.
Notice this, Brownsville. Everything you're relating to is you in relation to policing people as a job. So I think you're a little different because you got a lot of policing background. But what I'm talking about is average, everyday people. We have our own children. We got cousins, nieces, nephews. We have a whole generation great nieces and stuff like that, that we need to be is our family together. See, that's the thing. The family unit is where all that energy needs to be put. If
Agreed.
everybody took care of their children, right, and their stepchildren and their nieces and nephews and made sure they were in order. So what we got is everybody trying to be stepdaddies to grown men and children. You know what I
So
mean?
let's
Kind
can
of
we
out
step
of
back?
order. It's kind of out of
Meg,
order.
I think it starts in the family, but again, the community.
Hey, but can I give you an example?
ain't even
For is
taking
it
care of
May?
his family
I'm sorry.
right now.
Let me get in here a little bit, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Ray.
just wanted something for May. I was gonna throw something to May. Hey,
what's
May,
that?
but oh, I'm sorry. I witnessed it. In 2018. I attended the Essence Festival. So going back to the standards, or whoever put that in the comments or asked that, what's the standards? I'm not here to speak on the policing part. I'm speaking on the example of families. Now, at the Essence Festivals, it's 10-1, either one, whatever stat, as far as the women compared to men. I saw the most beautiful Black women, like people mention New York, California, you name it, right there. That's only for 3 days during that time, that moment. The most beautiful women. I don't think it's stopped. I haven't been back now. I'll try to attend this year. But when I went in 2018, it was beautiful. It was the mothers, it was the Black women with their daughters. Now, Essence is going back to the standards. It speaks for itself. It's excellence. And those ones who were attending, educated. Now, I didn't walk up to them to see what school they went to or which HBCU they went to, but you could just tell. And it was like nothing out of place. The women were done up. They were together. Each event was put together. Each form was put together. You have your booths and everything. And when you're a man, usually it's the husbands that attend with their wives, or the men that attend with their, with their girlfriends. But each part, along with the celebrities, was put together along with that after show, 3-day event. That's just one example of what I witnessed, as far as not trying to make anyone do anything, but when it's called to task, Essence Festival, that's it. Now, I think it's been watered down recently, but when I attended, that was top notch. Had never attended ever an Essence Festival, which, like I said, I want to see what's happened lately. Let me add this too. What's the latest? The Deltas. I got to give it to them. The AKAs and the Deltas, the HBCUs. It's a controversy about what they've gone through, the hazing and all this other stuff. With the exception of all that they've gone through, and people in the comments and speaking on it being a cult, I have to give it to them as far as the standards. And once they leave and they graduate, and now I don't know if they end up being homeless or whatever happens, but they're put to a standard. And I think they come from different backgrounds. The Black women, they come from different areas of life. And once they come out, they come in one way, they come out a different way. But with the exception, as I mentioned before, that other part, I got to hand it to them. When you see them, their performance, everything about them well put together. That's just one small example to say, you know what? I got to give it to them. I don't agree with everything, but that part itself, that changes everything to be like, now that's what I'm talking about. But I'll let
They work together.
There you go. There you go. They're taught a way that it's like, whoa, and you can go there with the men, as far as the HBCUs and being a part of these sororities, where it's like, yo, is that the standard? Because if that's the standard, with the exception of all that other stuff that I don't think should be, but that's how they get down. I think that, and that's at different ages, at the age of 18, 19, whenever they start college.
Okay, you see that? What you just talked about is boule culture. That's a whole different culture. And that's what I was saying. We got so much diversity. And that's a normal for them. And I promise you, those people stay around people who are just like them. They're not hanging out with other Black folks who not like them. And that's what everybody's trying to do. We got to fix everybody. We got to make them like this and make them like that. And all I'm saying, let people be who they are. Let them be authentically Black in their own Black culture, because we got different cultures.
She said it again. Candy, are you taking notes? Because we got to have a conversation on that.
Listen, I was just about to say, but before we continue on, let them be authentically Black in their own Black culture, because Black culture is not a monolith. It's multiple things that make up the totality of Black culture, which includes subcultures.
Mm-hmm.
But can we be on that and come together? I'm throwing this in. That's the thing.
Together.
There you go. That part, like the boule part, I agree with you. But I think we should all be our own individual, our style,
right?
From fashion to everything, our look, all of it. But can we come together and put that all? There you go. Can we just do that for a bigger purpose? Not just, I use that AKA as an example of how they do their thing. That's on that whole Boule Freemason thing. I'm not even on that. It's how they work together to where it's like, because once they separate, they'll probably be sisters and brothers, but they got their own lives. They're going to have families and everything. We can still have our own self-identity, but can we come together without just leaving ones behind to say, you know what, you got yourself, you got yourself, you got your way, but we can still come together. I think that's the missing part. Go ahead.
You know how you do that, and you know why? This goes back to the original conversation. There's a standard within these organizations. In order to participate in the society or the culture, we have to agree on. Now, what that looks like, I don't know, but there is a standard, right? And that's what's missing. Common ground. Let's simplify. We don't have that if we got people and we say, okay, this is the standard right here. But then we have somebody say, well, I think I should be able to do, or I feel, because that's usually how that goes. Come on, man. Man, you've been rocking. Come on.
No, I'm just saying, throw the bonnet in there. I want to wear my bonnet.
You can wear your bonnet, sister. You can wear your bonnet, sister.
You can't wear your bonnet.
No, she can wear. She can wear her. She can wear her bonnet. She can wear her bonnet, and she is comfortable with it. That's cool, sister. As long as we all together, it don't matter.
But the point is, we're not going to leave you behind for wearing your bonnet and your pajamas. We're not going to leave you behind. We're not going to look down on you for that.
Right?
Yes.
Of course.
Wait a minute, y'all not hearing May. Y'all not hearing May. She just said we absolutely should.
Oh,
okay. She's
If I don't meet the standard, brother, the Boule you were just talking about, certain stuff like that, they're policing, they're judging, they're discerning. I promise you.
Well, they're hazing too.
Oh, of course, I agree with you. I know they are. Oh, yes.
Friends like that. You don't ride the right car. You live in the right neighborhood. You're not part of it. You just.
I agree. I agree. But the part about it, like we should look down, because it goes right back to that again with the whole breakfast part. You know what I mean? Where it's like, is there a time and a place for it? Is it a time to down dress yourself compared to being out there in the corporate world, being with a tie or being like Russell Simmons? What that was another thing. Russell Simmons wears sweaters and a shirt, you know, basic, but yet he's a millionaire. I don't know about now, but compared to a person wearing a suit, then you have the late Kevin Samuels talking that gotta wear a suit, gotta wear a suit, gotta wear a suit. You had brothers back then, what was it, 3 years ago? They were starting out with the suits and ties. If you all noticed back in the days, not recently on YouTube, they were starting the tie thing. Do you know that went out the window? It's like we start with the momentum. We start off with something and it just falls off. I don't know if you all catch it. It starts out like and it just drops. It sounds good in the beginning, even in conversation, along with putting it out from the paper to real life. And then it starts and it just drops. So where it's like, do you have the standards and do you upkeep the standards or do you just let it die?
Right.
So then let me ask you, if we start to separate, if we separate ourselves from the people that we deem not of our culture, so the Black Boule removes themselves from the regular working class, the tradesmen, and then the tradesmen remove themselves from the McDonald's worker, lower end food job workers. What happens then? Do we have segregation within segregation? Is that what we're pushing for?
No.
That's typically not how that works, but
no. We have enough division. We have enough division going on right now.
That's not, but see what I'm saying? You keep thinking from like we can't do this, we can't, bro, like stuff was happening. Like if you don't rock with me and I'm like, okay, well, I'm trying to do this and you're not trying to do it, I'm not gonna rock with you. Like,
give me an example.
So what she just said, she's talking about blue collar. I don't think it goes that far. I think that surely blue collar and the McDonald's worker or the janitor can collectively separate from the Wall Street banker or the K Street lawyer in DC, or you know what I'm saying? Like yeah, you'll separate from those cats that are the bourgeoisie. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you. So say I work at McDonald's, fam, right? Okay. You got a corporate job, right? We both got families. We both want our families to succeed. We're trying to start a business. We both have the same similar ideas, right? And we can help each other in some way. You saying because I work at McDonald's and you got a corporate job?
I'm not saying that, not at all. Because we're like-minded individuals.
Exactly. That's what it comes down to. Like-minded individuals.
Yeah. I would be looking at, okay, what can I do?
But I'm gonna go back to the Candy Cane's question. Go ahead. You got it.
Before you go, I do want to say, May, you keep getting kind of drowned out because your mic is low. Do you have the ability to turn it up? I tried looking in your mic
turned
settings.
it down because I didn't want to over.
No, that's why you're getting talked over is because you're very low.
Okay, I'll turn it up.
maybe running the show.
Thanks.
We just
I
started
turned it up.
talking.
No, I mean when she starts back talking, she's being over talked because I don't think
And
y'all can
Katie
hear
just
her.
say when May speak, y'all need to shut the fuck out because that's
That's not
really,
what she said. Come on.
that's really what
getting
she's
out there.
saying, low key.
That's
Like,
not what I'm saying. I'm trying to make sure everybody gets heard. You know, I try to run a fair panel where everybody gets to get their opinions off. I want to hear all of y'all. That's why I post these questions and that's why I host it. So who said they wanted to go next?
Yeah, go ahead.
That was me. I'm gonna go back. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this. We all have been given a special gift from the Most High God, whoever you believe in, the higher power, the Creator. We all have a skill, blue collar, white collar. You mentioned McDonald's. I don't care if it's the burger flipper, the fry cooker, all of that, the shake maker. We all have something to give. Now, my thing is that when AI kicks in and it comes in, this is a whole different story. I mean, it's right around the corner, but this is not too far-fetched. Are we going to look down at the people that didn't get the position or the education when it comes to AI, knowing that things have been transitioned? Or are we gonna look at them like, well, that's on you, Jack? You know, that's your fault because you didn't catch up with the times of AI. Knowing that, and this has nothing to do with age. This just goes back to maybe once again class, education,
exposure.
Maybe I don't know about standards, but going back to what you mentioned, Candy King, where it's like, okay, so you're a McDonald's worker. I'm looking at it to where it's like we're all necessary.
Absolutely.
I don't care. When it comes to us, we are all necessary. We all have something to give. If we ain't handicapped and we got our hands, eyes, ears, smells, senses, we all have something to give to one another. In other words, we need one another.
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever we do, McDonald flipper to the one that's the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. When it comes to us, our people and culture, we need each other.
need
This
each other. I agree.
downplaying and down separating, I get it, but there's a point where it's like it's gonna come to hurt us if it hasn't hurt us already.
It's already
We
hurting
are
us.
the world.
that's not realistic.
It's already hurting us. That's why we.
But
That's why
listen,
that's why we're unfortunately the people look. Well, see, the people keep saying, why you don't care about what people say? I don't care about how people look at us. They care about how these people looking at our children. I don't know if any of y'all got children. I got daughters, right? So the way that my daughters are viewed is because of how the perspective is put on them. Why is that not being considered?
I think can y'all hear me?
Yeah, hold on real quick. The problem is, again, like I've been saying, it's sensationalization, like that right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, if everybody else is like realistic and cutthroat, and we're over here, this is, I think, one of African American our biggest gift and curse, because we're very forgiving, we're very spiritual, you know what I'm saying, and emotional people, and we ignore stuff, right? We'll get our just due at the end, but like if we move like that, like, yo, everybody's important, everybody's equal. Oh yeah, we welcome this, that, and the other. Like, that's why we've continued to remain in certain spaces, right? Now,
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
This isn't about the person that works at McDonald's. Again, like, we got to look at the music and stuff that we embrace and that we buy and go to these concerts and stuff that degrades us and all of that. That's more so what I'm talking about, the negative stuff like that. It doesn't have nothing to do with your job, but I be talking about like the culture stuff. That be like, yo, y'all be like, chicks that got a good job, right? She work in the government office and she listen to Sexy Red, ratchet music. I'm a real hood rat. If you want it, that should be in their headphones like a motherfucker. I'd be like, oh, okay, that's what's up. I'm not judging, but I'm just saying, like, it's like, okay, we say one thing, but then at the same time, it's like, yo, this is really what we rock and support, though. And it shows.
Not all of us, though. Not all of us. Not all of us.
The money that we
read that before you go. I know Brownsville was trying to get in there, and I want him to get his point.
Where all that money go? Trillions of dollars spent on BS, crab legs and seafood boils and ratchet music. I'm sorry.
So I think our people, we're the only one who believes that we shouldn't give grace and mercy to our people. And to me, that's a mistake, right? Because I can tell you in my profession and in many professions, right? White people are always extending grace and mercy to other white people.
You're right.
Always bring white people into the conversation, bro.
They're not. Well, can I
go ahead, brother?
But why?
Can I land
talk about us?
Let him talk, brother. Let him talk.
Brownsville, turn your volume up because I think that he can't hear you that good.
I can't hear
Let
him,
me
but he
drop
keeps
down.
doing
Let
the
me drop
same
down and come
thing.
back.
It's just, oh man,
Let him
you
land the
didn't need
plane,
to
brother.
drop Brownsville. It was just a little low.
Nah, he did need to drop because he needed to reset and think about what he's saying. Like we're
He was just
talking
using it as
about.
a reference. He was just
But you know what,
referencing.
Nav? Come
Why do
on,
we
like
keep
I don't.
referencing white? I'm not. I didn't say anything derogatory, Candy. I didn't call him out his name or nothing. I'm just
I
pointing
know
out,
you
like,
didn't
why do
call
we
him out his name, but
constantly
what I
introduce
don't want to
white
silence
people
him
into
though.
our conversations
He's
when we're
back.
talking about us?
He was just referencing that, and then you let the brother talk. You know, regardless where he was going with it, brother.
His volume did go down.
Yeah, it
Hey,
did go down.
peace and love. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me
Much
better?
We can hear you, fam.
Much
You
better.
back, bro?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. We got you.
Yeah. So I just believe that we're the only people who don't extend grace and mercy to our people, right? And in my profession, right, I've seen white people give other white people second chances, third chances, fourth chances, fifth chances, and so on and so forth, right? You know, my wife has a co-worker, right? They got the same job title, right? But her husband is a drunkard, right? But somehow he's able to also be an engineer for a Fortune 500 company.
Exactly.
But he's drunk every single day. At every function, he's drunk, right? But somehow he doesn't get arrested. He doesn't get DWIs and things of that nature, right?
Courtesy. Yep.
So
He's white.
He's white,
Uh-huh.
right? So what I'm saying is, I think it's important for Black people, especially when we get educated and we get put in positions of authority and responsibility, right? To where we can extend grace and mercy. We
Yes.
gotta reach down and do that.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to say. I don't know why the brother got all emotional again, but that's all I was trying to say.
We have to do our due diligence. I agree.
And no, and Brownsville said it right there. Right there. I didn't get it out, but thank you for that. It's getting in position. The education, by far, but straight up. It's getting in position, and once we get in position, because Brownsville is correct. I've witnessed it myself. It's as if they can't do no wrong. They'll do some crazy things, and they'll do some things that's wilding out where it's like, you know what, that person right there should lose their position. But yet I'm the one that's being put in the fire, you know, under scrutiny, you know, in the frying pan. But they can do what they want to do, and 10 times over. And sometimes they'll even go as far as to cover it up. And that goes back to Brownsville and our president and what's been going on. They can do no wrong, can have nothing but felonies. You know, the list goes on and on. Yet they're put in the limelight. They're put above, you know, and I think that's wrong. But at the same time, we should absolutely have a certain amount of grace. So I do agree with that.
We have to.
Would that fall under the realm of nepotism to some extent?
Right. Right. Because that's what
it.
they do it.
They
But
do
we
it
the
all the
only
time.
ones who frown upon it.
Yep, they do it all the time, especially at my job. If somebody come right in and bring their daughter or their sister right in a high paying
If you're talking
position.
about bringing his family in, I thought you were talking about extending grace.
That too. I mean, I'm just saying
That's
nepotism.
Nepotism.
Well, I was trying to ask, does that fall under like the realm of nepotism? Not specifically because I know nepotism is friends and family, but if you cover someone just because you see them, you see yourself in them to some extent, would that count?
It's possible, sister.
So.
Absolutely.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't think so. But
Indians do it too, y'all. Y'all know that wherever Indians gather, can't nobody but an Indian get a job there. Y'all know that?
Facts.
Yes.
Yes.
Yo, they are the most
You're right.
corrupt, scheming, stealing. Yo, man, listen.
But they work together though. They work together.
They do, but they don't be the most qualified. But I want to ask another question, because why is it like, okay, we've all been having disagreements, right? I haven't said anything provocative or derogatory towards anybody. This dude keep taking shots at me, talking about getting emotional because I made a statement.
Nah. We don't want to do that.
But he keep doing it though. Like I go step away for a minute. He be like, see, this brother getting emotional. I'm like, come on, bro. That's not necessary. Like, all right, I make a statement.
Well, now, can I interject this to you? Can I submit this idea? I think we all have different perspectives. I think because you guys are men, y'all like the idea of being somebody's daddy and correcting people and
We're somebody's
fixing
daddy.
people. I think
Wow,
it's a
that's crazy.
masculine thing. I'm a woman
Yeah,
and I have no
that's
desire to fix
wild.
other people and all that stuff. I do have compassion. But I want to say this. Is it possible that we could just be on code? Instead of trying to fix folk, can we, like what the brother said, compassion? Can we learn to have compassion?
And
Can we learn
empathy.
to extend and buy black first? Can we just be on code no
Man,
matter who we are, so we don't have to change who we are?
That
nope,
starts
that's not
somewhere.
how that works.
That
Like,
starts somewhere though.
Oh Lord, I thought we were gonna get somewhere, y'all.
no. Because the reason I say that is because, like, all right, so I spent many years in PG County. Anybody know where that's at? Right? It's buy black and all that. Like, listen, I don't support that buy black business. The reason that I say that is because, like, I'm looking at it from a competitive perspective rather. Just have a good business and people will buy from it. Why do you have to say buy from me because I'm a black business? Support me because I'm a
Mexicans
black
do it.
business.
They sure do.
You know what
Latinos
I'm talking
do it.
about? There we go again.
Jewish
Because
do
somebody
it.
else does it. Why? But like, this is why I think the
It's
disconnect
their
is because I
strength,
don't.
brother. It's their
But listen to
strength.
me. Listen to me. I look at it like I'm a black African American male. I don't think that there's any white man, Hispanic man, Asian man that's better than me that can compete with me.
That's fair.
Now, you know what I'm saying? May the best man win. I don't think that you should treat me different because I'm black. Oh, okay, I deserve a special favor. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, yo, all right, if I have the best product, if I'm the best person for the job. Now, do I think everybody deserves a fair opportunity? 100%. Whether you're a male, female, whether you're gay, etc. If you are the best person for that position or that job or that opportunity to start a business, I think you deserve it. That's what I'm
respect that.
saying.
I respect
So I
that.
don't
But
like when people be coming at it like, oh, you know, you gotta
but
add this title to.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
my brother. Unfortunately, my
Here we
brother.
go.
I think the sister wanted to
I know
go. Go
where
ahead,
you're
sister.
going. Yeah.
No, I'll
Go
just say this real quick. Now, if you're gonna miss out on a lot. You
How?
want to tie yourself, because listen, let me tell you something. You want to tie yourself to the black community and say, oh, what they doing is affecting
Tie
me.
myself
But
to
then
Ray
you don't want to do business with black people because you want to be overly competitive with whoever. I'm gonna
I
say
never
this.
said
We
that.
as black
I never
women, let me
said
just
that.
tell you, we as black women, particularly in Atlanta, we do business with other black women first.
Heard
And
that.
we get ahead because of that. I'm just
Damn
letting you
right.
know.
Damn
I'm
right.
just letting you know.
Listen, I'm not in Atlanta. I have
Damn
no
right.
desire to go to Atlanta, so I don't know anything about that.
No,
Like,
the sister's right. The sister's right. It said, look, again, everybody want to keep saying, "Oh well, why we don't do it?" Listen, the same thing the Jewish and the Latinos when they get businesses and they work in a corner store and they stay in a certain house and they only got one
keep
car.
talking about everybody else.
This is the thing with that, because you know why, brother? This is why I keep bringing this up, because they're getting ahead by doing this strategy.
Hey May, I got
the
something for you
strategy, brother.
when they get done. When they
It's
get
the
done.
strategy. The strategy is we're going to
But then when
circulate.
we mention
Hey,
that,
brother,
we
real
say,
quick,
well,
real
yeah,
quick,
go
if
ahead.
you don't mind. Yeah, just real quick. You got
I just want to jump in when you're done. Okay, go ahead.
real quick. The strategy is we're going to circulate our money within ourselves, within our community. They
I'm not
do
against
that.
that.
Right here. So they do that first before that money even leaves out the community. It is circulated 10, 20, 30 times. Guy down the street, he makes suits. The guy down the street, other guy down the street, he has a building. He makes t-shirts. They do it within the collective first, and that's why they're ahead. The Asians
I'm not
do it.
against
The
black business.
Latinos do it. The Jewish, they all do it collectively within their
Yes.
circle.
Yes.
That's what
Okay,
I'm
so
saying.
I got something for you, May. So with that, and I don't disagree with that. That's been mentioned for the longest as far as buying black, spending black business, hand over fist, spending within our culture. Okay. Does it not go back to standards? Is standards not involved
Hell yes,
in there?
standard.
Of course.
Okay.
If you
And
don't
the
open
reason,
on time and you don't have what you selling, the quality ain't right, and you don't do
there
business
you
right, you
go.
got no
Keep
customer service,
going.
you can forget
Keep
about
going.
me.
Of
Okay,
course.
so there you go. Okay, so I mentioned that to what that's what we need to do. Yet it doesn't happen always. I'll give you an example. At a
That was my
restaurant,
point.
soul food restaurant, I look for qualities like that, May. If I'm there by myself or with someone, if it's on business, you name it. From the part of like greeting me to the part of giving me a second, pouring without me asking glass of water. all of that and above. Like you said, the quality of the food, even doing a follow-up to where you can leave the restaurant or the place, the soul food place where they have a book and you write your name and phone number, something like that, doing a follow-up with an email to say, hey, we want to thank you for your service, to where it goes back to even the part of the tip. It's everything. So when it goes back to buying, you know, it goes back to the standards. So it's even standards in that. I don't think we can actually run away from standards. If we're going to mention that part, then we're going to have standards. Standards should be with us, just like any other race that you all mentioned, like the Jews or the Asians and what they got going on, because you'll even see them not even knowing the language and they'll still play it off with that one thing. Hello.
You know, email and all that.
Wait, what's that?
Okay.
I didn't catch it. It goes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You talking?
Sherry,
Oh, you want me to go? Oh, I was just trying to finish up this.
That's why he was continuing on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I was on mute.
Go ahead.
I was trying to jump in, but Sherry, let him go ahead and finish his point, and then I'm gonna let you.
No, I was. All right, I was just finishing my point to where it's like you have the other cultures, not just Indian, just the other ones, even the Hispanics, where it's like they just care about the green, the dollar bill. They could hate your butt through and through, talking behind your back, talking in another language, but they'll know that whole thank you, come again, all that, you know, when you see in skits and jokes, and it's true. That's what they care about. But even with them, they'll pour another glass of water. I mean, they got a goal, they've got a standard, and they've got a bottom line. Not saying that we don't, but I think that needs to be more incorporated within us, to where it's like it could be more of that, not just in Atlanta, but abroad within the United States. Any business that you go to that's black and we're spending money, it should be that same type of standards, not just up in Atlanta or a different part of the world where it's like over here, I spend my money because this is the service they give me. I want that to be throughout. Now that's maybe far-fetched and that's far in between in a perfect world, maybe, but I think that's possible. Very, very possible. Yeah, have to start somewhere.
Yes. We
Right.
have to get rid of that expectation. You should do XYZ because this is a black business. Like we shouldn't expect good service. You know what I'm saying? We should automatically support y'all because that's all I be saying. Like, yeah, if I come there, I'm going to come there expecting good service the same way if I went to any other person's restaurant. But y'all going to expect me to come in there and spend the most simply because it's a black-owned restaurant? Like, yo, no. That's how it be. But maybe it's just PG County. Maybe I'm tripping. You know what I'm saying? That's not one of the richest counties in the U.S. African American counties.
Brother, you work hard for your money.
And I'm not even asking for the most, but like I don't want to come in there and be ignored and treated like I'm inconveniencing you because I asked for an extra glass of water. You got an attitude. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like, damn.
Yeah, you in the wrong spot. If that happens to you, like I said, be with people who think like you. And if they don't think like you need to take your money somewhere else. But to full circle, real quick, I will say this. I have actually been able to hold people accountable when it comes to business. You know that? Black people.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
I had this meat market that I was trying to do business with, right? And they sell steaks and chicken packages and stuff. And it's like frozen. And you go up and you order a package. And he was going around to our houses and he was putting them on our mailbox. He's soliciting our business. And I knew it was black owned because of the area. It's all black. And so I was like, ooh, I'm going to just, wait. And I'm going to go get all this meat. I got a package picked out and everything. And I don't eat pork. So I had to get a specific package. It was perfect.
Oh, that's right.
I get over there and I go in and I'm like, hey, I'm here for package number 19.
And DJ now popped out.
Since I don't have the turkey legs and I don't have the chicken breast, and I said, okay, I'll come back. I came back 4 times. The 4th time he didn't have it. I said, brother, I've given you grace.
Right.
I tried to support you, but you will never ever get my business again. And I would appreciate if you stop putting your flyers in my neighborhood, in my black neighborhood.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's real.
Can I speak on the other side? Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we got you. We can hear you.
Because as a black business owner, when you walk up on black people, they automatically see you as, I'm going to get a deal. White folks,
yeah.
They just straight up pay. You lay it out, this is what it's going to cost, this is what it is, and they pay. You know what black people do?
They want the hookup.
Thank you.
Yeah, but that's not my experience, right?
Me neither.
See, why do we keep doing that, bro?
Recently, me and my wife took a trip.
Everything is not personal.
So
It's subjective, though. It's subjective.
But no,
hold
but
on,
this is
my
what
brother.
takes away
Hold
from
on.
the general
Did
conversation.
I interrupt anybody?
You're right. I apologize.
And
No,
see,
you
and that's
didn't, Mr.
and
Brownsville.
that's the issue, right? Because that's a form of respect, right? Because I respect to everybody's perspective, right? So I listen intently, and I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm trying to see where you're going. What's your point, right? And every time I speak, the brother Nath is always trying to speak over me, right? And then he gets upset when I say, "Hey, brother, you're being a little too emotional."
That's not true.
Right? I'm what I'm doing. I'm describing behavior, and what I'm saying is this, and I'm gonna be real quick, right? My experience, right? Because I'm one of the people who do seek out Black businesses to patronize, right? Because I believe in supporting my people. And me and my wife, we took a trip to Houston to attend a family member's wedding, right? And my experience there, we were there for 2 days, right? One of the restaurants we went to, Black owned, is called the Breakfast Club. One of the best breakfast restaurants I've ever been in, right? The owner came and greeted us. He came 2 or 3 other times and asked us, "Hey, do you need anything? Is everything good? Was everything fine?" They had Black art all through the restaurant. They was playing Black music. They was catering to us, right? And the experience was unique, and it was a great experience. Another restaurant we went to, and it's more of a fast food restaurant, but it was called Trill Burger, right?
Oh yeah,
And the owner, Bum B,
From
he
B.
was there. He was there
Oh
because
shit.
they was having some Chinese holiday or something like that. And he was there. They had some type of celebration outside, and we watched that, and then we went inside. And Bum B personally greeted me and my wife, thanked us for coming. They made sure that we had everything we needed, and the experience was amazing, right? And once again, they catered to us, and there was white people there was Hispanic people there, but they catered to us. So I just want to make this point, right? We can't continue to express these false narratives that if we patronize Black businesses, we're going to get a negative experience. They're going to attempt to hustle us. They're going to take advantage of us. They're not going to cater to us, because that's not true for the majority. If you patronize a lot of Black businesses, you will have an understanding of that. But peace and love.
Peace, brother. Peace.
Okay, Mr. Brownville, I can agree with you, Mr. Brownville, in your experience. And if I could get just 100 of you and your wife, I would be very happy. But maybe because I'm not selling food. I'm not in the business of selling food where people eat and they be happy. I'm in the business where when shit get broke, I gotta fix it.
Okay.
And so what I have absolutely experienced, Mr. Brownville, maybe because I'm in the business where shit go broke out of nowhere and it gotta get fixed. But it seems like when I deal with white people, they just pay that shit. They insurance to pay. But when you deal with Black folks, it does seem like that. And not all Black people, because I've had some really good Black people that are still rocking with it. I don't know how to explain it to you.
So
I do believe the location matters. I do believe the
experience-based.
location matters, and so you do have to, do your due diligence to seek out establishments that will uphold your standard, But if you're going to an establishment that carries a low standard of expectations, then you're probably going to get a bad experience. But that works across all races. If you go to a low standard Hispanic restaurant, you're going to get a bad experience. If you go to a low standard white restaurant, you're going to get a bad experience. So that's my point there. Peace and love.
Trash food, some trash food. Trash food. I agree.
Okay, so for Brownsville, and I agree with you with the location. So even with the location, and it's mostly about location, that's very important. Do you think there should or shouldn't be a standard on that? Should the standard be lessened in reference to the location, or should you still keep that standard of the greeting and all the nooks and crannies that a customer should get, even in a bad neighborhood or a bad located neighborhood or location? I'm still stuck on standards.
I would keep my standard. I would keep my standard. I think that no matter where anybody is or what they living situation is, that has nothing to do with how I treat you. You
Yeah,
still
I
a
just
human
think
being.
it's difficult because if you have a certain business in a certain location where
Yeah.
the people have lower standards, right? It's gonna be difficult for you to maintain that standard for your establishment because you're gonna always have to do what the Queen Sherry Berry was just saying, right? You always gonna have to fix things because things gonna get broken. You always gonna have to clean extra stuff up because people are throwing stuff, throwing trash and stuff on the floor. So I do believe that location matters, but that goes across all cultures, right? You need to do your due diligence to seek out establishments that maintain a certain standard. And we live in a Google world where you could Google different reviews and experiences, because that's what I did when we were going to Houston for the wedding. Both me and my wife, we said, hey, okay, we're going to go and we're going to figure out what establishments we want to patronize. And then we're going to look at the reviews and see what everybody else's experience was. And then that's how we narrowed down the restaurants that we were going to patronize. And I would tell you, if you ever go to Houston, Texas, go to the Breakfast Club, go to Trill Burger.
Oh my God, Brownsville, are you saying you treat people different because they were poor?
He didn't say
No,
that.
Queen.
That's not what
I'm
he
not saying
said.
that. I'm not saying that at
Okay,
all.
maybe that's why I asked him. Please let him answer the question because he said lower income and glass get
No,
broken.
he didn't say
I
that.
grew up in a lower income household. My mom and daddy wasn't rich.
Yeah. And Queen Sherry Berry, you've heard me say this. I'm born and raised in Brownsville, Brooklyn, New York, in the Van Dyke projects, right? So I know what it is and what it feels like to grow up in a neighborhood that's surrounded by degeneracy, which is why I can articulate that unique perspective of both worlds, right? So I'm not saying just because you grow up in that environment that environment shapes your future and shapes your reality. No, all I'm saying is the businesses that are located in those areas will have a more difficult time of upkeep and presenting a certain standard because of what's surrounding it.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
that's
That's fair. But Sherry, let me say this to you as a woman who is a businesswoman too. I have a friend who's on the South Side, and she has the same business as I have, and she be going through hell. She's in an area that's kind of rough, and that's the customer she picked based on her location. I picked a different location. I'm in a buffer zone, and I don't have those experiences she has. She had people stealing stuff, keeping her stuff, breaking her stuff. So she had to learn and turn around and get like big deposits on her rental items because the people will either steal it or they'll break it and then they act like they're not responsible. After she got them signing contracts, I got contracts too, but my customers never tear up stuff. And if they ever mess up a linen or something, they just pay me.
Yeah.
And it's because I have a customers that are coming from a different environment. And also, one of the things I decided a long time ago was I had to choose my customer. Everybody ain't your customer, Sherry. Everybody is not your customer. And I had to go up on my prices. I had to go up on my prices in order for me to keep people away as well.
Okay.
But can I jump in on that when you said not everybody's our customer, but on the flip side, when I go to an establishment, it could be clothing, whatever. I'll stick with the restaurant example since we've been speaking on that. They all can't be my customer, but when I step into an establishment and if it's out there on Google, got the 4 stars, 3 stars, I want everybody to be my waitress. But when I say that, meaning like I don't want to go to a place, and this happens to where it's like I'm just giving an example. Letitia, Tyrone. Why do I want them specifically? Because Tyrone was the only one out of all your 9 employees out of the 10, that one Tyrone or Letitia was the one that gave me that service. Like when you go to establishments, not trying to do a comparison, folks on the panel, everyone listening in the chat, where you go out and you leave out, or even on Google or when you look up the reviews, they'll have a picture of all the employees, including the owner of that restaurant. And it's like, you know what? That's pretty cool. But I want to be able to go to an establishment where it's like, I want to go to either one of those that I pick out. I don't want to have to just pick one. It's nice at times, but if I can't get Tyrone, can I get the same service that Tyrone or Letitia gave me? I think I'm going to still be stuck on this standard thing to where it's like, it's a problem to where it's like that one Tyrone has 5 stars, mega stars, but this one and this one and this one can't hold up to that, to where I guess it's what the owner picked, or why can't they follow that example in a Black establishment? Once again, that's very possible. I think that shouldn't be downplayed because that should be given to the point to where it's like when I go there with a review and I'm not a review food critic, I want to be able to say that whole place, including the owners, has a specific standard that he's living up to. And anyone coming up in here can choose any one of these waiters or waitresses and they'll give them the best service they've ever had. Going back to what Brownsville said, where he went in Houston, to where it's like, I'm getting the service regardless of who, and if everyone quits and leave, I know the owner is going to hold up to that standards regardless. That's just me though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brownsville, speaking to your comment, I have done the same thing, Brownsville. I believe in reviews. I really do. And I had a restaurant that I wanted to try. It was a Black soul food restaurant. It was a nice sit down, very nice looking on the outside. I sat in the parking lot and I read the reviews. And I literally was disgusted with what I saw. And so I actually called while I was in the, sitting in the car. And I said, hey, I'm outside. I can talk to the manager. I was going to come in, but I read your reviews before I entered and they're really bad. And so I just want you to know, as a Black customer who patronizes Black places, I won't be coming. Y'all got to do something because your reviews they suck, So we got lots of ways that we can keep our standards.
I'll fix the restaurant. That's what I was trying to say. It depends on what you're selling. Like when y'all hear a Black woman talk, y'all instantly go into doing hair or restaurant. I'm a contractor. That's why I say you can go in neighborhoods and fix things. And it seems like when they see a Black person, I can get a deal. But white people just pay. They file it on their insurance or something. But at the same time, I will say my heart is a little more. I look around, see little kids and stuff, and I be like, I'll just wipe that next point off.
Let me just ask you then, Sherry. You see, because I heard you say now twice that white people would just put it on their insurance. Are you saying most of the Black people who reach out to you for this type of work don't have insurance?
A lot of times when they need things fixed, no mail.
So then maybe, I mean, not to try and be funny or tell you what to do with your business, then maybe you should set a standard that you don't work with people who don't have insurance then. That way they won't, because my guess would be if you have more white clients, if you're saying that, because I think just my personal thought that people are going to look for a deal if a deal can be made, right? I've
Absolutely.
even had, I used to work for a clothing store in like my early 20s, right? And a dude came in and I could tell he was from like a country where they have markets and they barter or negotiate. And he was trying to negotiate with me working at Macy's on the price of a shirt. Sir, this is not my item. Like, I don't personally benefit if you buy this shirt or not. Like, so I can't offer you just some discount. And when he didn't get the discount he wanted, he kind of got mad at me and flexed by pulling out a wad of cash. Like, I didn't need a discount anyway. Like, it was the weirdest thing. So my thing is, maybe set up your standards so that you don't even deal with people who don't have insurance, so that there's no need for them to try and negotiate with you. They're going to pay the cost because the insurance is covering it anyway.
And it cuts your liability.
Ma'am, hold on. Let's go back to what Mr. Brownsville said.
Okay.
Money does not circulate in our community. If I could charge them this much and be easy on you, is that not money circulating in our community? And at the same time, please believe I'm not a dummy. I get my
I know
money.
you're not. I know you're not. I'm just, it saddens me to think, Sherry Berry, that our own people be trying to play you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if the work is good, you shouldn't get, it shouldn't matter whether they white or black. The green is the green. They should come up with the green. I don't believe in us discounting. That's one thing I will say for all black people. I understand wanting to give the hookup and help each other out, but don't do it to the point where it's a detriment to you, because, again, believe that your counterparts are not doing that.
And don't expect it.
Yeah, like, because, like, if I go get a pedicure, I can't, what you call that, but I can't give that mammy whatever because I work with my hands.
Mm-hmm.
I know I went in a black woman's shop and this is what it's going to cost me, and I'm going to pay her.
Yeah.
Candy Cane, I'm heading out. I'm going for a bike ride, but thank you for having me, and salute to the panel. And I appreciate you again.
I appreciate you coming through. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Just
Take care, you
for-
guys. All right.
For anybody with an
Peace,
iPhone,
peace,
y'all
peace.
might lose service
Have a
when
good
he
night.
drops. Just to warn you, you might
Heard
lose
that.
service if you have an iPhone and you don't have the app. Not service, but sound.
We still there?
We still here. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear everybody who's talking. All right. So anybody want to jump in here?
Yeah. No, so I was going to
Miss
say,
Hold on one second, Sherry Berry. Let Nav go, and then you can go after him.
no, I was just going to say, because I've heard that thing before about the black dollar circulating. That's irrelevant now. The reason it's irrelevant because it's not like the 50s or the 60s, you know what I'm saying, where we had
It's
banks.
irrelevant, bro?
Because if we don't have the same communities that we had before, like there's nowhere for the black dollar to circulate. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, so
Respectfully,
you don't
respectfully,
have,
I disagree.
God, come on, man.
I'm trying to explain it, and see this.
Go ahead,
is what
brother.
Yeah,
Go ahead, brother. Go
I
ahead,
got
brother.
y'all got to give him the same grace that I said we got to give to Brownsville. You got to
ahead,
let him
brother.
get his thought out.
Go ahead, brother.
We no longer have the banks control the circulation of the money. There are no black banks like in the average community, right? So even if you live in PG County or in Atlanta, wherever you live at, you're going to spend your money with some other communities. We don't have gas stations. We don't rarely have like the corner stores, the grocery stores. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have that sense of community that we used to have where, okay, you know what I'm saying? Walter had the wood shop. And then such and such had the plumber's shop, and then like that's what circulating black dollar means, where it's in your community.
You're right.
That's a part. That's the biggest part of it. We don't.
Hear me out, though. You're right, brother. You're right. You're right. Stuff that we can control, obviously, right? Like stuff like we got to eat food, we got to get gas for our cars, right? So you're absolutely right. But the things that we can control, I know the brother down the street, he prints T-shirts for the church. I'm gonna go to him for that. right? I knew the
That's
brother
not
down the street.
circulating because
Hear
where
me
he
out,
gets
brother.
it from
Just hear me out, brother, real
overseas
quick.
somewhere. That money's gone.
Hear me out, brother. Just real quick. We do what we can.
You got to
That's
start small.
that's what I'm saying. You do what you can, brother. Now, when you look on a big scale, you're absolutely right. We don't really control too much. You're absolutely right. I agree with you, and that needs to change. But you start small. You do what you can. You give it a couple group of brothers who are entrepreneurs that have services, and you start there. That's how Black Wall Street started. You start small. You got to start small, right?
That's
You
not how
have
they
to start.
started. They had major.
Brother, I agree. You're absolutely right, brother. I'm just saying though, to say that we don't have it, right? It has to start
DJ Naff,
somewhere.
do you enjoy being Black? I'm just asking.
Why you? Of course.
I don't know. I can't tell.
Why? Why is that? Because I
Because
challenge.
you say stuff that's like, you know,
If
like you don't see the value in collective goodness.
No, it's because
Like,
y'all don't see
he
the
seems
value.
very
You gotta
pessimistic at
understand. Like
times
I
when it
look at it
comes
like
to
this.
the
I
Black.
see a higher picture, and like he said, he's talking about selling T-shirts. I
I'm
was
just
talking
saying.
about
I was just using
owning
that as a
banks.
reference. I was
We're
just
not having
referencing
the
that,
same conversation. We
brother.
don't
But
think the same.
brother, hold
You say
on.
a bank?
Respectfully, brother. You're right to a
I
degree,
think
but
we all
I
have
would like to.
our experiences in life. I think we all have our experiences in life, and I think both of y'all have great, super great ideas. But who's willing to be the farmer? I hear Black Wall Street. I hear T-shirts being sold, but who's gonna pick the cotton and mill it?
Well, I don't think we'll have to do that no more these
This is a
days. I mean,
conversation.
it already comes right in from different
I'm just saying, like,
But
if
DJ Naff,
we
there are people.
really want
I
to
want to go back
be
to the main
black owned,
conversation. This
let's
is the
get
difference.
over with.
This
But
is the difference
DJ Naff,
between
there are people who would do Black real estate. There's Black doctors. There's Black
right.
light insurance. I mean,
Right.
there's so many people doing different things that you actually
Collectively.
need. You know what I
Yes.
mean? So you can't sit
Absolutely.
here and act like the only thing we do is sell socks on the corner. Come on now,
Right.
where does
brother.
that come from though? Why are you immediately
No, I'm just
draw
saying
that
that
assumption
you
about me?
are.
Because
I'm
I made one statement about a
trying
particular
to
subject.
say he don't being a doctor
So
is
distracting on
what
top,
I'm
bro. Like,
saying
oh
is
my God.
there's different roles. Okay, I'll shut up. Y'all got it.
Sorry, I was on mute.
Y'all
Cheryl, you gotta let him finish his thought, and then you can go after him.
No, she's fine.
okay.
It's just,
You want to go
No,
ahead and go,
DJ Naff, go
Cheryl?
ahead, because you were making a good point. What were you saying?
no, I was
Go
just saying,
ahead.
like, I don't know how you drew that conclusion to even ask me, do I enjoy being Black? Because that's the typical thing. Like, anytime that I say something to challenge basic thought, right? And I've constantly said, hey, listen, if I'm looking at it from a holistic point of view, I'm looking at it from a bigger picture, right? I've been studying this sociology thing for over 10 years, different aspects, right? Gathering different information, and I continue to do it. I engage in these type of conversations. So I love to hear the different thought process. But then when I speak on something, it's perceived because it disagrees with this, automatically it's assumed, oh, he doesn't like Black people, or he hates Black people, or he has this internal racism, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, yo, y'all don't know me. Y'all don't know what I went through to get to where I got to. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know the people that I helped. But
Right.
because I'm saying something that you don't agree with, automatically, instead of trying to listen and understand, well, why does he think that way?
And
And
that's why I
asking more
followed up.
questions. No, but you ask like the other brother, y'all ask derogatory stuff.
I asked
You
that
know,
because
you enjoy being Black? Are you for real?
It's an authentic question. I mean,
It's not.
there's some people that will tell you, no, I grew up around white people and I kind of have some issues and stuff. People have issues with race, even if they're Black. I mean, come on.
Definitely.
But he could admit that. He might say, I got some issues with being Black. I mean, it could be an authentic conversation. But
crazy
the reason
to me,
why I asked that is because you said my question
Excuse
to
me,
you is,
ma'am.
do you have people around that are Black?
What is
Hold on one second, Sherry. Do you have people, DJ Naff, who are Black that are dentists? Because you got to go to the dentist. They sell insurance. if you're a homeowner, you might need a fence, you might need a lawn care, you might need a lot of things, brother. I'm just asking, do you not have any black people
A
in
mechanic.
your community that can do any of those things, since you act like there's no black resources to circulate the black dollar? That's my question to you.
Known and associated with all of them. Own a home, sold a home, you know what I'm saying? I've dated, like all of that. I'm 43 years old, if we're keeping it above. So like
But
I
no black
served in the
people do any of
military,
those things.
college educated, you know what I'm saying? Work for the government as a contractor. Like I checked so many over 6 feet. Like I don't know how much we want to keep going. Like, but like
I said no black people do those things around you? None?
I literally just said that they do. But like I know other people that do those things too. That wasn't the point on the conversation. Y'all make it about that. I don't look. So here's the thing, right? If we're talking about leadership, this is the other thing. I think that y'all forget. When we're talking about holistically, again, I keep going back to this, right? Tribes used to mix and they would barter and negotiate and deal with stuff, right? So if I'm a leader of a black tribe, I'm not just dealing with black people. I might have to go deal with somebody from another land, make deals with the Chinese man, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So like when y'all be having these conversations, to me, it's so small-minded because I see a big picture. There's so many people in the world.
What's the big picture, brother?
The big picture is understanding that, like, yo, it's not just about our little small space over here. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, how do we represent ourselves? How do we represent ourselves the best, right? And then how are we going to be perceived once we go amongst the other parts of society or the world or et cetera? Like,
baby, speaking. I love the way. I'm sorry. I should have been on mute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you good. But that's just how I be looking at it. I'm not looking at it like I'm trying to talk our people down, but like if I'm going to speak from, I don't know if anybody up here has led. I've led all my life, sports. You know what I'm saying? Military, whatever. But that's not the point. The point is understanding that, okay, sometimes you have to make concessions. You have to be able to understand other people's cultures, to make trade, to do stuff.
Yeah, I agree all that. Yeah, I agree on all that.
That's all I'm saying. But like, this is a conversation that I expect. And now I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This isn't necessarily a conversation that a woman will be involved in. So like when they start challenging, like I don't expect them to understand the way that I think. Because Sherry, just give me a sec. I'm looking at it from a way, okay, how do this benefit everybody, the collective, the group? So when I be speaking, generally, I'm speaking like, okay, you represent all of us. Because like, okay, if I got to go out here, you do some fuck shit, now I got to go explain this. And y'all be like, yo, you ain't got to prove nothing to that white man. You ain't got to do this. Yeah, okay, I get it. But if we ever in a situation, it's like, hey, look, our group is over here. Y'all group over there. Y'all got something we need. You know what I'm saying? How we had this conversation. Nah, because remember when Shakisha was goddamn blah, 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 blah. That shit might sound crazy to y'all. But this is how...
You sound to me like you're burdened by being black. That's why I asked you that.
That shit sounds crazy. And you know what? Like, yo, 18 said, I prayed that it
Where's
never
that? Am I wrong?
It seems like it seems like this brother, and I understand. I kind of
no. What's going to happen is I'm going to fall back.
Hold on, brother. No. We want you. Don't please. No, stay, brother. Stay, brother, because you're important
I'm not
too.
gonna leave the conversation.
I want to know why you say that, May. Can you articulate to him why you say that so he understands where you're coming from?
She got it.
TJ Neff, I'm not trying to have it. I was trying to really communicate and understand where you're coming from. But Kane, I think the reason why I'm saying that is because it seems like his focus is, unfortunately, because I'm black. That's what I keep hearing from you. Unfortunately, because I'm black, I got to answer for all these niggas out here who doing fuck shit. And so I got to make these niggas look better because they're making me look bad. I hear that. Wow. At least that's how I'm hearing it. And then I also hear, unfortunately, we don't have any black people that do anything worth anything. So I can't spend my money exactly with the black community. So I got to do what I got to do out here with everybody in other communities. It's a compromise. It just don't sound like you enjoy being black or you take pride in it. That's what I'm hearing. But maybe I'm wrong.
Sounds
like a burden.
Listen, I get what she's saying.
Reach out to other communities and bring their money back to our community. That's what I thought he was getting at.
That's what I
But
was getting at. And
No, that's
justice
that's
okay,
that's
and
cool.
everything else, fair exchanges, like, but that's what's
No,
necessary.
That's
But
cool.
sir,
But
you
we
like
just
said
talking
that
about
nobody circulates the black dollar, and they
yes,
kept telling you little bit by little bit, whatever you can do,
right.
you can get business going with whoever has services. And you
yeah.
acted like as if
that does
black folks
not
don't do
work
nothing but sell
because
T-shirts or something small that's so
because it doesn't
small-minded. You kept
work.
saying you guys are not understanding. There's a
But
bigger picture. It's a
it
bigger
does work,
picture.
brother. It does work. It
So show me
does.
the
Yeah, it
millionaire
does.
that's
It-
It
right
does.
now selling
in
T-shirts.
Philadelphia,
They
right now, brother. In Philadelphia, on Broad and
they paying their
Susquehanna.
mortgage off of T-shirts.
Hear me out, brother. This is not. It's not about that. It's about the collective responsibility and assisting each other, knowing, hey, listen, this whole strip from 16th in Susquehanna to 22nd in Susquehanna, we got all businesses, right? We're gonna start here with everything that we're gonna do with each other, and if we have to reach out to somewhere else, that's the last resort type situation. We're gonna
No,
we're gonna build us.
I'm taking their money. I'm taking their money. I reach out, and that's my first resort. I'm gonna go get their money.
That's fair. That's cool, and I respect that. Again, to each his own. But what we were saying was the collective right now, and the brothers brought up the T-shirts because there's a brother that sells T-shirts, right? That prints T-shirts. Everything that from 16th Street to 22nd Street, the church, they go to him to get T-shirts. Nobody else. They don't go outside the neighborhood, right? Is the boy got a
Yes,
market
they do.
hear me out. I'm saying what's going on in Philadelphia right now. I live
Oh,
in
okay.
right.
I
I
don't
live in
know.
Philadelphia, right? So again, this is from 16th Street to 22nd Street. They have businesses, all black owned, and they circulate their money there with each other. So it happens. There's little small pockets everywhere. So it's not like it can't happen. It's going down. So I don't want to hear like, oh well, it can't happen, or nobody working together. There are people that are like-minded that know and say, listen, we got to work with each other, and we got to help each other. There are people on that, and that's the type of stuff. That's the type of time I'm on.
I
Yeah,
respect
me
it.
too. Me
I
too.
respect it. Like I said, I'm not against y'all. I think again that be the misconception because I'm going to challenge y'all, and I see things on a different perspective because I've traveled and I'm close with other cultures or whatever. So I be like looking at stuff, and I'm like, damn, okay. Mm, well, why can't we do this? And then as soon as you start to say something or introduce something, typically y'all been the most respectable people that I've talked to. But it does you motherfucking coon and you got them Uncle Tom this and Uncle I'm like, wow, all right, that's what's up. Like you can't share stuff with people like I be like,
Well,
yo, you learn stuff and you try to share it and be like, have y'all thought about this? What y'all think about that? And it's like, what's wrong with what we doing? I'm like, well, if this ain't working the way that y'all want it to, what's wrong with looking at things from a different perspective? But
Right.
maybe it's not necessarily the message, but the messenger. You know what I'm saying? So it could be that. That's why 18th said it, bro. Sometimes you just gotta learn to shut the fuck up.
I think
So you feeling like don't kill the messenger because I'll be the messenger for you. What the young man was trying to say is, it's like when a black man get rich and he marries a white woman. If that white woman if that black man go away, that money goes back into the white community.
Right.
All the young man was trying to say is, we as black people, we talk about not reaching out, but why we can't do it like the Asians when they sell black women hair and wigs and shit?
yeah, I think
Or Chinese food.
yeah, you're right, Queen. But I think it is important for us to understand that even though yes, we have to intermingle with people of other cultures professionally, personally, etc., we still shouldn't lose the fact that we have a certain relationship with our own culture that needs to be uplifted, right?
Right.
And
I agree.
I believe the reason why the queen asked you those questions is because, you know, and I don't know if, you know, if you're, you know, if it's intentional or if this is just how you know, how you feel. You come across as someone that no matter what is presented to you about Black excellence, you want to knock it down, right?
No.
And you know, that's what has, you know, been going on in this conversation that I've heard.
Yeah.
And
Excellent.
that has been the issue. Yes, we have issues within our community, within our culture that needs to be fixed. However, I don't believe that that's the majority. I think the majority of people that I come in contact with and interact with are law-abiding citizens, are people that have a high standard, and people who are attempting to progress and move towards productivity. And that's all we were saying in terms of the original topic, right? How it relates is we got these brothers who feel it necessary to look for the smallest things to criticize our people or our culture, and then they do it with nefarious intentions in order to spread a false narrative and say, this is why our culture is bad. This is an example, even though it's completely unfair, right? Those Black women eating breakfast at the hotel in the morning, they're not the only they're not the only people doing that, right? People of other cultures are also doing that, and nobody's filming them and
Right.
trying to shame them and
Exactly.
trying to shape a false narrative about our Black women in our culture, right? So that's what I think the majority of us was pushing back against, that type of mental colonization ideology, right?
Will
And
you
and
call
we're
me
saying, hey,
a woman
our
Wait.
experience.
Sherry,
One
Sherry,
second,
let him,
one
let
second,
him, let
Queen.
him land his plane. Sherry, you can go next. Sherry.
long-winded?
One second, Queen. One second.
All right.
One second, Queen Sherry Berry. I got you. I got you. So what I think we were sharing our own experiences as it relates to these things, right? And that's really all we can do, unless we want to, you know, theorize and speak philosophically, right? I think the best approach is to share your own experience, right? So my experience with patronizing Black businesses have been a really, really good experience, and that's all. It's yes. Are there negative experiences and are there negative Black people out there? Absolutely, right. But I don't think that subsection of our culture represents the majority of us. Peace
Agreed.
and love.
Peace, fam.
Okay, can I please respond?
Yes,
First of
Sherry.
all,
Wait, one second. Before you respond, one second,
I did not say that when certain Black people come at me, I wasn't putting them Black people down. And I even said I take insurance from other people, and sometimes I don't mind passing out a blessing. There's a lot of people that just don't have it. I don't put people down. I was raised in the hood, the ghetto. I am probably the blackest Black bitch you ever meet in your life. I don't, that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, please leave a little room for when you work real hard, your son, you send kids off to college. Let them. Why do we willing to go on a fundraiser to get a nigga his bond money? Well, I'ma just talk about my experience. But the little boy in college eating noodles, we ain't even second guessing him. He got it. He in college.
Well, I don't know if I fully agree with that, May, because I think that's up to the families. Like when my brother was in college, again, I'm the oldest of the family. So by the time he started going to college as the baby of the family, he was getting support from everybody because folks who either didn't go to college was already working and in their career field sending him money. And then the people who did go through college was also like the support system comes from the family. That's up to them. And that's where the people like Brownsville who preach for coming together, building a family, having integrity, all of those things that come with being a unit, that's where
Yeah.
the support comes from.
Like
Before we can look on greater society, it has to start at home.
Absolutely.
it's easy for you to say that now because you actually have a family unit.
Right.
I had a hardworking mom and dad, and I was a latchkey kid. You better get in that house and bet not nothing be fucked up when we get home. But meanwhile, I'm surrounded by every motherfucking thing.
So what do you say to the college student who doesn't have a family? They were smart enough.
Keep trying, don't give up, and if it's anything that I can do to help you, baby, I'm gonna do my best to be right there for you.
Mm. So you saying the community as a whole needs to think about those who are underprivileged and may not have the support system that we were so privileged to have.
Kind of, sort of, ma'am. Like, when I was taking communication classes, what I wanted to do is like, I don't know where you live, but where I live, there's old ass schools just sitting there. And I used to want for them to put like one or two, like government granted, one or two bedrooms in there. And at the bottom, it have things like people like you that can encourage people, show them where to get jobs, teach them certain things. So when they come downstairs at their house, this is what you facing.
Mm. I understand.
I don't know if I'm coming across correctly because I definitely have seen bad at black people. I grew up in the hood, man, but I've seen good too. I've seen very positive things out of black people.
And see
Actually,
that
Shay,
was. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead now.
I was gonna say no. This is where we can relate, right? Because I get a bad rep as if I don't have love or respect for black people too. I've seen the same thing, but again, there's like a fine line between providing or speaking on the need for structure, the need for correction, the need for discipline, and all these other things. If we talk about building as a community that are required from leaders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things you would
You're
get
right.
from your father, etc. You know, and I'm not nobody's fault. Well, I have kids. I have grown kids actually. You know what I'm saying? But like, yo, that's just I've always been that way. Like, I understand. Like, yo, listen, if I see something that's not right, I'm
Gotta
gonna
say
speak out
something.
on it.
Got to. Yep.
If I see something that it could be better, I'm gonna speak at it. But the difference is too, I've also built networks of people that challenge me, that are smarter than me, that can tell me, hey, nah, if you're not right, bro, you're not wrong. And we can have those conversations. You know what I'm saying? But
Of
then
course.
it's like you get in certain spaces, they want you to shut the fuck up because it makes them feel uncomfortable. I'm used to feeling uncomfortable
Right.
if I'm wrong. But when
Right.
you, but this is the thing. I was in this space before women got introduced. Once the women got introduced, it became to now you have to be conscious about how they feel. That takes away from the conversation and the truth.
Well, it's
Right?
important too, fam. It's a
No,
balance.
no, 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 no. Listen, because like, listen, if I'm trying to save your life and we're trying to save the community, we can't think about how you feel. If I'm saying, duck, You need to get out the way. Listen, this is going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Unless you do X, Y, Z. But that's where we're at, though. It's like, well, can you say it nicer? I got sisters. And it's not that I'm not capable of it, but like the fact that why am I debating this with you right now? This is what I'm talking about.
We're not debating, brother. No, brother. Hold on.
Why are you even saying that? Like, that's
hey, brother, because brother, I'm
you're in the way.
not brother.
You're in the way.
Hey, brother, listen. I respect everything you're saying, fam. I respect everything. It's just a different perspective to look at. I'm not saying yours is right or wrong. I'm not saying what I'm saying is right or wrong. So please, right? We're having a good conversation. We can agree to disagree respectfully, brother. That's it. Like, why you like turn it up?
No, I'm not disrespecting you, but I'm just saying like the soft approach that
I'm just trying to figure out like how I'm in the way because I have a different perspective.
Because I've been doing this for a while, and
that's cool.
I know
everybody don't think like you, baby.
I understand. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's different, family. So again, like you turning it up on me, like you in the way. You in the way.
I apologize. It's not that I need to turn up on you, but it's like I've seen this, and it's like, bro, we are continuing to get closer and closer to the end.
And that's for you and your household. That's not for you and everybody.
Like 18 said, I will fall back, and I gotta stop.
I don't want you to fall back because you got a piece of the puzzle too, bro. Everybody got a piece, man. And I would never try to discredit anything you're saying, your feelings, your perspective, what you've been through. No. But I'm saying, when I'm saying that, I would never do that to you. That's what I need you to hear.
And I appreciate it. I'm not, and that's the thing. I don't want you to think I'm trying to do anything to you. But it's what it is. Listen to this. Imagine having a conversation for over 10 years.
Hold on, Sherry. I said to old schools, we are gonna get a government grant. Like they give government grants to build apartments and stuff in our households. You can own a house and they'll build an apartment build. How can we get government grants where let's start small. Let's pick up the smart ass homeless, the veteran that don't want to be at the VA because they ain't treating him right. Let's start small.
Got to start somewhere.
Hold on, because I said what I said. How can, because I believe it's in every city, every small little ghetto, whatever. How can we get, maybe I should be asking the ladies, because I know Miss Candy Cane is very intelligent. How can we get these grants? What do we need to do? And get the people a 1-bedroom, not a home where they sharing toilets and feeling like they locked up. Just a little 1-bedroom. Just turn the school into a little 1-bedroom. Or maybe 2 if it's a family. And like I said, keep them upstairs. And when they come downstairs, they walk it past the principal office. Hey, did you do your job search? Did you complete this? This is why you here.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
Everybody got a part to play. Yeah, I agree.
Candy, all I was saying
was... I'm going to let Nav finish. Oh, hold on 1 second, Nav. I got you. I'm going to let you go ahead and finish your point, and then I want everybody to think about final points because I do got to wrap this one up. So Nav, you can go ahead.
I appreciate it. No, all I was saying was, so you spent over 10 years looking at this stuff, right? Analyzing it, having conversations with some of the greatest minds, right? Like PhDs, all that, right? And we went through the research. That's why a lot of times, like, it's like, it feels insignificant to go through because it's like, yo, we did all this already. We went through the documentation, we proved it all, but then to start to see it unfold years later, this stuff has been unfolding for the last 5 years. right? When we talk about the different reductions in the social programs, right, with food stamps, Section 8, like we've literally had these conversations. We said this was going to happen because it was like physically irresponsible and unsustainable for this to continue to happen. We see the decline in birth rates, right? You know what I'm saying? People was like, wait a minute, this isn't working out, right? So you have to be able to look at it from a whole. It's not just about the Black community, right? So when I be making these statements, it's not just I happen to be Black. We're talking about Black issues, but when I be thinking a lot of times, I'm thinking like, yo, the white people suffering the most. They about to be extinct completely. We're gonna be fine. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro.
Celebrating that. I'm not celebrating white
nobody's
people.
celebrating it. Nobody's celebrating it. But I'm just making a point, like, yo, like the stuff that we be talking about to me, and it seems like I don't care about Black people. It's just that it's so insignificant and irrelevant to the bigger picture when we talking about, yo, people aren't getting married no more. They're not having kids no more. Society is declining. It's happening in Japan. It's happening in South Korea. Like, this is real stuff. And it's only a matter of time before now we in war. They're talking about potential draft. Like, it's stuff that cats do not see. Americans have the minds of goldfish. They remember, y'all know everything about these celebrities and what's going on in Love Island, all this stuff that doesn't resonate with me. I don't know anything about pop culture and what's going on because I be focused on stuff that affects the real world. But then when I start speaking on it, they be like, oh, well, you worrying about the chick with the bonnet in the goddamn hotel, because I'm like, yo, y'all don't understand like the bigger picture that this plays a role in. But all right, I digress.
Well, men with dresses wearing bonnets more than any woman.
And
now.
I don't watch them either. I can't stand that dudes with the bonnets, like, because they had the raps and all that before. I know real rosters, you know what I'm saying? Real Batman, like, yo, they don't wear bonnets. Like, fuck out of here, bro. And they got dreads that go down to their fucking calves.
It better be Larry Hoover next. Just calm your down.
I'm just saying, yo, like, this should be crazy. But anyway, the point is, when I be making these comments, it's not to attack.
Andy Kane, I'm sorry for hitting your panel with being this. I love you, Mama.
I love you too, Sherry. But you know what? You were not disrespectful or disruptive. You actually had some points tonight. I want you to know. That's why when people want to always discredit you, Sherry, I won't do that, because I don't, like we just talked about earlier, the janitor versus the CEO, y'all gonna get the same treatment. You know what I'm saying? If you ever get to the point where I'll let you know. But you was on point tonight, Miss Sherry.
They both play their part, baby girl. Like, you know what I mean? Your building ain't gonna maintain without a janitor.
Exactly. And then you never know. Somebody who was a CEO today could end up a janitor tomorrow, depending on the circumstances. He can get into a car accident and then not have enough brain function to continue CEOing, and he got to go get him a manual labor job. That's why I don't discount people.
I run a business, but
hold on, so I got a hold on, Candy. Let me slide these DMs real quick. Let me see.
My ass to work.
Yeah, we are.
I work.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. What did you say, Nath? I didn't hear what you said. You was going to do what?
Oh, which part you talking about? I was continuing the conversation or the sliding the DM part?
Oh, okay. That's what I thought I heard you say. All right.
No, I was being for real. Yo, chill out. I was being for real though, as far as the
Yeah, I love him. He's so cool.
Not the DM part, like, you know, that's the different conversation. But no, just as respecting the janitor the same way you would respect the doctor. You know what I'm saying? I'm firmly a believer in that. But just understanding, like, yo, listen, we got to get away from this, in my opinion, black versus white thing, because at the end of the day, no. At the end of the day, like, if the lights were to go out, we would be surprised how people would come together, and it's going to be off of common interests. You know, if you value family, or if you just value humanity. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that there's not going to be racists out there. Oh, we don't accept. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be. They're not going to last long though. The groups that you're going to see is going to be the people that come together. You know, you have a certain skill set, I have a certain skill set, or hey, listen, you respect me, you know, as a child of the Most High, the same way I respect you as a child of the Most High. And those are the
Yeah.
people that are going to survive, you know, when things get tough. But that's just coming, yo. I'm just tired of being right. And it's always like, it got to be some drastic shit.
Tired of being right.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that.
Unfortunate, bro, because I'm telling you, like,
Hold on, babe. I wasn't saying nothing against what you were saying, fam.
oh no,
I
no,
was
I
just,
wasn't talking to you. I was emphasizing. I was hyping you up.
no, I was just saying real quick because I know the sister need to shut the show down real quick. So I just want to get my final word. It's unfortunate, and the way the United States of America was built on racism, number one. So that's not going anywhere. The plight of the black people and our people has always been, it will now always be, for me, my number one goal in regards to restoration, coming together and doing what we're supposed to do. Because unfortunately, the way things are and the way that we're viewed, and we're last on the totem pole at this moment, unfortunately, right? And that's what it is. So for me,
This brother
uplifting,
getting his swollen. He getting his swollen. Y'all hear him? He working.
uplifting us. First, it starts home, right? It starts in the house. But at the end of the day, our people, like, we need each other. And the division that has been created throughout the years is intentional, it's on purpose, and it's worked. It's still working, right? So we behind the 8 ball. So every time I try to say, yeah, let's work with each other, let's find a way, because we all we got, right? It's not about black or white. It's about us. Because again, there is systems in place to make sure that we don't prosper. There are systems in place to hurt us intentionally, our children and us, and it's been there. And if people can't see that, that's at a detriment to themselves and their families. I love y'all. Y'all have a good evening. Y'all be safe. Enjoy your weekend. Sister Candy, thank you for having me up. I appreciated this. The brother, yo, listen, be safe. I hope they talk to you soon. Everybody in the chat and on the panel, y'all be cool. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rich Dad. Appreciate you coming through. Always welcome back.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you
peace and
so
love. I want to give my final thoughts as well.
Okay, Brown, so
I
you go
think
next.
it's, what'd you say, Queen?
I said go right ahead.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me up. This was a good conversation, and I just wanted to support you. I do think it's very irresponsible to express an idea that white people have it worse than everyone when they control the majority of the world's resources and industries to this day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I also think the issue is not black versus white. The problem is we got a lot of black versus black, which I believe was the conversation that we was having. It was a black man who was judging those sisters for wearing pajamas and bonnets, eating breakfast, right? And he was attempting to humiliate those sisters and make them look a certain way that was negative, right?
Right. Right.
And then when we have these conversations and we're building on these conversations, and then we're attempting to justify that brother's actions by saying things like, well, you know, our degenerates have the loudest voices, and you know, things of that nature. I think those kind of views are more hurtful than they are helpful, right? When we denounce the idea that we should buy black, we should patronize black businesses and restaurants and things of that nature, and paint a false narrative that we're going to get bad service and we're going to be treated negatively. They're going to attempt to hustle us and all these different kind of things. Those are racial tropes and stereotypes, right? And the brothers who express those views, they are actively expressing the idea of mental colonization, where they believe that the Eurocentric culture is superior to their own culture, right? And that those ideas was expressed on the panel today. But in reality, we do have a lot of Black people that are moving in more of a productive and positive way in terms of education, in terms of finances, in terms of home ownership, entrepreneurship, the tech world, the STEM world. We are actively improving in those areas. So it's not all bad, it's not all good, but we should be lending our time and effort and our voices to speak truth to power and help, as the other brother said, lift up our community with our words, deeds, and efforts, right? And yeah, so it was a dope conversation. Good build. I appreciate you having me up. Y'all have a good weekend. If you on spring break, have a good spring break, and pay attention to what's going on in the world around you. Because we do have an uptick of terrorist attacks and threats and different things like that because we are involved in a war. So just pay attention, enjoy yourself, and continue to have these conversations to where you're looking to push the community forward. Peace and love to y'all.
Thank you so much, Brownsville. Appreciate you coming through. Again, you two are always welcome back.
My
Nash, did
turn.
you want to go ahead, Sherry Berry?
Thank you. It was a lot of positive because I look forward to positive in people. Great show. Thank you for having me.
You are welcome, Sherry. Come back anytime. You know you Auntie Sherry to me, so. And Nath, I think you're the last one to give your final thoughts, if you're still here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Look, the timing is perfect too, because my AirPods is dying like yours was. But
I know, I keep recharging.
yeah, Ray, I'm trying to recharge too. I just threw one in there. But no, the whole thing was, like I said, I think there was a big misconception because I challenge that means that I'm against. You know what I mean? That was my biggest issue because that's not what it is. Because I challenge what you think and what you say, you know what I mean, doesn't mean that I'm against Black people or Black culture, but there's certain things that I'm not willing to accept or whatever. And we still have unanswered questions about, well, what is the standard? And I seen the goalposts move. So for me personally, and I think this is my first time on your panel. I hope I was able to add some value, and I look forward to another conversation because I feel like there's some things that have yet to be unpacked. You know what I'm saying? Like this could really turn into something where we could really have some talks about that. I don't know how you feel about that, but
I mean, I did hear a few points that I feel like could be expanded in another
yeah,
stream. So I
yeah, of
mean,
course.
I don't mind. Like, if you want to come back and we can have another talk on some other things, you're welcome to do that. I've been trying to reach out to a few people and then
Yeah,
ask them if they wanted like maybe dual stream or like bring them on to like help co-host panels, just because they have certain perspectives. And I feel like I like having opposing views. It doesn't always have to be the same. I don't want an echo chamber. I want people who have
and
opposing
that's what
views,
I'm
but we
at.
can do that with respect.
With respect, that's the whole thing. But like I've seen it, like okay, when I present a certain perspective, I get attacked, and I'm not against it because I've done this shit for so long. It's like okay, y'all don't agree with what I'm saying. It's cool, but like as we continue to have conversation, I don't know if you noticed it or not, but a lot of the brothers we reached the common ground at some
Hmm.
point. You saw that, right?
That's
It
why
was
I
like
let y'all work it out. If you notice, when men get to speaking on my panel, I try not to intervene unless y'all get insulting, because I
why
believe that y'all have the ability to work it out.
but this is why you are you and why I love you, and but this is also why like I'd be like, okay, like yeah, let's let this ride out because y'all think it's one way, and then it'd be like, oh, okay, y'all are agreeing with what I was talking about. It's just we got to just get to that point, and the reality is because a lot of these cats come in hot, they think I'm coming in hot. I'm coming in thinking a lot. There's nothing emotional about anything I be saying. Like I don't move or operate them. I've already been through that. Some of the biggest names in the space in PhDs, and all, I've been vetted, so I don't think like like from a emotional perspective. Like they be like, well, you got to consider other people's feelings, and I'm on some like, when you're talking about the greater good, that's not a consideration. Does it make it wrong or right? I'm not saying that. But when we're having a conversation and we're talking about how do you move forward, sacrifices have to be made. If that's feelings, I would sacrifice. Excuse me. Oh my God. Every time I take a sip. But if I have to sacrifice feelings over, I don't know, potential livelihood or whatever, I think it's worth it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, okay, you might feel this way about this, but at the end of the day, if it means that collectively we can progress, you know what I'm saying? Again, it's too much to get into. But I appreciate you, you know, for allowing and creating this space. I hope that it was because this is different from what I've seen from you. There was a lot of different personalities in here. I've been scrolling back and forth, bouncing back and forth between the StreamYard and the YouTube and trying to see who's sharing the videos or whatever. I don't know if you're on TikTok. I think this would be a good TikTok conversation as well too.
I'm trying to figure. I have a TikTok, but I haven't figured out how to connect it to my StreamYard. Once I figure that out, then we'll be on TikTok too because I want to reach a wider audience. I've been hearing that TikTok is a good place to have these talks as well.
Yeah. But continue to moderate the conversations and do what you do. And again, yeah, thank you for having me. You know?
All right. Well, appreciate you very much. Like I said to everybody who came on my panel, I appreciate all of the panelists. All of y'all are welcome back. It was a good stream. I'm very satisfied with the conversation, and I feel like it can be expounded upon. I will say to everyone, with what Brownsville said, we are in a war. Keep your eyes open. Watch your six. Take care of your neighbor if you can. And just think about ways to protect yourself and protect the people that you love. I don't know if that means you need to start. And I don't want to fear monger. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I'm saying if you catch some stuff on sale, start buying that stuff in bulk if you haven't already, because we don't know how this is going to impact us. We already see prices going up here and there. And that's all I can say to you is be safe. And my symbol that I always drop is peace and love. I mean that. That's the best thing that I could ever give you in life is to wish you peace and to give you love. And with that, I hope that y'all have a great night. I'm going to play the outro. I think there's quite a few people live. I don't even know who to shout out. So y'all go out there, be safe in these YouTube streets and in the real life, real streets. And I'll see y'all next week.